All right, testing. Hey, what's up, everyone? You guys all hear me? All right, great. Hey, hey, hey. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Awesome. How you doing? Excited to hop into this. Looks like we
Yeah.
have plenty of people already getting into the stream matches. My judge already recommended one of the matches, so we'll head over there shortly. But anyways, yeah. For the viewers at home, I am casting with Esam, who is a pretty accomplished Super Smash Brothers player and now is a Pokemon player too. So, if you want to introduce yourself, maybe tell the viewers a little bit about yourself, and yeah, your history with Pokemon.
Hello, everyone. I am Esam or Eric. I know a lot of people in the TCG community, go by their first names a lot of times. So you can call me either. I should open your chat, I guess. But yeah, I've been a competitive Smash Pro since 2010. Been competing since 2005. I've always liked card games. I had a stint of Yu-Gi-Oh for a couple of years, and then honestly, going into Pokemon was kind of an accident because I was like, well, I'm gonna get back into Yu-Gi-Oh. My favorite archetype ever finally has support and it's really good. And then I looked at the price of everything and I went, never mind. How expensive is Pokemon? I know some of my friends play that. And that's literally how I got into Pokemon in November.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, that's pretty cool. Do you still play Smash a lot? Is that something that you're, still doing, or are you more just, focusing on Pokemon now?
I'm definitely still big into Smash. It's just I don't go to a lot of like major tournaments because they're expensive and I don't have a team. And then I can go to my local TCG like shops and it's just fun. And card games are just so good. And card games or fighting games are surprisingly analogous, so it gives me the same type of feeling. But yeah, I still like mostly stream Smash, mostly do Smash videos, although I do sometimes stream like TCG Live. I want to figure out like a setup that I can stream my TCG locals, or at least like how Tim Danklin has like his like over the top when like he's talking about his like, oh, I brought this deck and I have like that weird side view. I maybe do that or something. I'm not sure, but it would be fun. But yeah, this game is amazing, and I guess now we can hop into some, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, let's do it. So, as I said, my judge mentioned one of the matches here. Let me just quickly see. We got a few. Yeah, so we have a lot of different good ones here. All right. Let's go over to stream channel number 12. Let's go hop over into that, and yeah, let's get into it. All right.
Says it's full.
Oh, shouldn't be full. Let me move you over. I got you. 1 second.
I probably just don't have the permissions.
Yeah, probably. All right, 1 second. All right, there we go. Let me just set it up here quickly.
And
Like,
now from here, then I can watch the stream.
yeah, perfect. Looks
Yeah.
like
Okay.
this is a rare mobile player. This is someone who's I guess streaming
They're
on their phone.
already in Arceus. They'd reset like 2 days ago.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see.
I've
Yeah.
been doing
Looks.
the poison, just like turn one all in. But I'm silly and like if I don't win turn one, I'm just like, well, what if I somehow win through 5 more turns? And it's definitely taking way longer than like that's not the point of that
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah. No, definitely. So it looks like this player is playing Grimmsnarl here. Let me just pull up everything.
Well, I
Round two.
guess we're not people aren't allowed to join, so that way they don't get stream sniped. I see.
Yes. Yes. It is. Yeah. The match has not started yet. Should be starting very shortly. Let's see.
Yeah, they're just showing us the deck list.
Yep.
Which am I going to remember this? Probably not. What do you think of the Tatsugiri in it?
That's
Because I
one of
know
the
that's a
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. I know that that's kind of a card that some people talk about, but I'm not 100% sure. It seems like solid. I mean, like consistency is important. So having that little extra boost is nice. Let me just fix this quickly.
well, 3 research instead of 4. I thought a lot of people, maybe I'm just out of the loop or maybe I just have my own thoughts about it, but I thought it was normally 4 Iono, 4 research, 3 Arvin.
That's normally what I think it
Not
is.
4 Arvin, 3 research.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Either way, I mean that's a lot of supporters. We're going to be seeing probably a consistent showing from whoever this person, whatever their name is. I can't see it in the Discord
It
anymore.
was Gumi
I was
35.
like, their name
Yes.
is Grim. I'm like,
That is not great. Yeah.
like
Um,
that's the deck.
one of the things about Grimstone is that like when it gets going, it's really powerful, but it kind of feels like it's a Dragapult deck, but without like the recon directive. Like you play the heavy Arvin, sometimes you play like multiple Ionos. It's like it's kind of a similar package where
Hmm.
you're kind of like a comeback base deck. However, it sometimes just bricks at random points in the game, and that's one of the few problems with it. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean that Spikemuth gym is a very powerful stadium, but if it gets stadium bumped pretty early, you don't get as much out of it, especially if like they burn their secret box early and you don't have the backup stadium. It can be pretty rough.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. It can be relatively rough for sure. So having that is very, very important. So.
Well, this person has 3 of those and only 1 artisan, which is
Oh,
interesting
interesting.
because I know that
Okay.
it's normally
Cool.
2-2.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, looks like they're playing that. We'll see. Looks like the rounds have gone up here. So, see, sending the friend request here, and yeah, we'll get underway. Excited here to hop into round number 1. Looks like they are sending the friend request. Sometimes with TCG Live, you have to like restart your entire game to actually be able to see the friend. But
Yeah.
I think they like have fixed that kind of. Live's kind of a game where like they make like things like glitch out and then they fix them and stuff like that. So
It's like
it's
2 steps forward, 1 step back a lot of times.
exactly, yes. That's
Oh, is it open deck list or closed deck list for this tournament?
it is open deck lists, yeah. So the metagame is pretty interesting. I was taking a look at it actually a little bit before. One of the cool things about hosting your events is you can actually see what people are submitting. And it looks like we got a lot of Gardevoir and a lot of Raging Bolt. Those are the 2 decks that
All right.
have the most play here.
And this tournament is $250, correct?
100 plus free sleeves as well, but we might do even
Oh,
a
okay,
bigger
okay,
prize
okay.
pool the next time. I'm thinking
Oh,
about
I'm confusing a
increasing
different
it.
Smash tournament that I entered that is starting up recently. So that's my bad.
Oh,
I
gotcha, gotcha.
apologize.
Okay, yeah. We'll see. Looks like they're waiting for their opponent. Yeah, but taking a look here, it looks like, yeah, Raging Bolt and Gardevoir both have the exact amount of play rate, 72 players each. We see 72 Raging Bolt, 72
Crazy.
Gardevoir, and then Grimmsnarl will be the 3rd most played deck. So seems like those are kind of the big 3 decks. Not really a huge, I feel like, surprise, though, because like we see like at NAIC, that seemed pretty accurate to what we saw there. Like Raging Bolt was, one of the most
Yeah.
popular decks, and then lots of Gardevoir and Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl was, kind of the new toy on the block that, people are playing. So, yeah, seems
Do
pretty
you think
predictable.
Grimmsnarl has a good matchup versus Polt? Because I feel like, I mean, obviously at NAIC, I think there was probably a higher than average Dragapult between the 3 variants, of course. Um, but like that's always interesting to me how like not popular it is online, even though you would think that's just like, well, it's still really consistent and good. So it kind of surprises me that I barely run into them online.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of feels like a pretty close matchup overall. Um, yeah, I think that both decks are still very powerful. I think that like Grimmsnarl is kind of still going through like the teething stages of the deck, where like people are still trying to figure out what's the best like build, because I know that we saw like
Hmm.
Piper's build was just like pretty straightforward and consistent. Like how many Arvins are you playing? Are you playing like the 4 research for Iono? Like what tech cards? TMD Evolution as well. So there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. I know with the brand new set Black Bolt and White Flare, that does add in the brand new cards like Air Balloon. So that's going to be a big addition as well. That's actually one of the new
Good
cards I'm
card.
really excited about. Giving free retreat to any Pokemon with 2 retreat costs or less is really, really powerful. So
Quite good.
yeah, very, very good here. Looks like
I'm looking forward to that Zekrom because I
yeah, I'm
play
excited for
Miraidon.
Miraidon, 100%. Yeah,
Dude,
Miraidon's gonna be really cool.
I'm literally at my locals. I was playing Joltik Box for a while, and I was like, "That's really good, man." I really hate going first, so I literally built normal Miraidon again because you got the Zeraora, however you pronounce that Pokemon.
Yes,
It's that card is so busted. It
yes,
is
yeah, and being
so
able to
absurd,
snipe is
especially in
really
best
good.
of one. In best of three, I definitely think it's a little worse because people just won't put down as many liabilities, but then you're not letting people put down like Latias and Fez, which is terrifying.
Exactly, yeah, 'cause that's the one that snipes 200 for 3 energy, right?
210.
210, yeah. That's actually really
Yeah.
crazy because I think it's actually really good in best of one because there'll be some people who are like, oh, I'm playing against a Miraidon deck. I don't really need to, worry about, let's say, like having a Shaman. Actually, no, Shaman doesn't even block it because you still hit for 210
Because you hit
onto the
the
Fez.
EXs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. So then, yeah, that card's pretty sick. I originally had it in my
Insane.
Miraidon list, but I was like, oh, wait a minute, Shaman. I was like, oh, wait, but like now that I'm talking about it, I just kind of realized
It
like, oh,
only
we don't
does
even need
EXs. It
it.
doesn't do basics. Or it doesn't do
Yes.
non whatchamacallit. Like, so it actually works 100%. Oh, they closed their stream.
Oh,
Hello.
oh, they no showed. The opponent no showed. All right, cool. So
Oh,
we
that's
have
unfortunate.
that's totally fine. We can go to another one here. All right, let's hop into. Let's see. Who do you want to go? Let's see if there's anyone starting the game. Let's go to general here. I'm gonna server mute this person here, and then let's hop into the very top one. I'll drag you over. Oh, there we go. Very cool.
Hello.
All right, looks like we were watching. Oh, this is one of the brand new decks that's been seeing some play. We have the Iron Thorns Crustal deck. Have you seen this deck at all at locals? This has been a deck that's been seen a little bit of play recently in some online
No,
tournaments.
I haven't. My friends are building it, but our locals is on Tuesdays, so I guess I will see it. So it basically is just like a combination of Iron Thorn.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like two wall decks kind of put together, I feel like. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But except it's a one prizer, so you're not, you know, uh,
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, they have a
you're
medical
not taking
energy.
those two prizes.
Yeah, exactly. So, some matchups you like really want to use the Iron Thorns. For example, when you're playing up against decks like Gardevoir, having access to that
Hmm.
Iron Thorns to shut off the Psychic Embrace because a lot of lists aren't playing the Flutter Mane. And then you have the Crustal as well, which is good against just those decks that don't have an answer. So it's
Raging Bolt,
yep,
Miraidon, ironically.
yeah, and I actually think it's really interesting sometimes to see how people try and operate versus these like stall decks when they don't know exactly how to play against them. Like that's always something that I always found it interesting watching people play against Snorlax stall just to see like, oh,
Hmm.
how are they actually going to approach this? Because resources are so important, and these stall decks are very good at challenging those resources. But yeah, we'll
Oh,
see.
they're gonna. Oh
Oh
no, they're
no!
going to Grimmsnarl before they boss's orders
Oh
because the
no!
boss could get rid of that Iron Thorns effect, and they just messed up. And they just got rid of their Spikemouth gym for putting the Artisan, so that is pretty unfortunate. Granted, if they do it next turn, they can just put the 2 energy from that Grimmsnarl, but either way, that is a bit unfortunate.
Yes, that's pretty unfortunate here. Definitely seems like they got a little, I'd say, like excited. Like sometimes I've been in that spot, like where I'm playing against Assault. I'm like, oh, like I can do something. I'm like, oh, I played something first. So I feel like we've all been there where we've done like one of those plays, I like to call them. But I think they're still potentially okay here.
Yeah,
They just got to find
they got
dark
rid of their
energies.
boss.
Oh yeah, the boss is not good.
I
Yeah,
I don't like getting rid of that boss. I think you just kind of have to tank it for a turn.
I would have maybe Ionoed, because like you save like one other Iono and a boss's orders as well. So like at least you would have been
Yeah.
like a little bit better off here. But yeah,
I think going from 2 to 6 is just a lot on the opponent's side.
exactly. That's
Because
fair.
obviously we didn't see the previous turn, so we don't know exactly what's going on. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of energy for retreats. I'm not sure how this deck does retreat, period, or just they waste a lot of energy.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, like, specifically when it comes to Iron Thorns, I'm pulling up the list. There's actually 20 Iron Thorns crystals. That's one of the big things that kind of surprises me. A lot of people brought this deck, and, taking a look at the archetype and, what people are playing right now, it seems like they don't play a whole lot of switch cards. I guess they play a one of Turo, but that's pretty much it. I guess they also play a couple Jet Energies as well, but
Mm.
seems like a pretty interesting deck list, that's for sure.
And they have a Crispin to get 2 energy, so they can bump up this Iron Thorns. If they, commit the Crispin and the attach to the Dwebble. That's a good card name. That's a very
Yes.
good card name.
Bubble. I remember when that came out in
Oh,
black and white.
that attack is really good
Yes, it evolves into you can just straight up evolve it.
itself.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. But the big thing is, are they going to be able to Ascension? Which it looks like they are going to be able to get into that Crustal, which is a brand new card that came out, I believe, from the most recent set. And it has that mysterious rock in ability that prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX. So I guess if they're able to Ascension here, which it looks like they're going to be going for that, what do you do as the Grimmsnarl player? You might have to go for a Mind Bend, but you don't play Psychic Energy, so you can't even do that. I don't really know what
Yeah.
this Grimmsnarl player can do here. It seems like a pretty icky
Slowly
scenario.
Monkey Dory.
Yeah, slowly Monkey Dory. That seems like a play.
Because I mean, if you attack with the Grimmsnarl, you're setting yourself up for a lot of damage. Oh no, actually, does the Crustle have the thing where it's like it doesn't do the super effective damage, kind of like Cornerstone?
Oh, so like for example, like if they place
Will it
damage
be doing
counters,
260 or 130 to
it
the?
isn't.
Yeah, you can place the damage counters for sure. I'm saying if the Crustle attacks a Grimmsnarl,
Oh,
will it do 260 or will it do 130?
so it says that this attack isn't affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. So I would assume it would hit for weakness because I don't know if weakness is
Okay.
considered an effect. Because yeah, like some of these cards, for example, say
Yeah, because I
you know,
know the.
yeah.
No, you go for it.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say. Good.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, because you can't hit it with the Grimmsnarl because it won't let that damage happen. So I'm not sure how you get around that. Oh, the TM Devo with the Monkey Dory, but no, you already put the energy onto the uh Grimmsnarl, so you won't be able to do that this turn. But I feel like that's kind of the play, right? Is you Monkey Dory enough damage on so that you eventually kill it with TM Devo, but that's one Crustle, and then they just send up another one, and then you have to find another way. And they only typically run one TM Devo, like a maximum of two.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I guess in this like situation here, I think as the Grimmsnarl player, I think you have to get two Frostlass up in this spot because you don't really have another way in this spot to be able to really put together really very much damage. So I think that, this board state, I feel like was kind of created. So I guess the best way to explain this is sometimes when you're playing Pokemon and you play against a matchup that like you don't know really how to play against, you build your board state like you normally would against a normal matchup. But in this matchup here, you really have to try and get down, I think, double Frostlass and probably two Monkey Dories with two Dark Energies because you have to like manufacture as much damage as possible. And with only one Monkey Dory
Yeah.
and one Frostlass, this Crystal's not going to be dying for quite some time here. Has a lot of HP. And they
It's
also
50 damage per one turn, which is not like per one like back and forth, which is not a lot of damage.
exactly. It's just not very much damage here. And we also see these lists are playing Pokevital as the aspect. They also play things like the Professor Turo as well. So they're really focused around that healing. So yes, you might be able to knock out one of them, but getting through three of them on top of them having things like the Pokevital just makes it so difficult. So this will be really tricky to see if they're actually able to get through here and figure this one out because it's looking a little bit sketchy here.
Same time, I'm still not 100% sure how the Crustle deck, like, it's so interesting because the Crustle deck, like, you know, it is scary to attack with the Superb Scissors attack because, like, at the same time, if you're taking prize cards to, advance your game state, a lot of these slower decks that I feel like it's kind of good against also will gain access to Counter Catcher. Oh, they also run Luxurious Cape.
Yeah,
Oh, that's going to have so much HP.
yeah, they're able to just give. It's just going to be so difficult to get through this. We'll
Mm.
see exactly what they're able to do. I actually think this deck has a lot of potential because one of my friends actually ended up playing just pure Crustal to NAIC, and they basically said the deck's pretty good. It just loses to Gardevoir, but when you have access to the Iron Thorns as well, you actually have a much better
Suddenly you're
Gardevoir
not
match.
losing to Gardevoir. Yeah.
Exactly right, and I think that's a reason as to why we've seen a decent amount of like these decks winning online tournaments. So yeah,
What
it's
did they search off of their Arvin? I saw they got the Luxurious Cape, but I figured they would get some type of energy search to be able to start attacking with this Crustle, but I guess they're just waiting on base, just like drawing into it or something.
yes, yeah, no, potentially. I actually did not see what they got. I was so focused on the luxurious cape that was attached. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they're not actually getting themselves, really in energy. I mean, looking at the deck list here, they actually do not play an energy search or an earthen vessel. So this Crustle might get stuck here for a couple turns because one of the problems with this Crustle Iron Thorns deck is it's not a very aggressive deck. You got like the 3 to 4 Iono and then like the 1 to 2 research. But there are some situations where you like, as you can see, the deck just doesn't draw very well because it's not really meant to be a consistent deck. It's meant to be a wall deck. So we're seeing
Mhm.
here a little bit of that where the Grimstar player actually has a little bit of time, I think, just because it seems like Crustle is not cooking here with the energy attachments.
Yeah. And it looks like the Grimmsnarl player is also potentially going into a Badoo to further limit the options. But let's see what they do with this retreat. We're not 100% sure. Yeah, going into that Badoo
Yep.
just to slow it down even further. It does give the opponent a chance to one-shot them. And also, they could have retreated and then put that second Dark Energy with that Night Stretcher in hand onto that Monkey Dory to
Yep.
start really piling on the damage, especially on that Iron Thorns. But they did not go for that route, so now I guess we will. I guess they still have access to that when the Badoo dies, since they still have the Artisan.
Yeah. Well, it's like also like one of the interesting things here is that they just knocked out one of their own Pokemon. And I think that's one of the issues of only having one of the Monkey Dory on the board and also Frostlass is that sometimes your Frostlasses start to work against you. And I think that's one of the problems that I always see, sometimes like these Grimmsnarl players get up, let's say like double Frostlass, but they only have like one Monkey Dory. And Frostlass can be your best friend, but can also be your biggest enemy as well. And here, just handing them a prize card, maybe giving them the cards that they need to get out of this presumably relatively mediocre hand, as they're not attacking very much right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a lot of like the Grimmsnarl can't really do a lot of damage. I mean, again, if you have the double Monkey Dory, you're doing 80 damage uh total between the Frost Last twice and two Monkey Dory, which still that's a 4-turn knockout on a Crustle with a luxurious cape. That's hoping they don't have the Poke Vital, which I assume is prized because they're doing that frustrating. They're not getting their energies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wonder what. I wonder if that deck just maybe needs a little bit more energy.
Yes.
Like, do they run like
Or ways.
Is it running like Night Stretchers or anything?
Yeah, so I'm taking a look actually at one of the deck lists, and they do usually play a Night Stretcher. They also got like multiple Crispin as well. I would say typically these decks are playing about 12 to 13 energy, so they have plenty of them. They just don't have necessarily a whole lot of ways to find them. So I think we're kind of seeing that like right here, where it's like the Crystal player is in a great spot if they had energy. I think they would probably just like win this matchup, but now there are two Monkey Dory on the board, and this is where damage can start flying.
I wonder. I'm not sure if they should be focusing on the Crustle or the Iron Thorns. I guess it is a two-prize Pokemon now because of that luxurious cape, so it's not that bad at the moment. But I'm really scared. I feel like if they find that third energy, things will start getting very dire for this Grimmsnarl player. Yeah, they're spreading the damage. It looks like.
Yep, we're seeing a little bit of a spread here. The Dwebbles only have 70 HP, so I think just kind of trying to work some damage onto those and possibly try and set up a situation where they can get rid of all three at once. That could be something they try and do, but still, they got 120 damage left to go through. This thing still has quite a bit of HP. It is slowly starting to tick down, but I still think that if the Iron Thorns player is just able to find an energy, put that pressure on, I think they're going to be in a good spot. But one of the other kind of interesting things is that there's only 11 minutes left in this game. Both players really haven't been setting up here. It took several turns for the Grimmsnarl player to really get going, and the Crustle player is missing energies repeatedly. So this is where possibly time might become an issue in this game. So we'll see if that ends up mattering.
We also something to note is there's only 13 cards in that Grimmsnarl deck left, as opposed to the 28 of that Crustle. So a potential of a deck out if this game goes even slower than we're expecting.
Yeah.
Although I guess with multiple Ionos, I don't know how many. I don't remember how many Ionos the Grimmsnarl has played. So probably not going to deck out, but you never know.
Yeah, we're seeing here once again just missing energy. That's kind of crazy. Use the Iono, didn't find energy, and this is a very smart play here by the Grimmsnarl player, bringing up that Dwebble, pretty much saying that, okay, yes, I'm probably not going to win if they consistently find energies. However, if I can trap this Dwebble in the active, that actually does have a 2 retreat cost. This is a big boy. Now, they do play the Professor Turo, so they would be able to possibly get out of it in this situation. However, I think
Crussle's
that,
going down, I think.
yeah, I guess actually, is it going down here?
Because it's
That's what
70 left, 30 more from the Monkey Dory, 30 from the Bullet Punch, and then 10 from that Frost Last tick between turns.
yeah, I would actually get rid of
Should
it.
be So there's going to be a three prize turn for this Grimmsnarl player.
Yeah, I think they're thinking about retreating. Yep. Sure. I guess they're gonna cheap on. Well,
No,
I think
oh, they don't do it.
I think the Crustal. So it says prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks. It doesn't say damage counters. So like, I believe how
Oh,
Grimmsnarl's attack works. It's not like Phantom Dive because something like Phantom Dive 60 spread is damage counters, so it would work. But I think because it says 30 damage,
gotcha.
then yeah, so it's not gonna get KO'd. But honestly, that's okay because I have no idea
No.
how this Dwebble moves. They can Ascension, but they're still multiple energies away from actually attacking with this. So I think the Grimmsnarl player, despite that little mishap at the beginning of the game, has put themselves in a spot where this Crustal deck seems a little bit trapped here unless they're able to attack on that next turn because damage with those two Monkey Dory is really starting to pile up.
Yeah, we do see that as well. Like the Grimmsnarl player has a boss's orders in hand, so if this Crustal, is it Crustal or Crustle?
I think it's Crustal
Sometimes it can be.
or
Okay,
Crustal.
so
Well,
the
yeah,
Crustal
yeah.
player, if they get close with the energies, they can just boss up the third one that has no energy on it currently and have to force at least another two turns. And that's given the fact that you found a Crispin right now that they have to worry about and another Crispin, which is a lot to deal with.
Exactly. Yeah. And this also brings up an interesting thing. Someone in the chat actually mentioned TM de-evolution. That could potentially be a play here where you just need to get 70 damage on those crystals with something like the TM devolution. You know, you can put 70 on both of them and then just
No.
use TM, and then they're just left with an Iron Thorns. And Iron Thorns is not really very threatening into a Grimmsnarl that has way over 300 HP and also the ability to heal. So I think that if this Grimmsnarl player is just able to take down these two Crustals, that's pretty much the last line of defense here.
That is true. However, we did see the fact that the luxurious cape, I forgot, it specifically mentions, hey, you need to be knocked out by
Mm-hmm.
an attack from the opponent's
Yep.
Pokemon. So the Grimmsnarl player was only able to take one prize card off of that, as opposed to the what we think of two in the luxurious cape. That's something very, very important. But yeah, the TM Devo is looking mighty threatening right now if they can find it.
Yes, exactly. Well, one thing that's actually worth mentioning is that the luxurious cape as well technically puts the Dwebble up to 170 HP. So you'd actually need 170 to pull up the TM Devo on the active, simply because when you TM
Mm.
Devo, it becomes the Dwebble with 70. So, but still, you know, very smartly here, understanding the limitations of the Crustal deck and just continuously bosses ordering the pieces that don't actually have the energy. So once again, this Grimmsnarl player has bought themselves another turn here. That's really important.
And they did get that TM Devo off of the Iono,
Yep.
so they have that play waiting and willing, for whenever that makes sense to do. So, got to be a little bit scared if you are that Crustal player. Obviously, there's no way to know exactly what's going on unless you happen to be watching the stream right now, but it doesn't seem like they are because they're playing pretty fast. Otherwise, we would be able to see, like, oh, they're like pausing too much, so clearly they're watching stream. Doesn't seem like it.
Yep.
This is looking mighty scary.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, do you just put the energy on the Iron Thorns and just be like, okay, like your Pokemon aren't attacking me, so I'm down to just put damage wherever.
Yeah, that's definitely an option that you could do. Just try and get a little bit of I feel like aggressive with the Iron Thorns here. It looks like they are going to be focusing on the bench here too. Yeah, very smartly, just setting both of these up to get knocked out here. Now, they can't TM Devolution and actually knock out both of them right now due to the luxurious cape. But the one thing that's interesting is there's 6 minutes left in the game. I think the Grimmsnarl player is going to win it, but does he have enough time? I think that's the big question to actually finish this game. It's looking possible because they're getting very close to actually just board wiping the entire board. They're
Yeah.
just a couple of pieces away here. I believe they're 2 turns away from being able to win the game. So
Because, yeah, they currently would be able to TM Devo both of them at the moment, and then they would need one more turn to kill that Iron Thorns. And at that point, I don't feel like it's that complicated. You put up your Grimmsnarl, you smack TM Devo.
yes, exactly. Oh, here, one sec.
It. You kill. Sorry, none of the Pokemon have a big board in hand in case they do boss up that Frostlass. I don't think that Gravity Mountain's going to do very much. It does turn the Iron Thorns into a two-turn knockout, but I'm not sure how much that matters.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Um,
Freezing Shroud going to put on 10 more damage to all three of those Pokemon, and I think this is the TM Devo turn. some Monkey Dory damage on the Iron Thorns, because that way it's one turn away from knockout no matter what. And then I think you TM Devo, and that should be probably GG's. Oh, they're going for the raw knockout with the.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive here, going for putting the 30 there. Oh, they disconnect.
I don't know what happened. I got disconnected.
I think they disconnected. Oh, that's
Oh,
weird.
okay.
All right, cool. It seems
Well,
like they were probably going to win. Here, let's go back to the caster's corner. I guess they just decided to leave. Wow, that's kind of awkward. I wonder what happened. All right, let's go to caster's corner. So, unfortunately,
might have been like
a
a
tech.
small disconnect in the Discord. Discord sometimes a little silly.
Yeah, Discord's a little bit weird occasionally, but yeah, it looks like the looking at it here. Yeah, I think the Crystal player is pretty much screwed. I don't think there's anything they could have done. So, seems like a pretty good situation for them to be in. But yeah, that's
I feel a
pretty
little bit
interesting.
bad because they had such a good setup and they just whiffed those energies for like 3 turns, 4 turns in a row. And if they were able to get them, it would have been a very different game. But hey,
Yeah,
that's why you need some energy search.
exactly. That's why you need to get those energies out consistently. Um, so yeah, it's a very, very close matchup. I think it probably is still favored for Crustal if they're able to get going quickly. So
Hmm.
um, anyway, so the chat asked if you can create a private voice channel. The match you decide to cast, move the casters in the stream. Yes, we'll do that actually. For this next round, we'll have a private casting one, so we'll just drag people into that, and then we'll ask them to screen share just so there's no one that joins for the next one. This is the first time we're doing this, so trying to figure this out. This was way bigger than expected. I was only expecting like 100 or 200 players, so getting 500 was definitely pretty crazy. Almost 600 players decided to show up playing, so there will definitely be some growing pains through this event, but the future ones will be a lot smoother. I'm getting some people to make some graphics and just like editorial stuff, so that'll be really cool. And we'll be doing even bigger events in the future. But yeah, I guess from the brand new set, I had a question. What are some of the cards that you're most looking forward to? I know you said you're really excited about that Zekrom that's coming out, but is there anything else that you got your eye on?
Um, to be honest, not really. I could be, I definitely am not super informed about all of the different cards because at the same time, I only have so many decks at the moment. I have been playing quite long enough and I haven't been winning quite enough to be like, oh, I just have 7 decks. Like I have most of a Grimmsnarl deck. I have my various Miraidon type builds, and then my wife has a Gardevoir deck, and then I have Raging Bolt as well. So those are what I have, and I'm just like, well, I like Miraidon the most, so I'm mostly focusing on that. I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess like the Air Balloon will be nice. It's just better rescue board for that deck in case you start Iron Hands EX, and you don't want to put it if you have like your prized whatchamacallit, you prize Latias and Future Booster Capsule or something. But yeah, mostly I'm just like, cool. Is it better for my deck? Awesome. Yay. But I guess we'll see. I'm not sure how many like splashable supporters are in it. I'm not sure any of those things because I haven't quite been keeping up with all of the content that people have been putting out about that.
Sure. Oh, definitely, definitely. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Um, but anyways, all right. Looks like the round is just finishing up here. We're gonna take a quick little break, and then we'll hop into round number 2. All right. We'll see you guys shortly. We are back live.
Whoa.
Yeah, someone said, how can you accidentally add an expanded card? I have no idea. That's a great question. That's very interesting.
Someone's playing Snorlax stall right now in the tournament.
How did that happen? Is that actually serious? Are we actually serious? Wait, was that the deck or?
Oh no, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Someone was like, wait, someone's playing an illegal card in their deck. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. How does that happen? Because I said it's a standard, right? So
Yeah, of course.
it's a limitless bug that happens sometimes. Oh, so this is like, this has happened before. Okay, gotcha. That is hilarious. Well, my judge will handle that. I do have a judge running this event, so they're gonna deal with all of that. Thankfully. They make my life easy.
We should all appreciate the judges.
Yeah, shout out judges, especially like any judge that hosts any type of tournament, because it's like it's a tough thing to do. Here, let me quickly let me just set something up.
Oh, did you see the playmats for the Quarter 3 cups, I believe it was?
Yes, the new playmats.
They're
They are
so sick.
yes. It's the Moltres, right? Or not the Moltres. Ho-Oh.
It was Ho, I
Yeah,
think.
the other fire
Yeah.
Pokemon.
The other fire legendary bird that is older than most people playing Pokemon currently, yeah.
So I said there's a buzz
Or as
sound. I
old.
don't know.
Is that from me? Let me mute and see if it goes away.
Yeah. All right. Just mute for a second. Let me know if you can still hear it. It shouldn't. I'm not sure. I mean, I personally can't hear it.
He's
Oh,
not
it happens
me.
after
Let's go, chat.
Oh, it happens after you change scenes. Oh, I know where it is. I fixed it. Sorry. I had an audio
Oh, is it
input
like one of
capture
your
open.
sources?
Yes. All right. It should be gone. My apologies.
And he was just very sneakily playing just like the mosquito noises that only people younger than like 25 can hear. That's just to bother some viewers and be like, no, I don't hear
Yes,
it,
I
dude. I don't know what you're
apologize.
talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, because like there's so many I have like so many like mixer like sound things that sometimes one of them that's been like muted for years gets unmuted. And I'm like,
Unclicks by accident.
yeah, exactly. Sometimes I just click and it's like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? But anyways, the next round has been paired here. It looks like we'll head over in just a second. Taking a look at also the metagame currently. We see Gardevoir 35 and 41, so almost 50-50. We see Raging Bolt 37 and 35. Good start to that deck. You know, Raging Bolt's been on a tear recently, did really well in the Master Ball. Singapore tournament, obviously won Japan Nationals, I believe, as well. So
It was like 5 of top 8 was Raging Bolt or something, right?
Crazy. Yeah, oh yeah.
At the Singapore.
There was a whole lot of them. Yeah, it was very interesting to see that
Good deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fast and consistent. And also in Japan and just like the TPC regions, they usually play best of one in day one. So that's, you know, one of the big things is, you know, normally they're best of one. So playing these super consistent decks is really, really important, you know, because you don't want to be playing a more teched out bricky deck and then lose your one game and then, you know, you're already in a rough spot. Because like in best of three, it's like, okay, I can play a more, you know, I guess like teched out list or maybe like Gardevoir as well. You know, because if I brick a game, I still got games 2 and 3 as well. So
Yeah, it's really interesting how like basically it feels like all of the stage 2 decks are just like so much better in best of 3 because like from my experience, right? I started only a few months before like Reggie Drago rotated, right? And I only went to locals. I had never like my first best of 3 in this game was a couple of months ago. Like, you know, my first sanctioned best of 3.
sure.
And I would always beat the Reggie Dragos and I'd be like, I don't like I clearly this deck is good. It like wins all the time, but like I don't see why it's so good. It's like because you don't play best of 3 when it will brick 1 out of 3 games, and those 2 games will win them the set every time. And I'm like, oh, I see, I understand now.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's take a look here at some.
Also, Maridon just had a good matchup with that because you would just kill, like you would just knock out ogre pawns for free, and then you would basically just need one boss on like a Fez or some other support Pokemon, or Iron Hands, like their Cleffa or whatever, like 30 HP baby they typically ran.
Yep. All right, we're going to head over to stream channel number 6. We're going to be watching Trains 346. They are currently 1-0 with Charizard Pidgeot going up against Dragapult Dusknoir. So we're going to see how that matchup goes. So let's go head over there. I'll drag you over if you're not able to get there. But all right, here we go. All right, should be over here.
Whoa.
Looks like they have started.
We got it pretty early. Using an Ultra Ball to get that Dreepy. Yeah, you want as many of those Dreepies down as possible, especially against something like Zard, which is going to take a little bit of time to set up. You don't want them to be able to eventually just snipe your one.
Oh, yeah, 100% here. Seems pretty important. All right, it looks like kind of it's like an okay hand here. Seems all right.
I mean, they're going to Arven for Poffin TM Evo, so that sounds pretty good to me. Already with a Charizard EX in hand, so you are going to get that turn to Charizard.
Yep.
Assuming no Iono, of course.
Yeah. See the Arven there coming out from Trains here. Going to be getting out the Buddy Puffin and the TM Evo. Most notably also has the energy. That's always the big thing is, can you find the pieces to get the turn 1 TM evolution? Because when you get the turn 1 TM evolution, the deck feels absolutely incredible. Yeah, it feels great. So very, very good.
Yeah. It's actually so interesting that Badoo didn't knock it out of Metashare quite. I mean, it did for a few months, and then people were like, wait a minute, it doesn't matter, and then just are playing it anyway, which I find very funny because, yeah, you Arven, like if you go first, you hope you have it. If you don't, then TM Evo your turn 2. Hopefully you can like evolve something into a Pidgeotto or Charmeleon naturally that turn 2, and then you get one of those big. I guess you would need specifically the Pidgeot, not the Charizard. Sorry, because you won't proc the ability in that case. But going through prize checking here, trying to see exactly what is prized, because of course that is very important. What do you think of the A-Spec being the maximum belt as opposed to something like Prime Catcher or Secret Box that I think has been picking up in popularity?
Yeah, so we most notably saw Gabriel Fernandez play that max belt. Now, the main reason as to why we are seeing the max belt is mostly for the Dragapult matchup. You have a problem hitting those high, HP Pokemon for one-hit KOs because you don't necessarily have, I would say, the space or the consistency anymore to be able to actually, I feel like, pull off the Dusknoirs enough of the time. So since you don't have the Dusknoir, you need a little bit extra push. So, having access to that max belt, really allows you to be able to get those one-hit KOs. Now, you do compromise a little bit of consistency. That's, one of the problems that you do have is that, you are a little bit more bricky, like as you don't have things like Unfair Stamp, Secret Box as well. But, being able to deal that, larger amount of damage is just really, really important. So, yeah, here we are. We see the TM evolution here, and this is a crazy turn 2 as well for Trains. We have Charizard EX and also Pidgeot just sitting in the hand, which is phenomenal for them.
Yeah, it's a scary choice to Ultra Ball away that Pidgeotto and just get that Pidgeot because, like, if this Dragapult player has Iono, that is going to be a brutal Iono, getting rid of both Charizard and Pidgeot EX. Granted, you will get 6 fresh cards, so it's not necessarily the end of the world. Potential to have another Ultra Ball or something like that. But if this hand sticks, this is looking very, very strong for the Charizard.
Oh, yeah. Got everything you need. Got absolutely everything that you need here.
Pidgeot is so crazy. I actually tried to put a Pidgeot into my Joltik box deck instead of whatchamacallit, Pokegears.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, Pokegears, like, it works, but like it feels like I'm getting lucky. And I wanted to put Pidgeot in it, and then it didn't work when I went to a local, and I felt sad about it.
And Pidgeot's a great card. It really enables, a lot of stage 2 decks to actually feel more consistent. I know that the Typhlosion deck, for example, was something that was starting to play that card. I know that I think Azul was the first one that kind of popularized that. And now we're also seeing, Dracolook now in that deck. But yeah, I think that having a card that enables stage 2 decks to actually be able to function consistently is really, really nice. And that's something that Pidgeot is, able to let you do. But yeah, I feel like Charizard Pidgeot is kind of like that perfect combination where you need to pull off big combo turns, and having access to Pidgeot does allow Charizard to more consistently be able to do that. Now, we are seeing that Itchy Pollen here, which normally is to slow down the opponent. However, there's going to be no slowing down here for that Charizard Pidgeot player.
Yeah, I mean, Pidgeot and Charizard, you're going to be able to search for probably just to put more Pokemon on the bench, I would assume, since you already have that boss's orders in hand to get whatever you want. But this is looking really powerful. Of course, you do still have to be scared of that Duskull that is on the bench. Maybe that should be the target of the boss's orders, so that way you do not lose your Charizard in one turn. Because that, of course, Cursed Blast into the 200 damage of the Dragapult attack, the Phantom Dive, can be all of that, all that health gone for Charizard. But what do you think?
Yeah, so something that's I would say worth kind of noting here is that I believe they used an energy to retreat their Dracoloak, right, to be able to Itchy Pollen.
Yes, they
That
did.
was really, really risky because now they're in a situation where if the Charizard Pidgeot player just goes evolve into Charizard, boss's orders, and bring up that Dracoloak with only one energy,
Oh,
they are
true.
put in a situation where normally these Dragapult Dusknoir lists don't play the Neo Upper. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to pull up actually their list right now. Looks like
Especially the Pult Noir normally don't. Sometimes I feel like straight Pult will. As I mean, I
exactly.
saw Tords obviously play it,
Mhm.
but Um,
Yeah,
honestly, that's a really, really good point. Yeah, just chasing the energy is something you can obviously do.
yeah.
That can be, yeah, really scary to retreat that energy for sure.
Yep. And it looks like here that the opponent Screw 2 is playing it looks like the Neo Upper Energy here. But then again, if I'm the Charizard player, I'm forcing them to find that Neo Upper because they
Yeah.
don't have a way to naturally find it. I know next set we are getting Hilda, which Dragapult players I definitely think are going to like having in the deck, as it does allow you as a supporter to search out the Neo Upper Energy and an evolution. But right now that card is not standard legal, which means that they just have to pretty much research or draw as many cards as possible and try and find that one of Neo Upper Energy if Trains here is able to use that boss's orders, which sometimes that Neo Upper Energy, especially early in the game, feels like a needle. In a haystack. So it's very, very scary here if we, do see the boss's orders for the Dragapult player. And yeah, it looks like they're eyeing that up here. Here it is. Yeah, boss's orders.
Kind of surprised we don't see the Dragapult players play even like a one of Colress's Tenacity
Yeah,
to kind
potentially.
of find like a stadium like a Jamming Tower or your Artisan, and then just find that Neo Upper for free. Basically, it gives you another out. And yeah, of course it does burn your supporter, but guaranteed as opposed to hoping you find it in a draw 7, I think potentially could be worth it. But we do see that Burning Darkness take that KO, which means now this Dragapult player needs to find their out, or things are going to get very scary.
Yep, 100% here. It's pretty much feels like Neo Upper Energy or bust in this situation because you just can't give Charizard too much time. One of the big things that Dragapult really tries to do is it tries to stop the opponent from setting up, specifically the Dusknoir variant. You want to use that Itchy Pollen, for a couple of turns so that just like slow down the opponent and then go, Dusknoir, and just, completely blow up the board. However, the board state is already established here, and that's where Dusknoir kind of starts to work against you, where it's like, yeah, you could potentially knock out a Charizard, but then you're giving them a prize card with something like
Barehand
the
research.
Dusknoir, and if they just go into another Charizard, it feels really, really sketchy. So at this point here, it feels like the Charizard player is in a really good situation because they've already taken a prize lead. Going down to odd prizes is actually completely okay in this matchup because when they use something like Dusknoir, they give you a prize card and put you back onto even prize cards. So even taking these one prizers, one playing against a Dusknoir deck is completely fine because they'll normally actually fix that prize
Didn't
shade for
find
you
it.
at some point.
Yeah, and as you can see, they attached the fire energy, so they didn't find it. Also, to fix the price trade, you do have that Briar
Yeah.
if it gets later down to it, and it's a 2 to 3 position. But right now, we saw them attach the fire energy, which means they do not have that Neo Upper, or they messed up, which I highly doubt is the case. That'd be a terrible misclick. But we do have two
Yeah, it
Dracloak
would be.
and a Dreepy there, which, this Itchy Pollen was going to do a massive 20 damage, but I'm not sure how much that's helping.
Yeah. But anyways, here we do see just an Itchy Pollen. And like at this point here, as like if I'm the Charizard Pidgeot player, you could go for boss's orders again. Now they have thinned out the deck a little bit, so them finding Neo Upper does drastically increase on this next turn, the likelihood that that happens. But the problem sometimes with Pidgeot is that you can only take one card. And in these situations, since you don't have, let's say, a Dracoloak engine, sometimes it's a little bit harder in these spots to put together, multi-card combinations as well. So yeah,
I
I think
don't
the
like
Iono here
using
is,
this Iono.
it's okay.
I
Yeah,
don't like it because it gives them 6 extra cards on top, which is furthering their chance of finding that Neo Upper. And it's not like
mhm,
they did any search cards before that. They used their Night Stretcher to just put the Dreepy down.
sure.
So I think that it highly increased their odds. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, you
Honestly,
have the Pidgey out. What
mm,
else could you want?
yeah, I mean, like what I probably would have done is you could have just quick searched for Charmeleon there, not used the Iono, and then just smacked, because you know that they didn't necessarily have a great hand. They didn't have the Dusclops, for example, which is something that we know that they would have put
Hmm.
on the board if they had access to it. So in this situation here, it kind of feels like that Iono, yeah, will definitely get them closer to those pieces. So yeah, honestly, what I probably would have done there, I just would have quick searched, gotten ourselves that Charmeleon, and then felt completely okay with that turn. So
They were thinking about using the Artisan or not, knowing that it could also help the opponent. But I'm not sure how much it would help them. I mean, you do get that Monkey Dory, especially considering they found that Dark Energy off of the Iono. But either way, you don't have enough damage to knock out this Badoo and then get a second KO with your Charizard. So I don't think it's worth it to put damage anywhere because that can just get Monkey Doried right back if they go for it. Granted, that means they would have to burn their energy attachment, which maybe is worth it. So I think it probably is fine to put some damage on, let's say, that Dracloak that has the. Oh no, they just go for the Charmander, hoping to have just consistency.
yeah.
And then it seems like they're going to just go for this Burning Darkness.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Burning Darkness going down to 4. And now, from the Dragapult player side, this is a very threatening board state. Something like Dusclops still actually does not create a KO on this Charizard. And, typically these lists are not playing rare candy anymore. I would say the majority of Dragapult lists,
No?
decided to cut that card. Yeah. The majority of Dragapult lists now are just playing more slow, use things like the Itchy Pollen, to buy them that time. So it's going to be difficult here for the Dragapult player really to make ways back into this game. I mean, it's probably just going to have to be a Phantom Dive and Punch. And then, like, when you put that much damage on Charizard, you open up that chance for the Charizard player to get that Monkey Dory. And we already see that Dark Energy and also the Brock Scouting in the hand to be able to put that combination together without even needing to use something like Quick Search next turn.
And we see Jacques come out, so this Dusclops is going to evolve up, but next turn you can also just quick search and then well, they're going to have the energy here, so I'm not sure if you want all that energy to go on to that Dragapult. So that's an interesting little dilemma that we have, given the fact that Dusknoir will KO this Charizard next turn, get 2 prizes, and then a Dragapult will be able to attack. But I'm not sure if you go after that or if you just try to punch this Dragapult with 180 and then, set up maybe a second Charizard with your Pidgeot Quick Search. Or no, I guess you could Brock Scouting
You could Brock
that.
Scouting, yeah.
Okay, oh, we have a counter catcher.
Ooh, big question is, okay, so going after this Charmeleon here. So the big question is are they going to take the Cleffa?
60, 80.
You have the option to take Cleffa. One of the interesting things is that we know that he can always Phantom Dive, knock out that Cleffa whenever they want. So there might just be an argument not to knock it out. Yep, and I think that's completely reasonable. This is something that Dragapult often likes to do when the opponent has, let's say, a Budu or something like a Cleffa on the board. They don't need to take that knockout now. Like, there's no need in this situation to take more prize cards, and potentially that Max Belt paired up with a Monkey Dory can actually knock out that Dragapult, which is actually what would have happened. If the Dragapult player went down to 4 prizes, Max Spout pushes from 240 to 290, and then the Monkey Dory gives that extra 30 damage. So heads up play here by the Dragapult player, recognizing, hey, I could possibly get knocked out next turn because my opponent has, 5 cards in hand and also the Quick Search.
I think so. Like, as of now, we do have that Dusclops threatening KO with Phantom Dive. But yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see that Monkey Dory, so that will no longer be the case. But we did see that they got that Dusknoir from that Jacques, I believe it was. But maybe in this position, no. Okay, so they're artisaning for this. Maybe they quick search for an Iono just to limit the hand, get rid of those searches. To potentially make it a little bit harder for this Dragapult player to combo for KO. You do have the Pheasantipity as well for an extra 3 draw after you Iono yourself to 4, so you'd get 7 cards, which is a lot of cards.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like an interesting spot here. Like, you have so many different options. Like, which one really is the best? I mean, you have the ability to use that Monkey Dory to put 30 damage onto their side of the board. However, they also have a Monkey Dory too. And one of the nice things about the Neo upper build of Dragapult is that you can more comfortably throw an energy onto Monkey Dory, simply because that next turn you can turn a Dragapult from 0 to 2 energy with something like that Neo upper. So this is a very peculiar spot here of like where you actually want to put this damage. I think you still definitely take it off. There's like no reason not to, simply because, oh, well, I guess if they go for boss's orders, they don't need to leave damage on their side of the board, which is maybe what they're going to do. Oh, looks like they're going to.
Seems, I mean, you might as well move it. I mean,
Onto
maybe
the
you can also
active.
just move it to the active, yeah, so that there's no damage to put back.
Exactly. Yeah.
This
No,
is a really tense game.
yeah, this game got kind of close here. And you like one of the things is that Dragapult is like the comeback deck. You know, like I've played a lot of games, versus Dragapult, and I felt like I was in a really commanding situation, and then they pulled off, the crazy, let's say, counter catcher, unfair stamp, trap play, and then I just lose out of nowhere. That's one of the big things that Dragapult is able to do, is it's able to come back from some pretty dire scenarios. However, this one here, this is definitely feeling pretty close overall for both players.
But the interesting thing is now if the Dragapult player does take another KO, let's say on that Cleffa, then you do open yourself up for that max belt Monkey Dory KO, like you mentioned, as well as even another. Never mind. I was like Briar. I was like, opponent's not at 2 prizes.
Yeah,
Relax.
no.
Imagine if that card didn't say that.
Yeah, actually, a lot of these Charizard page out lists aren't playing the Briar anymore, which is, kind of surprising because that card is really, really good in some situations. However, I think the main reason as to why Charizard Dragapult isn't actually playing Briar anymore is because you don't have Dusknoir, so you can't sometimes give them prize cards to then activate the Briar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of the main reason I feel like why Briar was so powerful, is you could kind of pop it out of nowhere and take huge 4 prize turns. But now since you don't have it, it's not as easy to pull off, which is why I think some of these Charizard lists aren't playing it anymore.
We do see another Duskull down to potentially get another KO later. But again, I'm not sure if they're going to be up. They have a Night Stretcher. Well, I guess they're not going to Night Stretcher back their Ghost right now. So I'm not 100% sure.
Oh,
Maybe 10 damage with that Howlucha onto that Charmander and then knock it out with the 60 damage from that Phantom Dive just to eliminate potential comeback options. But also you will have that Chi-Yu available to do like the extra 100 or so damage that this Charizard player would need after their next turn and then the subsequent knockout afterwards.
exactly. Yeah. So going down to 4 prizes here, though, I mean, that is kind of the danger zone, though. And, that's the part where, okay, now this Charizard can actually take a 1-hit KO and make things very scary. However, there's a problem with that, is that if you do fully commit to that play and don't get another Charizard down, or get like another Charmander down, all they have to do is just slap on a Neo Upper and knock out this Charizard on the next turn. So you can knock out this Pult here, but you really need to try and get down a Charmander, which they do have access to Artisan, so they should be able to get another Charmander, but this is potentially the max belt turn, where they have things like Pheasantipity, they can get another Charmander down, get prepared for the next turn, but it's still looking pretty scary here, because that Duskull is looming large, so you really need to go down to 1 prize here, so that the Duskull...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you kill the Dragapult, then you wouldn't be able to use that Duskull, which means that you would have to only kill this Charizard. I guess if you have a counter catcher, you could potentially take 3 prizes, but I'm not...
Briar,
oh, no,
by
it
the
doesn't
way.
look like they're...
I wanted to mention that they do play
Yeah,
Briar.
I saw the Briar.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why I mentioned it, but I just was like,
okay.
oh, they're not 2 prizes, it doesn't matter. Like that was the question mark. Yeah, they're really considering what to do right now. They're gonna go for Arven to probably get that max belt with the search effect. Might as well, because then you can also get a Buddy Buddy Poffin to get down another Charmander, maximize your outs. Although you do have the Brock Scouting, so you don't necessarily need to use the Arven.
Too. So they'd probably just get Rare Candy here for the next turn. Like you probably could go Arven, Rare
that makes
Candy,
sense.
max belt Artisan, and then next turn it's as simple as using Pidgeot, for a Charizard piece and then going Rare Candy. But looks like we're gonna see. They're thinking about it. Oh, Super Odd. Okay, yeah, because these Charizard lists actually aren't playing a whole lot of fire energy. Like that's like one of the things that I'm really not a huge fan of. Some of these Charizard lists are only playing like 5 fire, so Super Odd becomes like an absolute necessity in these games. But yeah, we're gonna see it here. That big max belt play. This is one of the things that I was talking about at the very beginning. Charizard needs this extra push to deal with these high HP, specifically Dragapults, and we're gonna see that right now.
Yeah, because you don't need it for the Guardian matchup since you are dealing super effective damage with those Burning Darkness. We do see a question mark of what to put back in with that Super Rod. I think just only doing 2 Pokemon here makes a lot of sense because you don't want to increase your odds. No, not going to go for the Charmander at all. Question mark? I think you should get one.
They might just have one in deck. I think that they have, because these lists are normally playing 4. So
Yeah, it's like 4-2-3 or something
something along those lines,
in terms
yes.
of the lines. Yeah.
Yeah. There should be, but
Also, why did they don't have actual time on their thing. It says 39 minutes on both, so they forgot to click. I don't know if the timer was mandatory in your tournament,
yeah.
but I
So
was looking at time and I was like, oh,
it's like technically not, because if someone was slow playing, then someone just like call a judge here. But we still have 7 minutes, so we will see a conclusion of this game. Yeah, and then we're gonna see that Burning Darkness. Yeah, I would probably put down Pheasantipity. I mean, does it
might as
really?
well draw the extra 3.
Yeah, because if they trap it in the active, it doesn't really matter because you can always just quick search for energy attach. Because think of it like this: if they use the counter catcher, bring up Pheasantipity, they can't actually KO the Charizard with the Phantom Dive damage. So all they do is they just simply hit it, and you go, okay, quick search for attach, and then just use Max Belt in the same combination we talked about. So, I think this
You saw that attack coming through.
Yeah, this is a really good spot for Charizard because the Fez is protected based off the board state, and Dusclops or Dusknoir is not going to happen as well. So that's another thing too. There's just multiple problems here, I feel like, for the Dragon Ball player. The Max Belt saving the matchup here, because if Trains is not able to take the knockout in this situation, then you kind of get screwed over because they have access to things like the Dusclops, and they just have so many more plays that they could have actually wiped the board state of the Charizard and the Charmander as well. So looking pretty good here from Charizard, but we'll see if Dragapult is able to take this game here with a big comeback, because that's what the deck does. So we'll see if it's capable of doing it this game.
Because if you have an Iono to 1, Neo Upper, there's the Neo Upper. I'm assuming we have the Dragapult in hand. And then Iono to 1, that can be obviously the most threatening play, but you do get, of course, 1 guaranteed search off of a Pidgeot. And even then, you have the Artisan, so if you find an extra Luminous Energy or something, you straight up just go, okay, here's damage, put it on the Duskull, you win. You don't even need to actually get an attack off. And of course, you do also have that Chiyu if you find an energy, because I think that would do like 110 on, so anything that's not specifically Dragapult. But definitely this can be a little bit tricky here.
Yeah, so I think the Iono to
Hello,
1
person listening to commentary with the Luminous Energy.
Yeah.
they're like circling. There's like, I know. I don't. Maybe they're saying that's the only one in the deck. I'm not sure. Counter Catcher not going to be useful at all. It does look like they're trying to find this Dragapult though. They don't guaranteed have it yet.
They gotta find it though, right?
Okay.
I was like, if they didn't, that'd be pretty bad.
It's like 8 cards is crazy.
Oh yeah,
and that was mostly their hand.
Exactly, yeah. And like in this situation here, I think the Dragapult player is just saying, all right, I'm gonna Phantom Dive here, take the knockout, and you win with Rare Candy Charizard. I think it's as pretty simple as that. You actually could take 3 prizes here and feel fine, because even taking 2 and going down to 2 means you still get knocked out by Charizard for 300 plus the Monkey Dory, because there's still that 20 on Cleffa. So pretty much Rare Candy Charizard, no matter what, ends the game, regardless of how many prize cards they take here. But yep, they're not going to take more prizes, but still with that Monkey Dory, that 300 turns into 320, which will be just enough to take the knockout. And here we go. This is the turn here. Is Charizard player able to find these pieces?
Script. I guess you Artisan first to probably try to. Oh no, they found the Ultra Ball, which means they just have it.
Yeah, as long as they have the
because
resources.
they have the Ultra Ball, you Fez for 3. It doesn't matter what you find. You Ultra Ball for the Charizard. You Pidgeot to find the rare candy, and you are good to go.
Yeah, and they don't actually even want to Pheasantipity here. Well, actually, yeah, you don't need. Or how many do you need? Oh wait, they have.
You need the extra card in your hand to Ultra Ball.
Correct. Yes. So as long as, well, actually, drawing into Fire Energy is completely okay anyways. Yeah, because you already have the Luminous on the board. I was like, oh, if hypothetically you Fez into all your Fire Energies, then you can't do anything. But there's already the Luminous Energy, so this is just game here. Yeah, flip the script, plus Adrenabrain.
Two energies.
There were
That's
2
crazy.
energies there, so it was a little bit scary. But that Luminous, this is really good here. So yeah.
Unless they don't have a rare candy in their deck, but I'm pretty sure I saw
2.
it when they were going through.
Yeah, there's 2.
It's like they haven't used one.
Yeah, there it is. Rare candy, Ultra Ball for that Charizard, and Train's gonna be able to take that W on the Dragapult deck. Looks like Charizard going up to 2-0, and this Dragapult Dusknoir player going down to 1-1. Yeah, Charizard kind of came back out of nowhere. This was a deck that I feel like a lot of people kind of forgot about, but then, once we saw Gabriel Fernandez see so much success with it, at the North American International Championships, people have been giving it a chance again. And I think that this list is really, really powerful, has, pretty much everything it needs. Because when rotation happened, we lost so many important cards. Things like the Forest Seal Stone, Rotom,
Rotom.
Lumin, exactly, right? We lost so much. So seeing this deck still be able to function and see success is, really cool, because I've played a lot of Charizard. I'm a big fan of it. I love the Pidgeot engine. I love, being able to search for whatever I want. So, cool to see Charizard back at the top as a top contender. But yeah.
I like
Anyway,
that banner with Ethan's Ho. I feel like I didn't notice that on the app yesterday when I was playing. I don't know
yeah,
if you can change it from like a couple of the main things, but
they
yeah,
updated it,
good
I
job to
think.
that Charizard player. That was a really good game because you
Oh, it's
really
great.
needed to find you needed to find either the rare candy or the search in order to make that possible. And getting that Ultra Ball off the Fez, or sorry, no, that was just the draw for turn was the Ultra Ball. So that was very, very important.
Yeah, no, exactly. Um, but yeah, pretty cool there. Looks like we got a few more games finishing up. Only 4 more games, 1 minute until all of the games have completed. And yeah, things are going pretty smooth. Looks like only one judge call. Someone's handling that. So yeah, things are looking good.
Shall we move into the caster corner?
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Top in there.
What do
All
you
right.
think so far of the first two games that we've been able to find?
Yeah, very different games. We saw the stall deck, the Crystal Iron Thorns go up against Grimmsnarl, and then, that was a pretty slow-paced game, but that one was really, really fun to watch, though. The Charizard Pidgeot, a deck that has been around for quite some time, kind of known as, one of the big top-tier decks of old, now coming back and seeing success against, kind of the typical Dragapult Dusknoir deck that has been a top-tier deck for quite some time. So, that's one of the big things. Is that Dragapult's still a top tier deck, and pretty much no matter what. And then, Charizard kind of died off. Now it's back. So, kind of a tale of, two decks going on very different journeys through the metagame. So it's, cool to see them play and just see actually how close the matchup is, because originally I think that, Dragapult Dusknoir was known to have a really favorable matchup over Charizard. But now that you have access
Just
to
to
things like
do.
the Max Belt, exactly, things like the Badoo, also the Max Belt as well. Things, really make those matchups closer. So let's see here. Looks like the next round is up.
Because I know Maxwell was basically never used like pre-rotation because it would oftentimes just be running Unfair Stamp or Prime Catcher or something like that. I had a couple of my locals that were running Hero's Cape, which that was very not fun as a Miraidon player. I was like, how do I hit 430 on a Charizard? This is impossible.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. It's pretty crazy. So many Pokemon with high HP. I was playing against a Garchomp deck recently, and I was like,
God,
dang, this has so much HP. It's like it has like 400 HP.
400.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was like,
that's a
this is
lot.
insane. Yeah, the power creep of things has been pretty crazy, but they have been making. I think one of the big things. So I've been playing for a long time. Is that at least the cards feel a lot more balanced. Like there's no cards that I'm like, oh, this thing's unfair. It should be banned. Like the only thing that I feel like is kind of close to that would maybe be um
Monkey.
Badoo, I guess.
Oh,
But
really?
I would say that's like the
I know
closest
that a
thing that's
lot of my
just
friends were
broken.
thinking of like Peturant, the poison turn one donk, but I like that. I think it's funny.
Yes, I think that deck is funny. That's actually one of the big things is people have been going on ladder and they've been trying to get up to Arceus with the Petchdonk deck. It's like I think someone had they got up to Arceus with I think 3 or 4 hours of just ladder grinding because like if they go first, like you just scoop, but if you go first, you donk them. So and I think until you get up to Ultra Ball tier, when you lose, you don't actually lose
You
any
don't lose points
points.
for losing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna do that for a game right now, chat.
I mean, it'll only take a
Let's see
couple
if I'm able
seconds.
to do it before the round is up.
Yeah.
Because I didn't look at any builds. I was just like, I think I know the ones that make sense.
Yeah. All right.
Because we will soon be getting to that round 3, since I believe the limitless pages are up.
Yep. Looks like people are just starting.
I lost the coin flip. No.
All right.
The fun
Let's.
part is so many decks want to go first anyway, or sorry, want to go second anyway, that sometimes they just give you the donk.
Yeah. See, it looks like everyone's still waiting to add people. We're not ready just yet. Let's see. Let's see what chat's saying. Chompy beefy, yeah, Chomp big HP. My starting hand round 2 had 4 Dreepy in it. That's a good thing, right? I feel like starting with 4 Dreepy means you don't need Buddy Buddy Puffin, so that's not too bad. First the hand was CC Latias and Luminous. Okay, that is bad. Never mind.
Yeah, going second if you don't have that supporter, it is rough out there. I think you saw my turn 1 Iono against a Raging Bolt player that I drew into Electric Generator 5 energy.
Yeah.
I think I saw you like the tweet, and I was just like, man, things are rough.
Yes. It's like, yeah, still checking it
What
out
I get
here.
though.
Have you got donked, by the way, by that deck yet?
In person, no. Online,
Catch
yeah,
them.
for sure. I'm just like, oh, I was dumb. I should have put 2. Like, every time it happens, I do have 2 basics. I just don't like doing that because I'm like, well, I don't want to give them the info. So I'll just start with Badoo. And then they're just like, Baby Petrant. And I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no.
That's funny. All right, let's see.
I was
I'm
able to
looking.
hit something for like 130 the other day because I also, in my like grind up the ladder thing, I have like the iron. What is it? The like Gallade thing, but the
Oh,
future
yes,
version.
yes.
Whatever that one's called. No.
The Iron
What was
Crown is
that?
the or
And
no, it's
Valiant.
a
There we
yes,
go.
Valiant. Yeah, I get them mixed up all the
Yeah.
time.
I did like Valiant plus Burn with Volcanion because I just happened to get switches plus like Squawkabilly, the poison thing. So I was able to hit like, and I think I hit like 2 Rockets bombs. So I was able to do like 130 turn 1. I was like, yay! It wasn't just a little baby.
All right, looks like we got someone who's 2-0. I will be screen sharing in 1 second. They're just moving over. Just loading up Discord, they said. One of the, like the big things, this event is so big that it's actually hard to like pick out like the top players. So once we get through, you know, a couple of the early rounds and, you know, people start to drop, we'll have a little bit more of a consolidated group of people to stream. So we'll see. Definitely hopefully some bigger names as well, which would be cool. But yeah, looking at it here before we hop into it, Gardevoir 66 and 80, Raging Bolt 72 and 70. So nothing too crazy here. Seeing if there's any other big movers here. We see
Reachable concerned better.
Yeah. We see Goldango 19 and 16. It seems like pretty expected though. Everything seems like all the top decks around 40-50%. There's no like big like deck that's kind of taking over right now. Like there's I've seen some online events where like a top tier deck has like a 70% like win rate heading into like round 3 or 4, and it's like, whoa, it's like, okay, is this deck really good? So yeah. But anyways, let's see. We got someone. What's this? Let's go. Let's watch Stream Channel number 9. Let's hop over there. All right, let's go do it. Alrighty.
Dragapult mirror.
It is. It's the big Dragapult mirror here, starting off here. Looks like they've played the first.
We've already had a
turn.
couple of Badoo ticks.
Yes, so not much has happened. Honestly, starting off here is probably a little bit more entertaining for everyone as those first couple turns are very slow. So here we
Player
go.
on the top already only has 20 cards in deck. That's crazy.
Yeah, they've been burning through pretty quickly.
Jock to get another Dracloak for sure, and that Dusclops, so to get closer to that potential Dusk Noir, because again, Dusk Noir plus Phantom Dive will knock out almost every Pokemon currently in meta, other than, I guess, just the Garchomp.
Yes, exactly. So here we are coming up from Dragapult player trying to figure out what they want to do. Looks like we do see the evolution into the Dusclops. This is actually one of the trickier matchups in the game because you have to try and figure out, okay, what do I want to target? You know, when do I want to use things like Dusclops or the Dusknoir as well? There's lots of little situations that pop up that make it one of the more trickier matchups in the game. So I'm curious to see how both these players choose to navigate this.
I think you take the Dusknoir here because I feel like you assume that you're not going to get Iono'd because you don't want to Iono your hand from 10 to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes there. Curse Blast would be a bit... Well, dude, imagine you Curse Blast the Badoo and then you just get a second KO, but already the Neo Upper Energy... If you found the Counter Catcher, actually, that might be the real play, is to do it to, like, not knock something out and then... like maybe do it on the Monkey Dory, counter catcher the Dracloak, and then do double KO from there. Although you do have the fire energy on that second Dracloak, so I don't know how helpful that would be.
Yeah. Well, it looks like here
How many lines?
got the Neo Upper. They have Dragapult as well. They got some stuff here. I mean, one of the big things also is you really do not... It doesn't feel good to, like, Phantom Dive into a Badoo. That's, like, one of the things that I hate doing because it feels, like, so inefficient because you can always, like, knock that out at any point in the game. So I think that's one thing they might be considering. It's like, do they really want to go for that? I mean, the one good thing here is that there is a Duskull on the board, so you have a little bit more justification to actually take this knockout in this spot.
They're just gonna go for the Itchy. It's crazy to do that on the Itchy Pollen and burn your Neo Upper Energy already and get rid of a Dracloak draw for next turn. That seems insane.
Yeah, very interesting here.
Not necessarily in a bad way, just like that's a wild play.
Yeah. I mean, like, one of the things that I've seen in this matchup is that sometimes they Itchy Pollen out of nowhere. You know, that's one big thing is that, like, I oftentimes see these players, like, they could attack, but they hold back. And it really makes you thinking, I was like, oh, okay, was this the better play here? Was it okay to give them an extra turn? And I think they recognized it here where they're just like, okay, yeah, I probably in this situation don't actually want to attack here because... then potentially they get access to counter catcher first. That's like one big thing that oftentimes happens is that, like, if you give them the first access to counter catcher, unless you're completely like blowing up their board, like if you're taking a 3 to 4 prize card lead, then giving them counter catcher is great. But sometimes giving them counter catcher a little bit too early can be really, really scary, and that's something you have to be very careful about when navigating this matchup.
We have that Dusclops coming down now. So again, the Curse Blast's potentially online next turn in terms of, I mean, Curse Blast online is, of course, online with the Dusclops, but I'm talking about the Dusk Noir. That card is so good. I'm so sad we're not getting Psyduck in this next set.
Yes.
Oh, they are Ionoing.
It's not going to be legal for Worlds. It's kind of similar to last year where Petrant wasn't legal either. That was one thing.
Petrant, the baby Petch?
Yes, they banned it for Worlds, even though people had access to it. I think because, like, Japan didn't have complete access to it or something along those lines, you know. That was one thing that was pretty interesting to see actually happen. But anyways.
Okay, gonna knock out the Badoo with the Adrenabrain. You do have that Dragapult online, so it will be taking, it seems like, a second KO on anything unless this Dragapult comes up. But then, of course... You
don't want that to get hit too,
That's
right?
a hard
It's
decision.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this seems really, really iffy for...
But losing that Monkey Dory is also hard.
It is, yeah, definitely. The spot doesn't look great. And it just seems like Koala King 143 does have the advantage here. Definitely seems like they're able to take this early lead here. Yep, and going into the Phantom Dive here, going to be able to take that 2 prize turn and now action back onto... this Dragapult player. And what do you really do in this spot? I mean, you have a few different options, but nothing feels great.
If you draw Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're just going to kill the Dusclops.
Oh, they're taking 3 prizes here. Okay, wow.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot, actually.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely think that one of the big keys in this matchup for any of the viewers who don't really know how to play it, is to focus on getting rid of their Duskulls, their Dusclopses, their Monkey Dories. Get rid of those extra Pokemon that really matter in this matchup, you know, because the Monkey Dory becomes a big nuisance for you because you're spreading lots of damage on the board, and that can be thrown back at you. And then, you know, that Dusknoir engine really allows them to clean up games. And, you know, chase your energies in spots and things like that. So I love this play here. Pretty much turning their deck into just a Dragapult deck, because now if this Dragapult player benches any Duskulls, they just get Phantom Dive knocked out. So you pretty much have successfully built a board state where you can just spawn kill all of their Duskulls, which feels really, really rough here for the Dragapult player.
We see a lot of the actual really important Pokemon. You see that Shaman, that Blood Moon Ursaluna, both in that discard. Granted, Shaman's not going to be super important in this matchup, but they don't have that Luminous Energy for the Monkey Dory. So I mean, do you research this hand? Would you countercatcher first? I feel like you don't need the Latias. You can't really put the Duskull down, or you're giving them an extra prize target. And of course, you can't really, you don't want to put down the Latias in general, because if they have that Howlucha countercatcher or Howlucha boss's orders, they straight up just win. So this is a really hard position. Yeah, just going to research your way the entire hand into double countercatcher, so it doesn't matter. But unfortunately, not finding any additional pieces that matter. These two recon directives have to be huge.
Yeah, Spot definitely looking for a big combo turn here. But it's not looking great here.
As an Ultra Ball, but unfortunately didn't Buddy Poffin before, because again, you don't want to leave those 60 HP Pokemon. Maybe you get another Dreepy, or is there a Dreepy in discard? I'm not 100% sure.
There might be a Dreepy in discard here.
Set up two Dragapults here, backup attacker, but at the same time, Koala King looks like they're going to have their second Dragapult as well pretty soon.
Yeah, you know, this is kind of the situation where you just need to go big. You can't really bench any small HP Pokemon, aside from things like Monkey Dory, and you just kind of have to try and take away their knockouts. But in this situation, it still feels rough, because all Koala King has to do here is just move 30 damage over onto that Dracoloak, Phantom Dive the active for 200, and put 30 damage, or put all 60 onto the Dracoloak, and then that, you know, 30 damage that was, you know, from the Monkey Dory means they go down to 2 prizes, and you have to deal with a damaged Dragapult in the active. So there's so many, like, I feel like issues here. It seems like this is definitely Koala King's game to lose.
To set up another Duskull as well. You do have that Monkey Dory, so you can take potentially 2 prizes just straight up off the 60 damage. Because of course you can just Monkey Dory the 30 onto the Badoo or onto the Duskull, and then do 30-30 with Badoo and Duskull. But I'm not even sure if that does enough, because that would be 4 prizes, not 5, and I'm not sure how you find that 5th one. And then a return Dragapult hit is just going to be game.
Yeah, exactly. Because like now what you have to do is you have to go into the other Dragapult, attach the energy Iono, and kind of just pray. But even after that, I don't know if there's a way that they can win in 2 turns, because they're at how many prizes right now? We're looking at their discard at the moment.
It's 5-3, I think.
5-3, yeah. So I mean, you can KO the active Dragapult, you can KO a Duskull on the bench, and then you would have to KO. Okay, so they can potentially win in 2 turns. They'd have to KO the active and then KO Duskull, and then have Koala King miss boss's orders, and then they can bring up the Monkey Dory or Dracoloak, knock out one of those 2, and then also knock out the Badoo for game. So the prize map does exist here for the Dragapult player we're watching right now. So for Maddie. So.
And how do you, I guess, yeah, you retreat into the other one. You need, Luminous Energy helps for sure, but I feel like you mostly need another Night. I don't know how many Night Stretcher they run, or that was in their discard, because that Blood Moon Ursaluna could also be very helpful, and currently they don't have access to it because it's in their discard from earlier in the game.
Yeah, exactly. So here, I think it just kind of has to be a retreat, Iono, punch, KO, Duskull, and pray. I think that's like their only play. I mean, here we go. See the Ultra Ball getting rid of Rare Candy Jock. Yeah, definitely 2 cards you don't need. Benching Fez at this point is fine, because you lose the boss's orders anyway. So
yeah,
there's no issue putting this down, you know. So
this is very intense. Small percentage chance, but still not a comfortable spot to be in for sure.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said, Esam, you're in Pokemon now? Crazy.
Yeah, I've been playing since December is when I got my deck, basically.
Gotcha. All right, and here we go. This is the turn. Thinking about Iono, you definitely want to put that. What are they thinking about? They're thinking
I'm
about
assuming
the.
you killed the Dust Skull
Yeah,
over anything else with the
yeah, because then you
60.
set up game the next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh. This is. I guess you
Oh,
could
they're
also
considering
counter catcher to this turn, because you could then go 2 and then 3 the next turn. Oh, I probably would have benched Fez there. Yeah, it's definitely always correct to bench Fez because you just literally win the game. If they miss and if they gust, you lose anyway. So that's kind of a situation where like I think some
Ultra
people.
Ball again for Fez.
Yeah, it's telling you get the pheasantipity. That's funny.
Yeah, and there's only one recon directive right now. You're gonna fail the Ultra Ball. Huh.
Yeah, and here we go. This KO comes down to this turn. It looks like they also have boss's orders too. This is always one of the like I would say one of the weirder matchups because like at one point it looked like Koala King was super far up in this game, and it's just sometimes Dragapult can like kind of fix their board, clean it up, and kind of take away knockouts, and it instantly can change. And this right here is kind of a perfect example of that, where well, there's Fez. It's gonna come
Have the
down to the.
Fez. If the top 5 cards are boss's orders, there it is. And that is going to be a GG Koala King 1-4-3 advances to 3-0.
Yeah, found the boss. Came down to the last turn, so it was
And the good
close.
choice targeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, made some good choices targeting with targeting down that using their Dusclops on the Dusclops, in my opinion, was really, really good. That was probably the play that won them the game.
Yep. Exactly. Taking out, that ability for them to have a huge turn is very, very important, So, yeah, I think we saw a pretty good matchup there on what you should and what you shouldn't be doing in that. So, yeah, congratulations to Koala. Good start to the tournament here. And, yeah, let's hop
Hey,
back
let's see what he
over.
got. Collect
Oh, yeah.
all.
Yeah, yeah. See what they got. Oh, they're thinking about
They're not doing it
it.
for the content.
Yeah, the Dragon Ball matchups are always interesting to see. I always like watching them. But yeah, let's head over back to the caster's corner and we'll wait for next round here.
Okie dokie.
All right. For anyone watching, we have a few minutes left until the next round, so we're gonna take a little bit of an intermission period. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with round number 4. Good start. We've seen a lot of interesting decks. So yeah, all right. We will be back soon. All right. Next round, we are back, by the way. Is going to be Toad Scroll. We have a Toad Scroll legend, who is cooking up with the rogue archetype. So that'll be our next round that we will be casting over. Have you played any Toad Scroll, or because I know some people think it sucks, some people think it's great. I'm kind of it's fun, but what are your thoughts on it? Have you ever seen it in action?
Turn. So like they didn't get to do anything, and I was already up like 4 prizes, and I was like, I am fine.
Yeah.
Um, but it blows my mind that a deck like that can go like 18-0 in 2 consecutive Swiss like brackets. Like that, Ray Chen is goated.
Oh yeah,
But
100%.
I don't understand how that deck is capable of doing that. Like not even shade, like doing that is like so impossible that I don't understand how of all decks, it wasn't Henry Chow, it wasn't, any of these established top players on the super established top decks. It was Ray Chen, who was very, very good.
Hmm.
No shade, obviously, but like that's a ridiculous accomplishment. Like that
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
make sense.
Yeah, no, I played a few games with the deck, and I was like, Ray just must be a legend. I
Yeah,
was
it
like,
felt really bad when I played it too. I was like, I don't get it.
I think I lost to a Grimmsnarl, actually, funny enough, when I was playing it, which, obviously Toad Scroll supposed to do well against Grimmsnarl, right? But,
Yeah, you just one shot it.
yeah, but it was not cooking, unfortunately. So that was one thing I was like, I don't know how much I like this deck. But it's fun. Like, you have interesting plays, which is, like, the one thing as to why I like it. Is that you can do some stuff, but we'll see what
Hmm.
happens. But, yeah. 2 more minutes till the next round here. Should be coming up shortly. We can take a look here at um,
So,
some
Chad,
of
don't forget to follow all the various socials of
yeah,
Smart TCG. And
and
hey, if
also
you are
Issa.
generous, don't forget to check your Prime for Smart TCG, as well as just follow, just in general, all the other TCG creators, although currently only follow Smart, but in the background tab. Because we all want TCG to grow. It is a fun game. I mean, I don't know if we want it to grow anymore. It is already very big.
It's crazy.
The tournaments are huge. It is insane to me.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. So like I've been playing since I was a little kid. So I'm 22 and I started playing when um I was I think actually no 7 or 8 years old, and I remember going to like my first couple regionals, and like back then there were like regionals with literally 150 200 players.
Wow, that's so many people.
It's crazy. Yeah. Like at the time, so like at the time, a big regional, like I think Dallas was considered a big one, in Collinsville. Like, so there were these two quote unquote big ones, and they would have 600 or like 700 masters. People were like, wow, this is a huge tournament for the year. And yeah, ended up nowadays, you're like, dang, a 600 player regional, that's one of the small ones. A
Yeah.
3,000 player regional is considered like the norm, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I mean, like, I love
Yeah.
that Pokemon is at an upwards, like, I feel like trajectories, like they're
Hmm.
going up. It's like they're like, okay, we want to invest more into the game. We want to spend tons and tons of money to bring stream people all across the world to be able to cast our tournaments. So I like the
Yeah.
game is like, I like the more esport aspect of this game is it's being fully funded. I know, like, did you come from
Y'all get
Smash?
money.
That's yeah. But
Y'all
like
get y'all get like 30 seconds and like, I got $1,000
$1,000.
and 2 boxes. And I'm like, dude, it's like I can get third at a regional or like a big tournament and not get that much. Like
Exactly,
that's
yeah.
crazy. Like the most recent major that I won the whole thing. I made like 3 grand because I also got like second in doubles and also like top 3 in squad strike, which is a format. Don't worry about it if you don't know Smash. But like I basically topped multiple different events and still made about 3 grand. Whereas that would be like what, top 8 at a regional,
Top 8
which is
at
still
original, top
hard.
32 at an IC. So like this year,
It's
like
3K.
yeah, top 32 at an IC is 3K. So yeah, I got so like I got top 32 at LAIC, and that was 3K, and then I got top 64 at NAIC, so that was another 2K. So just by going to 2 ICs, like, and getting 32 and 64, you net 5,000 effectively, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, the prize pool is
Insane.
insane in this game. It's so much better than a lot of other card games. It's not really, I don't think it's up to Magic's level, but I think that we have so many more, I think,
But also
regionals
it's
than they
cheaper
do.
than Magic.
Yes, yeah, it's cheaper, and we have more tournaments. Because I know like Pro Tours, there's only
Hmm.
like 3 or 4 a year, which are pretty much their like internationals, and their Pro Tours have a little bit of a higher prize pool, but we have just such a larger, like, massive tournaments. So
Yeah.
yeah,
No, and it's insane also to compare to Smash because like our tournaments kind of like similar. It's like I remember back in the day because again I started competing in 2005 and like going to like a decently big Florida tournament was like, oh man, 70 people are here. That's kind of crazy. And then now like weeklies, maybe not currently because Ultimate has been out for already 7-ish years, 6.5 years. So like the locals scene isn't super big right now. But like majors still get like thousands of players or upwards of like 900 players when that used to be like literally the biggest tournament ever before 2014 was like 400 people. Like before Smash 4 came out, the largest Melee or Brawl tournament was 400 people.
Really? That's
And then
crazy.
suddenly 2014 happened and it was like, oh, Apex 2015 had I think like 1700 Smash 4 players and like 1100 Melee players and it was like what happened?
Yeah. Well,
And then from then it kind of like skyrocketed.
Yeah, well, the big thing also is that I'm not 100% sure, Easton, but I think that you'd probably have the exact answer, is that the tournaments aren't really supported by Smash, right? Like the actual just
By
like
Nintendo?
Nintendo,
Correct.
yeah, yeah. Because I know like right when I think Smash 4 came out, they had a couple invitationals, right? Um,
Hmm.
and then that
Same for Ultimate. Like they have
Ultimate, yeah,
like some things and they have like some like, oh, that's a really big convention. Nintendo's gonna run a tournament, but like they're like majors aren't sanctioned by Nintendo. At that point, at this point, they have to like be signed on because Nintendo got pretty strict after stuff happened in 2022. Don't worry about it. But they're a little bit more involved, but in a more like chokehold way as opposed to a flourishing way. Um, but yeah, I mean, seeing Pokemon just being like, man, if you just like are good enough at the game to basically day two, like you just make your money back from the event that you travel to the event like every time.
yeah, no, definitely.
Obviously, variants not including, but
Yeah, it's interesting. Hopefully, they bring back um tournament support because that'd be really cool. Because like that was a game that I got into a little like I've like never been good at the game, but it's a great like party game with like friends.
Oh,
So
of
I
course.
remember when I was like 6, 7 years old going over to like my cousin's house and we would just grind Smash Brawl, because that was back
Mhm.
when that was a game. I guess back in like
Brawl was
2010.
fun.
Yeah, so back then,
It
yeah,
came out 2008, so yeah,
yes, yeah. So I think I started playing a little bit in like 2010, 11, and then yeah. But that's kind of also when I
makes
fell in
sense to
love with
me.
Pokemon too. And I'm like the type of guy that, when it comes to committing to something, it's like I hate like semi-committing to things. So it's like if I were to commit again to like another game, I would like want to go all
Stop
in.
playing Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, like, I love to play Pokemon too much, so it's like it's hard for me because like I tried One Piece and I was like, this game's like pretty fun, but I suck at it because I don't have enough time to put like games in, and it really frustrates me. So I'm super
Yeah,
competitive. So it's always kind of what I
I
do.
understand.
Yeah. It looks like all the judge calls are done. And looks like my judge just told me 1 minute till the next round, and yeah, we'll hop into the Toadstool game here. People on my YouTube are like, wait, Esam is kind of crazy. That's funny.
I'm kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, like,
Or do you
well,
mean like me
your-
casting?
no, like your results and stuff like that. For like Smash, I think like people are
Oh yeah,
from the
yeah.
Pokemon community are like starting to like meet you and stuff. So like that's cool because like I remember I was on, it was like you and like the Anthony Fantano. I saw like you guys tweeting
Yes.
about Pokemon, and I was like, what? I was like, this is
Two bald
crazy.
people at the same time.
Exactly, right? Yeah. I was like, yeah, I was like two bald people who are really popular
Are
in a
famous
different
for
game
other
going.
things.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
No,
cool.
this game is too fun. Like, if my content stayed exactly the same and as good, I would probably be making like more Pokemon than Smash content because obviously right now it's new and fun and exciting. Um,
Did you get into Pokemon
because like
content? There's a lot of room for it.
yeah, it's just well, the thing is like on YouTube specifically, like it kind of when you are niched into something, it's hard to do different things because the algorithm punishes you. But like I still have made a couple things. Like I remember in the when Journey Together was like coming out, I made like a 5 cards you have to play or like you should really play in every deck, and I was right about all of them. Granted, some of them were obvious picks like Turo and Hand Disruption and Jamming Tower.
Yeah.
But it's definitely fun to it's so much fun to play. It's fun to do. Like obviously I'm new enough that I can't do like the super high level stuff that I'm personally used to doing because like that's my thing
Does that
on
frustrate you?
YouTube.
It's like you know like how to make super high content in this game, but it's like you don't feel like you're ready for that yet in Pokemon.
Well, I also don't have the like I think I'm very good, but I clearly don't have like the expertise to be like, like you or, Zapdos or, Omnipoke or someone like that like is established. And I was like, I think I know what I'm talking about. I mean, clearly I haven't really been like lost in the casting as far as I'm aware. I'm gonna
You
get
know what
DMs
you're
afterwards
doing?
being like,
Yeah,
actually, you didn't know what you were talking about. Everything you said was wrong. You're
yeah.
stupid and bald. And I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm sorry. Um,
Yes, we are waiting on Judge Calls,
but
Cassie. Yeah, there's one judge. Oh, round just started. But yeah, go on. Sorry, you're good.
But it's definitely like super fun. It's very funny because like the people in my local, like whether they knew who I am or not from like Smash days, are just like they're like, "Oh, I think you're one of the better players here." And I was like, "I don't know if that's the case." Especially considering I play a luck-based deck, like a very luck-based deck in Miraidon for a long time.
Sure.
Um, so I'm always like, I mean, I obviously like understand because again, I still have my card game background. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for like 5 years, so I understand like thin before you draw. These are how you can maximize your odds and stuff like that, which seems pretty self-explanatory. The thing that I love the most is like fun deck building, like understanding the game enough to be like, oh, I'm gonna put like this spicy thing in my deck, and I think it's good. Like for a long time, Miraidon was running like double turbo energy and I hated that for some reason because I was just like, I don't like not being able to knock out monkey doors with my iron hands. So when everyone was like, I'm gonna go first with Miraidon and I'm gonna just turbo, and if I don't get it, then okay, I guess I lose. I was like, I'm gonna choose first, get Rotom, attach for turn, and then be able to much more likely be fine the second turn. And then as soon as I started doing that, I was like more consistently getting like top eights at my locals and stuff. So like sometimes even if a deck has conventional wisdom, if you don't like playing it that way, you can always change your deck, and that's something that's really important to learn in card games. Is just like do it how it makes sense to you, because you'll always be more comfortable playing a way that makes sense for you than like the quote unquote best way.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Unless you're Tord, then do the best thing.
Our rounds are up as well. Wise words though from you. So let's hop into stream channel number 10. I got you over here.
Whoa. So we have Grimmsnarl versus that Toad
Okay.
Scroll. And again, as you mentioned, this is a pretty good matchup, or whatchamacallit, for Toad Scroll.
Yeah, it's normally one of Toadscruel's better matchups overall. Now, it kind of also depends on what tech cards they decide to play from the Grimmsnarl's end, whether or not they like to play things like Blood Moon or Soluna, because, Blood Moon paired up with Monkey Dory is, actually enough to be able to one-shot things like the Toadscruel. So it really just comes down to what tech cards do they end up playing. And yeah, both these players 3-0, great start for both of them. And yeah, seeing a rogue deck on stream is always cool. And let's hop into it here. So it seems like a pretty average start here for the Toadscruel
Secret
player.
Box is strong.
Oh yeah, Secret Box is pretty good too. But yeah, we'll see if Itchy Pollen comes out. Because if Itchy Pollen comes out, then Toadscruel doesn't have really a very good hand for that. So even though, they do hit weakness, might get slowed down. But they missed.
They didn't play the TM Evo?
Hmm.
I thought they searched the TM Evo with the Secret Box
I have no
to
idea.
not get the double Frostlass? Question mark?
Weird.
I'm a bit confused, but now we're going to see we're going to see a nest ball, and then of course we are going to get that bug catching set. One of the best cards in general. It makes sense that grass isn't super broken of a deck because wow, it would be so like the art is ridiculous.
Yes, I look at it and I'm like, if grass was a top tier archetype, oh my gosh, because it
That's
has
the best
so
card in the game.
yeah, it is yeah, exactly. There's so much support. It has bug catching cat,
And they got
it
the
has
research.
Ogre Pawn. Yeah, that's pretty good. It has so many cool cards, right? And it's just grass hasn't been viable for quite some time actually. But yeah, I feel like bug catching.
What do you think of the Festival Leads deck?
I think it gets a lot better because of the brand new Brave Bengal. I think that makes things a lot stronger. Oh, we're gonna see
True.
Just itchy
Oh,
pollen
we're
here.
gonna see. Interesting. Restart for one, so we do have again another draw one with that teal dance. But I'm kind of surprised they went for this and not the research.
I think what they're trying to
Because
do
like
is just like slow them down. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of interesting
burn the
here.
energy out because I
Maybe,
guess they only run like 8 or so.
maybe that's a good point. Yeah, potentially here. I mean, we're seeing the spike myth, but I guess like they can always just get another impetus. I don't know how much this does. I think what they're trying to do is they weren't fully convinced that they could get like a, let's
They didn't have
say,
enough energy to get the
Ogerpon
toad
KO.
scroll, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And this just guarantee buys them a turn. Like it doesn't mean that the Grimmsnarl player is going to pull off a crazy like rare candy and take like multiple prize cards, play. Because if you leave the Mew EX active, you could potentially get like knocked out. So I think just playing the slow and saying, okay, you can't actually attack with anything threatening this turn. I'm going to get the itchy pollen down and then go into a 270 HP Toad Scroll next turn. What are you going to do about it? That's I think the play that is, going to happen here. And it just buys you time to where you should be able to get a Toad Scroll up this next turn. You would think.
You would think, and of course, it's always going to be hard to tell. That double frost is going to be doing some major damage between turns. So you need to chain your toad scrolls right now.
Yes, 100%.
That research has to be the biggest research of all time. Also, where's that area 0? I'm surprised they haven't been able to find one yet. Okay, you're going to find 2 more energies, so that's 2 more cards they're going to see off of these respective teal dances, and you got to find something big here.
Yeah.
Energy switches, and there's one. Here's the second energy switch. Up, that works. And then you E-switch and hope you find what you need from this research. I'll find an Ultra Ball and the Area 0. That is going to be quite nice.
Yeah, there's a really, really good hand here. Got the Teal Dance going to be able to get into the Toad Scroll. And now this is like really the danger zone here for Grimmsnarl. Now, the one thing that Grimmsnarl does have going for it here is that there are 2 Frostlasses. In this matchup, you do need to get out 2 Frostlass because you need to just pile damage as quickly as possible onto the board. Because you're getting one shot every single turn. So the Grimmsnarl player, Vortex, definitely doing the right play here, giving themselves a good chance in this game. They have double Morgrim too, but it's going to be pretty tough here, I do think, because this Toad Scroll is hitting for like 1,000 damage every turn, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big differential in that damage given at the end of the game on like that final screen. But now we're going to see what this Grimmsnarl player is going to be able to do, because you are going to take 20 damage here. And of course, going back to your turn, you have the Monkey Dory switching damage plus the 180. It's a lot of damage to put on a Toad Scroll, but I'm not sure if it's enough to knock it out.
Yeah. So the chat said this is probably unwinnable for Snarl. It's not looking great. It kind of comes down to if they have access to Blood Moon. What they will try and do is they'll try and take a 4 prize turn and then finish the game off with the Blood Moon. I actually think this game is winnable for Grimmsnarl, but it's going to take them needing to go Grimmsnarl, take a KO, and then Rare Candy Grimmsnarl and try and take 4 prizes. They need to have a huge turn. But the thing about, I would say, this Grimmsnarl deck is sometimes struggles to keep the pace with decks that really like to pressure them. For example, something like the Joltik box, Yes, you can like pull off that first attack, but it's that second attack. It's that third attack that becomes sometimes very difficult because you're not like a Dragapult deck where you have things like the Recon Directive. And honestly, most of these lists also don't play Pheasantipity as well, so it becomes very hard to streamline multiple attackers.
I don't like putting that Shaman down. I feel like that's just a waste of a bench space, considering Toad Scroll
I
doesn't
agree.
do any bench damage. And I feel like you need the room for a second Monkey Dory and another Grimmsnarl line, the Impidimp.
Oh, I completely agree
So
with you
not
here.
not a huge fan of that. I think that's going to make the game a little more awkward. Doesn't seem like they have that much right now, though. Night Stretcher going to get an Impidimp, or it's going to get that Grimmsnarl that is in the discard. No, just going to go for the Impidimp and say,
Not
hey, you're
better.
not taking 2 prizes yet. I'm good.
Oh, I think what they're going to do is they're not going to evolve and they're just going to retreat into the Shaman and just make the Shaman a sacrificial lamb. Okay, so this is the only way that this play is actually okay, is if they're just sacrificing it. But then again, if the Toad Scroll player has the boss's orders, then there's still a Shaman on the board. So very, very scary here for the Grimmsnarl player.
To stop eating that tape.
Yeah.
My cat's eating tape off a box.
Oh, your cat's eating tape. What's your cat's name?
That one's name is Laika.
Laika.
Oh, we have a second Toad Scroll. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, another one. Here we go. Yeah, that's like one of the big things. Like sometimes you can miss Toad Scrolls, so just getting them set up super early is important, especially against decks that can snipe the Toad Schools down. That's the big thing is that
Hmm.
if you don't get the Toad Schools into Toad Scrolls, they can just get taken down very very quickly because they only have 60 HP. So
Yeah, it's not a lot. Oh, and they found the Fez and the Iono, which again, it didn't seem like the Grimmsnarl had a great hand, but still, you want to be able to see as many cards as possible. They got another Toad School as well, which of course can lead to that, um, whatchamacallit, the other Toad School, the one that prevents Night Stretchers and stuff like that, which can be key here. That's going to be another knockout. So on a four prize, four prizes left, which is, you know, pretty easy. If you take two knockouts on Grimmsnarls, that can be rough, especially considering you already have another Toad Scroll waiting. Because this does guarantee the kill onto this Toad Scroll, right? Monkey Dory 30 damage plus the Bullet Punch or whatever the move is called will be enough damage. There's the second Monkey Dory. So now this is a little bit uncomfortable if you are the Toad Scroll player.
exactly, yeah, pretty much what I spoke about is now what this Toad or now this Grimmsnarl player needs to do is go take a 4 prize turn and take a 2 prize turn. It doesn't matter which way you do it, but 4 prizes will potentially be taken in one of these attacks. And we're getting dangerously close on that Mew EX. Yes, that Mew EX does have 100 HP left. However, those Frost Lasses and those Monkey Dory Adrenabrains are going to cause that to tick down very, very quickly. So Toad Scroll is on a clock right now. They need to do
Actually, on a
something.
one-turn timer.
Yeah, exactly. I
Like
agree with you.
next turn is game, and I'm not sure how this Toad Scroll player is able to do that. And that's assuming they get
Yeah.
the Grimmsnarl, which it doesn't look like they have it, but still they're only putting up one prize Pokemon,
Mhm.
so it's not like there's a lot of room to be made right now for this Toad Scroll player. You need to maybe find boss's orders on a Frostlass.
Yeah, because in this situation here, this is actually okay for the Grimmsnarl player because if the Toad Scroll player does not have a Gust effect, then they take 1 prize card here. Oh, there's the Prime Catcher. Never mind. That's really
What a
good.
rip.
But still,
What a rip.
I still think this Grimmsnarl player has a chance because Toad Scroll's only going down to 3 prize cards, right? Which means that you can still push double Grimmsnarl through them in this situation. So you don't just lose in the next turn. So you still get 2 chances to be able to use that Shadow Bullet. However, time is ticking and you're not going to be able to get as much damage on the board with only 1 Frostlass. However, I still think they have enough damage on the board to take 6 prizes over 2 turns because one of those Teal Masks is going to fall. On top of it, too, that Mew EX is starting to take a lot of damage on the bench. I think as long as this Grimmsnarl player goes Grimmsnarl, Grimmsnarl, they should still have just enough to win this game. It's going to be close, though.
Yeah, because the Mew can go down next turn if they use both of the, or all the Monkey Dory damage. It'll, get knocked out going back to the Grimmsnarl's turn, but we do need to see a Grimmsnarl. If they don't
They
find
could
that
win this
Grimmsnarl,
next turn, right?
again, that's why I'm not sure if I like the Iono, because it is just like giving your opponent more chances to see their card that they're clearly not seeing.
Correct. Yeah. 100% agree. Sometimes in situations where they don't have it, um, yes, so like in some spots, yeah, you might be giving them like let's say less cards with the Iona, but you already know that like 5 card hand, let's say, doesn't have it. So you'd rather leave them with a bigger hand instead of putting them down to 3 or 4 and actually give them a chance of finding Grimmsnarl. Because actually, the Grimmsnarl player
If
could
they
win
have
the
Gust,
game
they
this turn.
win.
Yeah, they just need counter catcher, right? Or Grimmsnarl
Counter
counter
Catcher
catcher wins
or
the game.
Boss's
Yeah.
Orders, or I mean, yeah, they do need the Grimmsnarl, of course, but it'd be crazy if they didn't have it. I think they're doing math right now, so they're waiting to play the Grimmsnarl.
Yep. I agree.
Because that seems like you're just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we'll
Because
see.
the 180 would knock out the Ogre Pawn, any of the Ogre Pawns. Oh, Buddy Buddy Puffin, I don't think they have it.
I feel like you would have just slammed it down, right? Like when you
Yeah.
had it. Or they're checking their deck, seeing if they have all the pieces. Maybe
Oh,
they're holding Arven.
true, 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 true.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's the
There's
Arven. But
Arven for the Ultra Ball,
do they have
presumably.
counter? Yeah. Oh, they could TM Devo here. What if they TM Devo? That's also okay. Oh, there's the Ultra Ball
You would
too.
knock out both of the Toad Screw. Well, you knock out the Tentacool, Tenta whatever it's called when it's
The Toad
the
School and the
the.
Toad Scroll. Yes, they're very confusing when they first
Okay, no. So
came
they have
out.
the Grimmsnarl as well.
They see counter catcher, right? I think they have it if they have counter catcher.
Yeah, but they need it to Arven for the Ultra Ball, so I'm not 100% sure if they do.
Yeah, we'll see. This is gonna be okay. That signals that they're definitely gonna try and knock this out this turn. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe they're playing slow here, just trying to make sure they have everything. Oh wait, no, this is just game because they can just hit the active here and then put 30 on the bench, and then Frostlass kills it. Oh, this is game here.
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was gonna be 10 short, so that's my
No,
bad.
yeah.
I
Oh
didn't do
my
the math
gosh.
correctly.
Wow. Oh yeah. Devo doesn't work as a toad. That's true. What a win for Snarl. Yeah, this matchup is closer than people think. Is that, I think Toad Scroll's biggest issue is that it's such a linear deck. It just does one thing and it's just punch for a bunch of damage. And if Grim Snarl is able to actually get a board state, get multiple Frostlasses down, it's okay. You can make up for having that weakness. Wow, what a game there. It was looking pretty scary, but yeah, Grim Snarl came back and did what it does best, and that's comeback potential.
That double Frostlass that early was very important. That, along with mostly having the one prize board state so that Toad Scroll couldn't just like get ahead and force very specific win cons for the Grimmsnarl, really made that possible. You were able to draw more, you were able to slow down the game. Sometimes keeping your Pokemon not evolved, even though you always think, oh, I want to attack, I want to get something down, I want to do the most that I can do this turn. Sometimes less is more in Pokemon TCG, and that game perfectly illustrated that.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see.
Anything else you want to pop over? Because I feel like that was. Oh wait, is the round about to be over? I feel like we have some time.
Yeah, things are moving pretty quickly here. I feel like we got 14 minutes left. Let's see if there's anything else. If there's any other games happening here, I'm just looking. Let's see.
I think I will have to go after this round, and I
Sure.
apologize in advance,
Oh,
chat.
totally okay. We'll miss you. You were great. It was fantastic getting a chance to cast with you. Let's see. There might be. Let's see.
And also in DMs, I'm down to listen to any critique because I like casting. I think I'm good at it in Smash too, but
Yeah.
this is my first time actually casting Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon's a different beast for sure. But yeah, you did a good job. Let's head over to let's see. There's a couple other rounds going on. Let's go to Trains again. I know Trains was playing Charizard. They're 2-1 right now, so we just watched a 3-0. Let's go head over to that and then I'll let you go. All right.
Take me where.
All right. You should be back here.
Yep.
Yep. All right. We're good. Good. Very cool. So we have Trains here. We just watched them a round or two ago take down Dragapult. However, this is up against Grimmsnarl, and it seems like a pretty good board state here from the Charizard.
Yeah, the prize advantage is also for the Charizard, and this is a lot of pressure being established. Monkey Dory plus Frostlass would take a knockout if Monkey Dory has 30 damage on it. I can't tell because it's currently behind the opponent is selecting cards from their deck text.
Yes. It is behind that. It's hiding. Thinking about it. So
We
yeah,
do have a rare candy in the hand as well, so an immediate second Charizard can come down.
yeah, seems like
Oh,
pretty
only
good.
20 damage on the Monkey Dory. That's huge, actually.
All right, here we go. Grimmsnarl going to be able to hit for 180 paired up with a Monkey Dory here. We'll be able to hit for 200. Still a little bit short, but that Frostlass is ticking. But I think they're going to be just... Oh, they're fine.
It'll be 320. It'll be 10 prizes or 10. Oh, actually, they're gonna just KO the Monkey Dory, knowing they can't KO the Charizard this turn. I don't hate this play at all.
Couldn't they have with Defiance Spin? Are they hitting for 220?
Oh, they do have Defiance Ban.
Yeah. This
Oh,
is
you're so
interesting.
right. No, that was definitely knockout.
Yeah. I originally thought it was short too, and then I was like, oh, there's a Defiance Spin because not all the Grimmsnarl lists play Defiance. So
Yeah. In my brain, I saw a tool and thought it was Rescue Board.
yeah.
Charizard should be doing 270 by itself. Maybe Brock's scouting for. Oh no, you don't have the luminous energy. You have the mist energy. This is an interesting situation right now on this board state's very interesting.
Yeah, because you have the option to hit with Charizard. However, Charizard gets knocked out. You could potentially, if you, it's like, if you wanted to go like get back Monkey Dory, get Dark Energy and Max Belt, you would have the ability to.
I don't even have Monkey Dory.
Yeah. You actually do just need the max spell to KO. But oh, it's not there. Is it prized or in the discard? Oh, that's brutal here. From trains not having
Given the
access to it.
prize map, I'm assuming that a Charizard didn't already get KO'd, so it's in prizes, which is unfortunate there
Yeah, I think they're
for the
circling around.
Charizard player.
Yeah, I think they were trying to show us. I might be watching stream here that they were they
Stop watching
prized
stream,
it.
you're gonna get advice.
Cheater,
Cheater.
cheater.
Banned.
That's fine. That's funny. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think you probably just have to go. Okay, so like in this spot here, you probably need to because like hitting doesn't do very much, right, Sam? I feel like
Just
if
the
you
Frostlass?
yeah maybe because if you go down to 2 and then you let them because like if you go down to 2, you maybe pull max belts, you let them KO that Charizard, then you go into a fresh Charizard max belt and win the game. So the prize map still exists here, still possibly here.
Mhm.
But then again,
Honestly,
yeah,
maybe you just Turo the Charizard
you could do
to
that. Yeah,
freshen
just go
up the
Turo
damage.
Punch. That's another option too. Yeah,
Because they already have their candy in hand.
yeah, definitely a few options.
I didn't notice how many fire energy they had in deck.
Usually these decks don't have a huge amount of energy. Usually it's 5. I believe they play 5 fire. Oh, there's a Charizard. They might be going for the boss here. I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, they probably just rare candy here because you don't want that little Charmander on the board that could potentially get sniped. So that seems pretty good.
They did have the energy, so we will see if... I'm not sure if you do the fresh Charizard. I don't even know what Mist Energy does, to be honest. I just let Lugia players do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, so Mist Energy prevents special effects of attacks. For example, if they
Okay.
attacked with Monkey Dory's Mind Bend into a Pokemon with Mist Energy, that effect would be blocked. Or, for example, something like
Gotcha.
Phantom Dive 60 spread, the spread gets blocked on any Pokemon with Mist Energy.
Oh, okay. So with the 30 damage
The 30
of
damage is
Shadow Bullet
damage. It's not
also not
so damage
an effect?
counters are considered effects.
Okay.
Damage is considered not an effect. So the damage would work, but if it was like Phantom Dive, which is counters, would not.
I think they're just trying to thin out their hand in the case they get Ionoed so that they have less of a chance of drawing anything. They're going to take their one prize, which means that if they are able to get a big enough swing on that Grimmsnarl, it will be game. Do they find the max belt? No, they don't.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to hope that. I mean, ooh, what can you even do here? Because if they take 2, well, okay, it's like if they take 2 here, it's okay.
I don't think they can take 2 here.
I feel like you kind of
Or
want
sorry,
to
I don't
take
think they can
2,
take
though.
3. They don't. They can't take 3. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I can't take 3 here.
Because not having that Frostlass is huge because you're not going to take the 20 extra damage, and everything only has 10 on the Grimmsnarl side, so the maximum amount they are going to Monkey Dory over is 20, which isn't enough to get that KO, because that'll be 320 damage on that Charizard.
Yeah, exactly. So they're not able. But I don't even know if they want to take the KO here, because if they take the KO, then they just lose to Charizard. So maybe you can like hit here for a little bit of damage. Oh, but the Defiance ban exists. Yeah, there's the Defiance. So I feel like this Grimmsnarl player might just be trapped here. Like maybe the Grimmsnarl player
Because
has
they have to do the KO.
correct. Yes.
Unless they have a rare in hand.
Yeah, they could maybe KO
They did
Charmeleon
search for
here
that
and just punch
Grimmsnarl.
into that, but that's like probably your
Well, I'm
best.
saying they got the Grimmsnarl off of, they had it. I think you do that and maybe they don't have the energy to retreat
Yeah.
the Tatsugiri.
Sometimes that's an issue with
That's
this deck.
unfortunate.
Sometimes it runs out of energy. Yeah, like I've been in some situations, even though you play like 8 or 9 energy, you attach so many energy onto the board. You oftentimes use energy to retreat. Sometimes you do run a little bit low on energy, so there's a potential that just happened. But if not, then yeah, you're right. You would want to attack here in this situation with the fresh Grimmsnarl, so that you don't take a knockout and then try and take 4 prizes the next turn, because you can't go down to 1 here.
And they also searched out the Maractus, so the Arven should be able to get them the rescue board unless they've already used it to get the Tatsugiri out of the active. But I'm not 100% sure what their plan is. They got rid of literally Candy Grimmsnarl, so that is no longer an option. So the only option they have is either do nothing or take a TM Devo.
Oh, yep. That's one of the main win cons this deck often has. Oh, are they gonna? Oh, so they might TM Devo and try and trap the Charizard in the active here, by Devoing the Charmeleon, Devoing Pidgeot. Oh, but
It does all of them, right?
well, no, it doesn't work on Pidgeot because of Mist Energy.
Oh, so they will be able to.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
it's an effect of an attack.
Right.
Yeah. because the effect is the Devo. So that would just mean that, yeah, okay,
Interesting.
this is so weird.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if they know that because they moved the damage onto the Pidgeot.
Oh yeah, they probably don't know that they're gonna get a rude awakening here. That this does not work, unless TCG Live glitches. Yep, it's blocked due to the mist energy, and there's the evolution. And now, what if they just go? Yeah, I think
Take
they thought they were
surprise.
taking. Yeah, I think they thought they were taking more here, but this is still okay for them because,
It does
it,
300. Charizard's attack does 300.
yeah. So it actually is just a little bit short. Oh, does that just
The
give him game?
Briar!
Oh my gosh, that gives him game, right? Don't they just go rare candy Charizard Briar?
Unless there's no rare candy. Because, yeah, you would just
Oh,
rare
you're right.
candy Briar and take
Oh,
2.
there's
Oh,
no
the ones. Oh, it's 2 in
candy.
discard.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, you're so
Lord.
close.
That's so unfortunate.
I guess you just have to evolve into double Charmeleon pass here, maybe, and hope they don't have boss. Like, there's some
There's
options
also a
here.
Charmeleon in the discard, so
That's true,
yeah, you
yeah.
have to hope they don't find boss, but also with the Tatsugiri inactive, good luck.
Yeah, exactly. The Tatsugiri here actually showing that it is, worth it. I know Tatsugiri is kind of a controversial card because some people are like, well, you have to attach an energy and retreat it, or you have to find the rescue board early and things like that. But in this spot, it's showing its potential here. And yeah, maybe we're going to see a boss's orders from trains here, bringing up
Maybe trap the
potentially.
Monkey Dory. The Impidimp probably inactive because they did get rid of the Grimmsnarl and Rare Candy, so it's unlikely that they'll be able to get something bigger in the active. But yeah, maybe that's your best bet. Also, you don't have any fire energy in discard, and I don't see that Super Rod in hand, so not even going to be able to use that Burning Darkness. Although there is a Charmander with 2 energy on it already, so
Yeah, exactly here. And yeah, we're gonna see that energy attachment. We're gonna see boss's order. Oh, you can also use blazing destruction to remove the spike myth, which is kind of a cool play actually here. You can stop them from getting out another Grimmsnarl. Definitely bringing this up is correct because if they were going to retreat the monkey, they'd get energy attachment for it, and then they could use that Adrenabrain and then retreat the Pokemon anyways. So bringing up Impidimp here is definitely correct because even if they
mhm.
like go rare candy Grimmsnarl and knock out the active, then that's 5 prize cards and Charizard's hitting for
And Mist
330.
Energy was so clutch.
Oh yeah, amazing card in this deck. I believe it was actually Gabriel Fernandez who did not play it, but after the tournament said that he would play it.
Research.
So
That means no bosses orders, and
yeah,
they can't counter capture because the prize map is
exactly.
even.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
having that Pidgeot means you can tur up the Charmander if they try to Maractus it. Although you can't Briar in that case, so I'm not 100% sure what the plan is, but it seems to be that that Briar can absolutely clutch up. Is this Grimmsnarl able to do anything to take a prize card this turn? I don't know. They did Night Stretcher, so I didn't see what they grabbed. Did they grab an energy to retreat and then take a
I
prize
Ooh.
with that Grimmsnarl? Because I think that is the correct play, but then at the same time, you're giving the Charizard enough damage that just knocks it out for free anyway.
Yeah, your pretty much only play was to find boss's orders, KO Charmeleon, and then just hope there was no third rare candy.
I think at this point you assume that there's no third round rare candy because otherwise that's what you would have done last turn with the Pidgeot.
Yeah.
But if you take a prize, there's no. Yeah, that's so. This is such a weird position. Yeah, gonna retreat into that Grimmsnarl. And unknowingly, this is setting the demise in play. Yeah, 180, that's not going to be game. And this Charizard is going to do a whopping, what is the math? 310 because of that 10 extra damage that it already had on it. That's going to be perfect game.
330 actually, yeah. This is perfect. Well, yeah, no,
Oh, was it
no, this,
330?
yeah,
150. Oh, no, you're so right. I'm so. Nope, never mind. Not perfect game.
330.
Actually, it was always a foregone conclusion.
What a game. Yeah. Charizard once again showing it's still one of the best decks in the format, able to use Burning Darkness there. What a close game. I mean, that was a really good game. You got to go, but that was a good one to end it off on for you. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways, all right, Esam. I guess I'll leave the floor open to you. If you want to, shout your socials out and stuff like that. Anything that you want the listeners to know. This is the time for that. But yeah, once again, thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate it. It was cool to have you casting, and
It was a lot of fun. But now, thank you all for watching. I mean, if you want to follow my socials, I have, everywhere is basically I'm Esam or I'm Esam, depending on the various places. Check out my YouTube as well. And I actually just made a Pokemon specific Twitter, which I'm not really talking on too much yet. Uh, but keep the big one for Smash and like bigger things that I do, but like the little ones just specifically for like just randomly talking about Pokemon. The game is fun, play Pokemon, and maybe I'll pray that everyone hits 2 on their electric generators.
Yeah. All right. You have a great one. I appreciate you.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. That was Esam, top Smash player, legend in the Smash community. Anyways, let's hop into checking standings and stuff. I appreciate you, Esam, as always. And for anyone who has not followed, make sure to go to their Twitch channel. I'm Esam. Also, their socials as well. Pretty much all just, I believe, I'm Esam. Go check that out. Make sure to shoot them a follow. I appreciate you as always. Anyways, it's just me now. We'll be casting. Got some music on and stuff. Excited. We got some big rounds coming up next here. Let me message one of my... Next round, I think we got Cal Connor. Regional champion this year. He's 3-1. So we'll do that next. I didn't know the max was prized. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can't play like it's... I mean, sometimes you have to play like it's prized, right? Yo, thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the subs. I appreciate you guys. This was, as I said, just a test event. I have a lot of bigger like stuff planned, and for example, graphical stuff, all that stuff will be done, so next stream looks a lot cleaner. You know, like we'll have like players' names, just everything like that will be done. This, as I said, I just wanted to see how many players we got, what the interest was, and clearly, there was a lot of interest, potentially increased prize pool as well. So all that will be happening. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Dragon. I appreciate you. 5 gifted to Maddie5, Overstarry, Shaft Specialist, Chris, and I'm Mr. Nick. I appreciate you guys. I do run cash event, or I am running a cash event for free, so I appreciate you guys giving back and helping support them. As long as this event continues to go well and as planned, expect more, potentially bigger prize pools. Might look for some sponsors, as I'm actually fully funding this out of my pocket. So, you know, I just wanted to give back something cool to the community that they can use and that, you know, they can play in, especially during this downtime where we don't have any, you know, local events and stuff. So I'll see you in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Because these type of cash events haven't really been done for free, like really, like very much before. So I appreciate it. Yo, Spawn Master, thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs too. I don't give a chuck. Marvin, Emery, Lil Frizz, 415, On Guard, Xavier, PTCG, Rex, Prime, HGSS, Wiz Studios, Zincy TV, and Jafty. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the follows as well. Let's get this train going. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the support. Next round will be coming up shortly. We're going to be streaming, as I said, regional champion Cal Connor. He will be playing his next round. He is 3-1 currently. So excited to see one of the best players in the world compete in one of these tournaments. Playing it last season, that's sick. Should be a great game. Yeah, excited to see. One of the big things is I wanted to get a lot of the best players to be able to play in these events, and excited to see how they go. Should be a great game. Yeah, thanks for the follows. Stoke, Coach as well. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Next round will be coming up shortly. Just have a judge call that my dedicated judge, shout out Owen Dalgard, for judging this tournament. Makes things and makes my life easier, so I can focus on entertaining. Main goal is to day 2 Pittsburgh, then I'll retire from competitive play, for sure. Just keep grinding. Yo, Cheesy, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, we're almost 86% to a level 4 hype train. I appreciate all your guys' support. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the subs and supporting this free tournament for the community. I appreciate it. Over 500 competitors today. One of the biggest Pokemon TCG online tournaments we've seen in a while. This, I think, is the biggest Pokemon online tournament that we've seen in a couple of years. I don't think there's anything that's gotten close to this size for PTCG live. I know that Pocket sometimes does, you know, huge numbers, but I think that this is the biggest one we've seen in, I think, 2 or 3. I think actually 4 or 5 years. I think 3 or 4 years. Yeah. Just got my son. He's in juniors coaching for the first whole season for our 2. Nice. That's sick. All right. Pairings are up here. As I said, we're going to be watching Cal. This is round 5. Let me just set everything up. Looking to hit Worlds, fingers crossed. Yeah, my first tournament, I didn't go 09. I won in my book. All right, here we go. We got Cal Connor versus, let's see who he is playing up against. No to Badu 12. So we'll see. Cal in this tournament is playing Grimmsnarl. Pretty standard Grimmsnarl list here. Looks very, very solid, with most notably the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So hopping into it here, looks like Cal's opponent did win the coin flip. So looks like Michael will be getting the choice of first or second. And here we go. Looks like Cal's got a pretty decent hand. Definitely want to... Do you want to start that monkey? It's kind of interesting here. You could start monkey to TM Evo, but looks like choosing to start that Impidimp against Golden Go. So, all right, action on the Cal here. We do see the bench of the Spikemuth gym being used. Going to get themselves an Impidimp here. All right, here we go. Spikemuth Gym being used. Gonna be able to search the deck, see exactly what's prized. Now, when you're playing up against these Golden Go deck, if you have the capability to get double Frostlass down, you want to do that, because if you can get double Frostlass, you can put yourself in situations where you can actually more consistently get one-hit KOs. So all right, looks like we got the attachment and the pass off here. Action back onto Golden Go. Gonna see exactly what this Golden Go has. We see the Nest Ball getting themselves. Whoa, there's a Miraidon in this deck. What are we cooking here? Let me pull up their list. So we have a 3-1 Golden Go with, oh my gosh. Okay, so we got a crazy deck here, chat, for you. So we have Cal Connor on the Grimmsnarl, very standard list, and then we have the Joltik Box Golden Go archetype at 3-1. This is insane. What is happening? All right, here we go. We see the Joltik Jolting Charge for energy on to the Iron Hands here. What is happening, chat? This is one of the craziest decks we've seen. Oh my gosh. Chat, this is gnarly. Joldango, yes. Mama, that's a Me Mayhem, that's a great name for it. Joldango. All right, we see Spike Myth being used, getting that more Gultig box. Gultig box, yeah, that's not a bad one too. Oh, whoops. 1 second. There we go. Oops. All right. All right, we're back. All right, there's Arvin. And that secret box and potentially just, yeah, the rescue board seems fine. Are the Grims prize? I don't know. Hal's thinking about stuff here. Oh, are they all prized? No. Oh, no. They're both prized. What do you do? Oh, no. Wait, how many does Cal play? Oh, Cal plays 2. Oh, no, dude. You have to corkscrew punch and try and draw into one. Oh, that's not good, chat. I just noticed that. I was reading chat. I was reading Twitch chat. And I went back to YouTube and they were on it. Okay, here it goes. Does Calvin find a Grimmsnarl off the prize cards? Has a 33% chance, right? It's 2 and 6. All right, here we go. Number 4. Is it the Grimmsnarl? No, it's not the Grimmsnarl. Oh, no. Oh, dude. Are we going to see Golden Go Joltig box go to 4-1? Oh, my goodness. Joel Dango is going to pull out the win. Joel Dango. What a crazy game. Oh my gosh. So what do you do now? It's the world's like, yeah, Joel Dango chat. Is this the world's deck? It's the future. All right. So now if I'm Calvin, you gotta somehow set up a Blood Moon or Soluna. We're gonna have to like get Blood Moon cooking here at some point. Yeah, definitely promoting Monkey Dory's fine. You're gonna need that Impidimp possibly at some point. But oh, there's Rick. Well, here we go. Action's back onto Calvin here, getting themselves potentially a Tatsuguri for that consistency. They do have Night Stretcher, so they can Night Stretcher and go into the Tatsuguri. Oh, what you have to do here, right? You got to go Night Stretcher, yep. Get the energy. Attach to the active. Spike Myth. Get down another Impidimp, or you can go into Morgrim here. That's also fine. Probably Impidimp is better, though. Because you don't have a Grimmsnarl anyways. You also have Rick handy in hand too. Huh? Guess like they're gonna get Morgrim here. Interesting. Treat. Go into the Tatsuguri. Okay, that boss's orders here. Seems pretty good. Someone chat said, if this was just Goldango, both Grims being prized, honestly, isn't that bad against Joltik Box, though? Yeah, exactly, right? It's not the end of the world against Goldango, but this is Joldango. This is the new spice, chat. Pogier getting that boss's orders out of the deck here. Using that boss, bringing up the Morgrim. We're going to see a switch into the Iron Hands. Switch again. Yeah, oh yeah, the switch there. I think was delayed for a second. I thought they played 2 switches. All right. Anyways, amp down to 2. Here comes the Tatsuguri. But we have an issue here. We need to retreat the Tatsu. And we also need a way to get an energy onto the Blood Moon. So we're going to need to use a rescue board here. And we need energy. We basically need too much here, I think. I don't think this is happening. Does a strain deck, but I guess, yeah, maybe chat, we should work on Joldengo. It's about to be 4-1, so. Joldengo. All right, there's research. That was probably one of the better ones that he could have gotten because Arvin doesn't get him there anyway. So here comes Counter Catcher. Just going to try and buy a turn because there's no guarantee he finds Blood Moon anyway. So he could at very best, if he misses, buy a turn. So this definitely seems correct. We'll see research coming out. And there's no Blood Moon. So now he just loses to an energy. Or a Latias particularly. Yeah, a Latias. But does Joldengo play Latias? It does. It does play the Latias and plays Petrol to find Latias. Yeah, this game's over. This is not looking good. Oh, poor Calvin. They have an 8-card hit. Oh, there's no way they don't have it. There's the Brock's going to be able to get the Latias, and that is going to be the game. Unfortunately, Calvin did prize all of his Grimmsnarl. So we're seeing Joltik Goldengo able to take down this matchup in kind of an unfortunate game, right? Could have definitely been a lot more interesting, but Cal unfortunately did everything that he could, but wasn't enough, right? So it was just had bad starts, bad stuff. So all right, let's see if there's any other matches. All right, we got another 4. We got a how is this person doing? Oh, share the deck list. You can look it up. It's just go on to Limitless, and it's just the person that played against Calvin Connor. I'm trying to do something, but yeah, it is pretty. It's basically just Joltik box with a 3/3 Dengo line, and superiors too. All right, let's see. We got Frankie here playing Raging Bolts at 4-0. Okay, let's get this one going. One second. All right, here we go. We got Raging Bolt sitting at 4-0 here, going up against Dragapult. Appreciate it. The terms delivering big time. Thanks for putting it together. I appreciate it. As I said, chat, I will have graphics, everything will look very smooth next time. Hopefully, I'm going to be getting a graphic designer to fix everything so that it will look like, clean. We'll have, transitions and everything. So everything will look very like put together. There won't be like these awkward like little like intermission periods for like 10-15 seconds where I have to like change things. So as I said, this was just a test run, but anyways, here we got Frank going up against AM Charles. I assume this is Austin Charles, Worlds qualifier. I assume this is who this is, but let's see how this game goes here. Both players are 4-0, looking to put themselves in a great position for that top cut and that cash prizing here. So we see the Baby Bolt in the active being used, going to be able to use that snipe here for 90 damage, taking out the Dracoloak. And this is setting up fantastically for Frankie here, looking to put themselves in a great position. This Baby Bolt just dealing too much damage. There's a Raging Bolt on the bench with 2 energies. There's a Tealmass Ogrepon with 3 energies, so already a KO on a Dragapult if it comes up. And Charles here has to find here a Neo Upper Energy, but that can sometimes be like a needle in the haystack, and sometimes you can't actually find it. So pressure here on Charles. We'll see if he's actually able to get that. We're going to need to see a couple more things, though. We're going to need to see maybe a counter catcher to trap. The counter catcher doesn't even work, too. There's just so much here that Charles needs. Might be a little bit too late, because if you do use that Dusclops, you do put Frankie, Raging Bolt player, down to 2 prize cards, which enables then the the ability for Frankie just to use that Raging Bolt, take a knockout, take the final 2 prize cards, and win the game. So runs Heroes Cave. Wait, what deck ran Heroes Cave? I just read the chat. Oh, that deck, yeah. All right, here's the Halucha. Yeah, this does this really do anything though? Like, what's your game plan here? Thoughts on Bolt going into Worlds with black and white's good. Yeah, it's definitely good. What's up, Benny? All right, here we go. Here is the Dusclops coming out from Austin. Austin C able to get this Raging Bolt down. However, this loses to a few different cards. I mean, they don't really need a whole lot here, right? Yeah, they have the Ultra Ball. I think Frankie has... Oh, not anymore. Drink water. Thanks for keeping me hydrated, Benny. I appreciate it. Okay, there's the Crispin and the Energy. So that's not enough just yet, but we have Mew EX and we also have Pheasantipity as well to be able to draw through the deck and find those last couple pieces. Austin was able to find the Neo Upper Energy too, so things are looking playable at least. That's all you needed here from Austin. That's all you could expect falling down 6-2 prize cards. Is at least give yourself some line in this situation to make the comeback. It looks like Austin's going to be able to at least give himself a chance. However, it doesn't seem like Austin's going to be able to win the game in 2 attacks. That's kind of the issue here that he's ran into, is that they're not really the pieces on the board to win the game in 2 attacks, meaning that Frankie doesn't even need to win the game next turn. Frankie could even just go down to 1 prize here. Obviously would love to win the game in this situation, but in this spot, it's not looking super promising for Austin. But anyways, action here, back onto Raging Bolt, trying to end the game here. Just needs a Noctowl and a couple other pieces to finish this game off. We see the Mew EX promote. Smart there, has that free retreat. Everything actually has free retreat except Noctowl, so very, very good. There is the boss's orders. Now, the Pheasantipity is not in range of being KO'd by something like that Teal Mass Ogre Pawn, but it seems fine just to start with Fez here or Ogre Pawn. And it's probably like fine to do this, because I guess maybe it'd be better to start with Fez, because maybe you want to attach that energy onto the Baby Bolt to maybe attack with it for like 120 into that, but I don't know. We'll see. There's a Noctowl. Is this game here? We see Stretcher. Oh, there's no Stretcher. You like owls or no owls? I like owls. Yo, what's up, Zoink? Welcome to the stream. Oh no, what do you do as Frankie? Oh my goodness, does he just have no resources left? Uh-oh. There's no Stretcher. Did he think he had Stretcher left? Oh no, what do you do here? I think just set up Blood Moon, right? But if your opponent okay, this is like, if your opponent knows that you don't have Night Stretcher left because you just don't win the game this turn, then what Austin can do is just intentionally not take prize cards. If Austin recognizes this, well, you could potentially, but in this spot, I don't think so. Because if Austin recognizes the situation here, Austin will not go down to 2 prizes and will simply just go attack into, let's say, actually, wait, no, you might be forced to go down to 2 prizes here. Ooh. Because everything has 10 on it. Yeah, I think Austin might have made a mistake by putting 10 on that Pheasantipity. Because, yeah, because now, now Austin can't bring up the Pheasantipity and then hit it for 200 and then take 4 prizes. Yeah. So, so he just needs to use Baby Bolt to KO Dracoloak, I think. Yeah, you just take 1. Because if you take 1, you force him to do something. Yeah. You probably also could bench Ursa Luna and attach an energy to it. But you probably don't need to. If you just go 90 and then Austin takes a KO, I don't know. This is kind of weird. You can see the Sadas here from Frankie coming out, being used. Gonna put that energy onto that. That seems fine. And then just tossing the lightning energy onto there. Chose us not to attach it. Wait, why? Is keeping energy better there? Is there ever a downside of putting the lightning? This also might just be to find a Night Stretcher if the Night Stretcher's priced. There's also that potential too. So... Thunderburst Storm being used. 90 damage going somewhere. Probably onto that Dragaloak. Definitely want to put it there. Yep. Down goes Dragaloak and down to 1 prize card. But this 1 prize might just be very, very difficult to take. Okay, there's the Night Stretcher. Okay, that's huge because if Austin does not hand disrupt Frankie, Frankie has game here. Because Frankie can just go Scream Tail, or not Scream Tail, Stretcher, use the Professor Sadas, and then and then it's just game. Yeah. So looking okay here. We see that Recon Directive coming out from Austin here. Going to be able to look at the top 2 cards, put 1 into the hand. Got to be looking for that hand disruption, but Austin does play the Neo Upper Energy and not Reset Stamp, so not or Unfair Stamp. Very similar cards, I guess, but they look similar. All right, we see the Ultra Ball coming out. Getting rid of the Research and Dragapult here. And yeah, it's pretty much Iono or bust here. Looking at it here, there is the Dusclops. That doesn't do anything, though, because there's no Duskull on the bench. You can't even also use Dusclops here because Raging Bolt is at 1 prize card. So we'll see the Fez. And yeah, it's going to come down to an Iono here. But then again, Raging Bolt only has 4 cards left in the deck, which means there is a reasonable chance that they could still piece together a KO based off what is in those last 4 cards. So still looking tricky though. Night Stretcher. Yeah, do we see the Iono? Oh, there's Blood Moon. Are we gonna see a Blood? No, that would not make sense. The Blood Moon here, right? There's no reason to. What would you Blood Moon into? You would just lose to Slitherwing at that point. Bolt wins if no disrupt. Yes, Bolt is able to win here if there's no disruption. That is correct. Yeah. Have 3 prizes left. All right, here is the Phantom Dive taking the KO here. 2 KOs, and I think it just is game here. Frankie going to be able to take the W and advance to 5-0, moving himself that much closer to a top cut berth here at the first Smart Series event. There is a Night Stretcher going to be able to get out that. I actually think Austin like misplayed taking an extra prize because now he would also just lose to Ursaluna Boss. So it didn't end up mattering, but there was no need to take an extra prize card there because you always win the game on the next turn regardless. So yeah, definitely a mistake there, I think, by Austin, but it didn't end up mattering at all. Yeah, Raging Bolt able to advance to 5-0. Raging Bolt has been on a tear recently in so many tournaments, was able to win the Japan Nationals, got, I believe, first place at the Singapore Master Ball League, which is pretty much their national event. Shout out to Toys Terminal, by the way, in Singapore, my sponsor, by the way. And yeah, if you're ever in Singapore, make sure to go check them out. Anyways, here is the Bellwing Thunder as open list. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Very true. All right. 5-0, glad I say for this. Hey, congratulations. Good job, Poke. Stuff. Very, very cool. All right, there it is. Frankie able to advance to 5-0 with Raging Bolts. So, about halfway through tournament here. Let's go back to the big cam. There I am. Anyways, taking a look here at what people are playing. A.M. Yeah, 1 a.m. EST. We're trying to move quickly, though. We're trying to move quickly. We might start a little bit earlier in the next one. But anyways, let's take a look here at the metagame. We have 77 Gardevoir, the most played deck at this tournament. 113 and 136. Pretty reasonable. About 44%, which is not bad. I mean, Gardevoir, very high skill deck. You know, definitely very punishing on mistakes. So usually I'll see Gardevoir hovering around that 40 to 50% pretty much all the time. We got Raging Bolt here sitting at 49.59, about 50% of the metagame, or about 12%, 50% win rate. That's kind of expected. I mean, there's not a whole lot of crazy things here. The one deck that surprised me was there are 21 of the Iron Thorns Crustal. This is the rogue deck of the tournament. We've been seeing this deck start to see more play at tournaments. This has been the deck that has been creeping up in online events. Also, there were some at the North American International Championships as well, but it's been a big player in online tournaments recently. 29 and 35. Looks like there is one person at 3-1. Looks like they're still playing it out here, but yeah, multiple different players here playing that Iron Thorns Crustal deck. We have Joltik Box here at 30 and 24. Good showing here for Joltik. Very good showing for Joltik. 54%. One of the highest win rates out of the meta decks. We got regular Goldengo and Goldengo Dragapult here. We see a split. Definitely very interesting. Goldengo Dragapult has kind of been the choice by a lot of top players to play at tournaments. So seeing this more pure variant, potentially with things like Pidgeot. I know the Pidgeot variant did show up at the North American International Championships. It is interesting to see this variant seeing some play as well. We have Ho Armrouge having a rough time here, unfortunately. There is one here at 3-1. Ended up dropping from the tournament. Looks like after losing. Then going through the rest of the decks here, we got Enzork, 12 and 16, having a little bit of a rough time. Toadscroll, 12 and 17. We know that Alex has been streaming with it and doing okay. And yeah, pretty interesting metagame. See a few Typhlosions. Saraludge, 13 and 6, the big player here. Saraludge has been doing quite well. Definitely a very interesting deck too. Does a 5-minute check and count for the 30-minute time? Yes. It's an online event, so games shouldn't take 30 minutes. You don't have to shuffle. You don't have to do anything, right? So even playing like 25 minutes of online will just go quicker. But anyways, I'm gonna go quickly use the bathroom and I'll be right back. All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So we're going to be hopping into round number 6 here shortly. We have a 5-0 Pokemon Dan fan. TCG will be the one we'll be casting over another Raging Bolt here. Seeing great success in this tournament. However, this is a little bit of a different build of Raging Bolt. We're going to be going over the Turbo variant with no Noctowl. This is the one that's been seeing a ton of success recently in online and also over in Japan as well. Most recently winning the Japan National Championships. Believe the deck went completely undefeated over there, did not lose a single round. So we're going to be watching one of the kind of new, it's not a new archetype, but it's a new way to play the deck that we haven't seen this type of version in some time. You know, it's technically a little bit of a new way, even though we saw, you know, Turbo Bolt in the past, but obviously without things like the Pokestop and Radiant Greninja. So it's a little bit different now. That Palinka is playing hopscotch in the office. What has he done? Well, you guys lost Dorian Finney-Smith, right? Is he doing nothing? Oh yeah, he's doing nothing. Like, is that really surprising though? Like, LeBron didn't take a pay cut. You guys have no money. That's why I said you guys should trade him. He's literally just taking up 53 million of cap. He's gonna retire in a year from now. Most likely. You guys have no cap space. Like, I don't, like... All right, next round has started here. Let's go head over. Get this game going. All right, we got Dan here with the Turbo Raging Bolt. Let me just make a quick edit to this. To the few 5-0s remaining in the tournament here. Looks like we got a pretty iffy hand here for Dan. We have Raging Bolt in the active. We have Teal Dance as well, a Pokegear, but not a whole lot else. What happened to their caster? Esam had to get off. He said he could only stay for a couple rounds anyways, so we had him for about 5 rounds, or 4 or 5 rounds. So the rest will be done by me. Once again, shout out Esam. I know that it's later. It's like almost 10 for him over there, so... Anyways, here, a pretty weak start coming out from our opponent, or Dan's opponent. And let's see what they're playing. Ooh, they're playing Terrabox. So we haven't seen Terrabox a whole lot recently because of the addition of Shaman in the standard format. However, a lot of people aren't playing Shaman anymore. They just don't respect Shaman, or they just don't respect things like Wellspring. So looks like we have a deck, I wouldn't say really a blast from the past, but a deck that wasn't very popular the past couple months come back, which is pretty cool to see. All right. Pokegear does not lead to anything good here, and we'll just see the pass. I don't necessarily know if Teal Dancing was the correct play there. The main reason is that if you just play Pokegear first, because your hand is like not great, if you miss, you just Burst Roar. So yeah, one of my mods can run a prediction. If any of the mods are in here, start a prediction, please. All right, it's top deck. I never hit any Shaman decks. Yes, the plan is to never hit any Shaman decks. That is exactly right, Luke. Here's Ultra Ball getting rid of the Iron Leaves and Boss's Orders. Gonna potentially get themselves a Mew or another Raging Bolt here. This Clefairy is causing problems though. You know, I actually don't think that the Terrabox's start is very good. However, Dan's start is also not very good. So what does Dan do here? Dan probably has to Yeah, get this Mew, seeing exactly what is prized. I put that down. Gonna draw one, looking for that Crispin. If he's able to Mew into Crispin, he's gonna be able to take the KO. Does he find the Crispin? He does not, and not even in energy here as well. Not gonna be able to use Burst Roar. And at this point, it's not looking great. It's not looking great at all. All right, here's a Terapagos here coming down. Oh, J-Love, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Zervern as well, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you guys. All right, there's the Nest Ball getting down that Hoothoot, and we're just going to see the Full Moon Rondo due to weakness doing crazy amount of damage here. And now it's not looking great. I mean, we pretty much have to find access to Fez into the nuts here, right? You got to find that Fez, find the pieces that we need to get this KO. And if Dan can do that, oh, one card short here. There is the Crispin. Was really wanting to get that last turn, but a turn short. Now, what do you really do here in this situation? You probably have to Crispin, get yourself a Grass Energy to attach onto that Ogre Pawn. You can do 60, 90, 120. You can do 180, but you're just going to be 10 damage short. You are so close to getting this knockout onto the Clefairy, but just a little bit short here. I think you have to Crispin. Oh, Dan's considering conceding. Oh, and Dan's just going to concede. So Raging Bolts goes down here. Not going to be able to take the W. All right, that was a quick game. Let's hop into another one. Let's hop into trains here again. Once again, let's watch them. See how they're doing. Actually, we've already seen this person. Wait, is there anyone else? Is this person still playing? Yeah, let's watch Golden Go. This seems like a better game here. All right, we got Golden Go. Both players are 4-1 here. All right, here we go. Looks like the Golden Go player has a pretty good start here. We do see the Energy Search Pro in hand. Gonna be able to take the KO here. Unfortunately, has to use the Energy Search Pro. So this is a good learning lesson here for anyone. In this situation, when you have to use eSearch Pro, it is potentially best here for the Golden Go player to overkill this Monkey Dory and discard like 4 energy just to get them in the discard pile. Because if an Iono comes or any type of hand disruption card and a Grimmsnarl becomes in the active, you don't have access to Energy Search Pro. So this is the perfect moment to overkill this Pokemon, put 4 in the discard pile, which puts yourself up to 5, which then means you're going to be able to get to a KO much easier. So let's see if they recognize this play. You kind of want to get another 1 or 2 into the discard here. Yep, very smart. They've chosen to do 4, which puts them up to 5. You could even put 6 in there, but 4 is just fine. So heads up play here by the Golden Go player, taking this KO, but most importantly, thinning. Very important. Wait, what happened? Did his stream crash? I think his stream crashed. Oh no! I think his game crashed entirely. That's unfortunate. All right, let's head over to another game here. We got Connor Lefebvre. Is his game back? Let's see. Did Antonio's game fix itself? No, his stream just crashed. No, okay. All right, sorry about that, everyone. All right, let's hop into a Raging Bolt Mirror. Not the most exciting, but can be interesting to watch how they sequence these turns. So, looks like here we got 2 players at 4 and 1 here, competing still for a top cut as we have 9 rounds. So 7-1-1 will make it into the asymmetrical top cut. So we're going to see that. A Raging Bolt here being used with Bellowing Thunder, going to be able to take the KO, go down to 3 prize cards. Not really the prize trade you want to be on, though. That's one of the things, is that... TCG Live, please? What do you mean? Anyways, back to the game. We see the KO here going down to 3 prize cards. Still has to potentially go through 2 more Raging Bolts, though. So it's not over here. It's definitely not looking great for the Noctowl variant, but potentially winnable. We'll see. Starts off with that Pheasantipity, definitely what you need to start off with, but you need multiple different cards here. You need to be able to get a Latias on the board, so you have that free retreat option. You also are going to need a Sadas, which Noctowl can get you, so you don't need a crazy amount of things here. Not a crazy amount of combo cards that you're going to need. We'll see if they're able to do it. All right, so we do see the Raging Bolt is able to, or one of the Raging Bolts. Yeah, of course, Dan. I appreciate you playing. Was so much for stream to, yeah, it was too much for stream to handle. Yeah, that's that's funny. All right, here's Ultra Ball being used, getting rid of a couple cards here. The Raging Bolt hitting the discard, and yeah, it just comes down to if they have Noctowl for lot. It's pretty simple here. They don't need a whole lot. They need Noctowl. They need a Noctowl for Latias to get that free retreat, and they also need to get just another energy, which should be very simple. It should be just Nest Ball, Earthen Vessel. That gets them there. So we have the KO here, and if the Raging Bolt misses, which I do not think they will, based off the fact they have Gear, Earthen Vessel, and Pheasantipity, if they were to miss, though, then Noctowl Bolt would be able to take the advantage, go down to 2 prize cards, and put themselves in a good situation. So all right, here comes the Nest Ball here, getting down that Latias. That's what they needed. They will be able to get this KO. Yep. Earthen Vessel being used, going to be able to get the KO. And they did come back from a pretty bad situation. I mean, the board state was what? Fez, hoot, 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 hoot. So pretty good recovery here by Elo to retreat, to go into that Raging Bolt, and going to have access to a knockout here. Going to get rid of 4 energies, take the KO. And now action back onto Owlless Bolts, and it's looking pretty favorable that they will find a KO here. We have access to 2 Teal Dances, Pheasantipity, a lot of different things. We do see the promotion of the Baby Bolt, which is always fine. You have access to Latias, and yeah, that guarantees the KO here, because we can use Teal Dance, we can use another Teal Dance, and a manual attach for turn. So in this situation, you definitely just want to use the Earthen Vessel first, completely fine, just thin out the deck, because in this spot, you're looking for a second Raging Bolt and Professor Sada's Vitality. Plenty of different cards you could find here to pretty much checkmate this game. You have the ability to put yourself in a great situation here. So we'll see Teal Dance be used, drawing 1 card. There is the Prime Catcher. Now, you don't need to use this turn. You just want to KO the active, because you know the only way that they KO you back is most likely going to be with a Bolt and Sadas too. So that means they don't hand disrupt, so you can just save Prime Catcher and should be okay. Here comes Nest Ball here. Going to be picking out another card, getting that Mew EX. I'm not sure if you want to put Mew-EX down over a second Raging Bolt. I kind of like just getting second Bolt. Also, using Pheasantipity after this is kind of weird. I guess it's fine. But yeah, I definitely think this is a mistake here from Owless Bolts. You just should have put the second Bolt down in this situation. Because if you just go Bellowing Thunder, you win the game anyway. So, maybe Owl Bolt can punish them here. We'll see. Here comes Professor Sadas coming down 1 energy onto the Raging Bolt. And another energy onto the basic Raging Bolts here. Drawing 3 cards, we're going to be able to see a knockout. Huge hand here from the Raging Bolts. We're going to see that attachment as well. So this does potentially also open up a knockout on something like Hoot Hoot or Noctowl next turn. You do need 4 energies to hit for 120 onto the Noctowl. You only need 3 energy to hit knockout on the Hoot Hoot. So a few different plays here, different options, things that we could be doing in this spot. But seems like Bolt KO removing probably both the energies off the big Bolt and then both of the energies off of the Ogre Pawns on the bench is correct. And the reason why that's correct is, yes, you do leave 2 energy on Baby Bolt, but who cares if they gust up and KO the Baby Bolt? They go down to 3 prizes, and they still need 2 more turns to be able to win at that point. So it is 100% correct here. Or use Prime Catcher, that's also like fine. I probably would have held it, but definitely just get rid of them both off the Ogre Pawn. Why does Bolt have so much rage? Great question. He rages a lot. All right, here we go. What? Why did they get rid of 4? Oh, they just misplayed. Yeah, definitely a mistake here once again by our opponent to discard the energy off Baby Bolts. You never want to do that here because you are a Sada's Snipe away for 120 for game onto a Noctowl. And now if they evolve the Hoodoo into Noctowl, you cannot get to 4 energies unless you have access to Energy Switch. So there's another mismanagement here of energies. It probably won't matter based off the fact that there's 2 Mew and a Pheasantipity, but in this situation, you know, definitely adjusting how you discard the energy would have been better. All right. Here is the Ogre Pawn as well, drawing a card. And yeah, you just need Sadas here, but the problem is that if you Sadas, you're not Ionoing, which means Raging Bolt will be able to win the game on the next turn. You have access to Fez Pokegear. You can guarantee it as long as there's a Sadas in the deck. You just gear for game because you have gear and superior, so you will be able to win. So it probably won't matter, but definitely important to understand what energies are you actually discarding and like what could potentially happen when you discard those energies. Like you have to be very careful with them because it is actually easy to mess up with bolts. So all right, there is the rare candy. Not rare candy. There's the Jamming Tower. I was reading something that had rare candy on it. Jamming Tower. What are these boards? I don't know. They're 2 Raging Bolt boards. This jamming tower doesn't really do anything. I mean, it's like you can get rid of the Latias, but that, yeah, it's definitely those three. Or I guess you could also get rid. No, it's actually Mew EX. I would have gotten rid of one Mew EX, but because like it doesn't matter. Like I don't like look at your hand. You have like literally 12 cards in your hand, so it probably was like fine to get rid of a Mew there, but it's whatever. Because like Sadas has already been used, right? Big question is, as I said, is there access to that Sadas Vitality? Don't know how many are into the discard. All right, we see Bellowing Thunder taking the KO. Down to 2 prizes, and this should just be the game here for Raging Bolt, as long as there is a Sadas or Boss's Orders. Does enough with Iron Leaves too. That's also enough as well. Multiple different ways to win here, but going with the Rapid Vernier into the attack for the KO on the Slitherwing. And we see another Raging Bolt take the W. Raging Bolt has been the talk of the tournament so far. Doing really, really good. Yo, the Goat Butler, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing today in the tournament? Didn't you sign up? All right, that is going to do it for round number 6. We're going to be heading into round number 7 here shortly. Let's take a look at what is doing the best here. Let's head right over. Also, we missed turning start time. Unfortunate. All right, here we go. Here are some of the top performing players. We have Grimmsnarl at 6-0. Doing very well. We have Boogalover playing the Joltik box here at 5-1. Cleffa Broken playing the Dragapult with multiple Jamming Tower build with that Neo Upper Energy. You love Bellowing Thunder? I'll save the Broken Neck for the next one. All right, bet. We have Bruno 5-1 with Raging Bolts. We have Novel Raptor with Charizard 5-0 here, battling out against Boo 69X. We have Smart TCG's Investment Banker at 6-0, beating Golden Goat Dragapult. We have Ricky NJ at 5-1, currently just lost to Joltik Box, playing Dragapult Charizard. Here's a Joltik Box that won. Cheer for Terrabox 6-0. We do have a Terrabox at 6-0. Yes, we have Dabbingsta at 6-0. Very exciting to see a Terrabox deck come back kind of out of nowhere, showing us that, hey, even though Shaman exists, deck still has a lot of potential. We have James B here at 5-1 with Saraledge. This is definitely really cool to see. Saraledge unfortunately did lose to Golden Goat, so weakness did not matter in this game. Usually does not matter just because it's just a one-shot war. Both players one-shot very easily, so not really too surprised there. We have Antonio Castillo here at 5-0-1 with Golden Go, taking down Jing with the Grimmsnarl deck, going down to 4-2. We have Matt Bridges here, CCG Matt Bridges with Joltik Box, just taking down another Dragapult That is Matt's third Dragapult in a row that he was able to take down. So seems like Joltik's doing pretty good into that. We have King Heracross here, sitting at 5-1 with a Golden Goat. Pidgeot might get them on stream if I can. Let me just message them. Blitzle's playing anything in this tourney? Is he? How's All Up Blitzel doing? I don't see him. Maybe he changed his name. We have Huntimon here at 5-1. With the Golden Goat. Is this Golden Goat Pidgeot too? Wow, multiple Golden Goat Pidgeot. That's what I thought when I saw there were so many just straight Golden Goat with no Dracoloak. He dropped? Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah, of course. If you want to stream your games, if anyone here is doing well, any record wants to stream their games, head into the Discord server and screen share, and I might cast over you. We have Gassy. Gassy doing well. 5-1. Strong player here. Just losing to Grimmsnarl. Looks like the only loss. We have Corsair. 5-1. Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Seems like a lot of Grimmsnarls kind of making their way up to the top tables with the Sea of Raging Bolt. We see Sebastian Lashmit here at 5-1. Let me message him and see if I can potentially get him on. Let's see if he's able to screen share. You enter your locals. If locals, I'm going to lose. Dude, if you want to stream, you're more than welcome to in the server. I want to stream some of the people that are doing really well. We've been streaming some of the top Bolt players, but if you have Grimmsnarl, I would love to cast Grimmsnarl. And you're doing really well, so it's up to you though if your computer is able to, and if you're, you know, doing other things more than no worries. But you're getting wrecked, Spawn Master. Take a look at the metagame here. We got 77 Gardevoir. Smash is local. Yeah, Smash is cracked. Yeah, it looks like all of New Jersey, or a large portion of that area, is doing well. Yeah, New Jersey's got a lot of good players. Play a homebrew deck. Yeah, guys, if you want, head into one of those stream channels and we'll possibly get one of your games in for sure. Yo, I'm friggin' Evie. Thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate it. I'm from Jersey. My locals are stacked. Yeah, you got a lot of good players for sure. Definitely good crew there. Ironthorn's Crustle. Doing okay. There's one making it through. Oh, it just lost. I was gonna say it's cooking up to the top. I get these players on my locals sometimes. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's always one of the cool things about online tournaments, right? Is that you never know who you're gonna play against. You might play against people who you play at locals, especially in this tournament. You'll probably recognize multiple people. We had a lot of really strong players. I mean, we had like All Out Blitzel playing, Cal Connors playing, Nathan Osterkatz is playing as well, very successful senior player. Sebastian Lashmit is second place at Worlds in seniors, and multiple top cuts in the Masters division. You know, a lot of good talent. I got King Heracross 2, Online Demon, top 32 Louisville with Pidgeot. Play Fortnite Blitz. Yo, shout out Owen for the 3 bits. I got one of these packs here. I kind of want to open it. Let's open one of these while we wait. Next round should be coming up. Also, shout out Owen Dalgard for judging the tournament and keeping the event afloat. Doing a lot of stuff in the back to make my job easy. So, very big shout out. All right, let's see what we get. We have Morty's Conviction. A Night Stretcher. Pretty good. More Pico. A Noctowl. A Cornerstone. Okay, not bad. Elemental Energy. This is pretty cool, right? Is this worth anything? A couple dollars? Gotta be worth something, right? Is the Cornerstone worth anything? Tree Fitty. Let me see if I have any more. 1 second. We got about 10 seconds to the next round. So one of the things that I oftentimes do, because I'm lazy, is that when I get these packs from like my local events, I just stuff them in my backpack, and I just leave them sit there. $4, not bad. All right, let's open another one while we wait. We got Friggorath, Sadas, Frostlass, TM. Oh, a counter catcher, not bad. I don't have my camera set up to open packs, so my apologies if this looks terrible. It takes like 10 minutes to set that up. Counter catcher is nice. Yeah, not too bad. Hollow Stamp Noctowl is worth double that? Oh, really? All right, I got one more. Optimal Frostlass. Yeah, it's a cool Frostlass. Binding Mochi, Night Stretcher, Bouffalante for the Terrapagos deck that does not exist anymore. And a Fire Energy. And ooh, a Fan Rotom. That's kind of cool. And a Water Energy. Or just to join your Rip and Ship, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. You're exactly right. It is a vessel for my Rip and Ship company. Banners go to pull? Yeah, it's not too bad. I can't find any more. I was just looking to see. A Stamp Silver Tempest Melodic. Yeah, it's all back there. It's all in the back. Yes. Yeah, the 1,000 ETBs, the 4 cases, or 400 cases. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Next round is up. Oh, they're ID. Okay, never mind. Dang it. The 6-0 Grimmsnarl's hit and ID'd. All right, let's watch Gassy. Let's do it. Gassy's been killing it today. 5-1. All right. No, what's up, Bad Robot? How you doing? Watching, I guess. Appreciate you. If your computer is able to. All right, sick. Appreciate you, man. So, we got here. Screen will go live in just 1 second. Gassy165 playing Grimmsnarl up against Gardevoir, Ian MC here. Both players in a good position to make cut. 7-1-1 is guaranteed, most likely. 7-2 is going to be potentially into ASIM. So both players in solid positions here. Let's hop into the match. Are we doing well? Yeah, I am. I appreciate you. So, you want to watch my no-show? I don't know. I mean, content's content. So this is your what my local shop is at. Funny. Luke Snywalker, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, hopping into it here. Looks like Gassie's got a pretty decent hand here. Got a couple nest. Well, actually, I take that back. It's a little bit sketchy here. It's a supporter away from being decent. Supporter away from being decent. A lot of dark energies in this hand. Oh, we'll see what ends up happening. Get themselves Monkey Dory. Also got themselves another Nest Ball to potentially get an Impidimp or a Snorunt. Has some decisions here on what to get. Impidimp definitely seems fine. The big thing is that Gassy probably has a little bit of time. That's one of the big things. Is that typically Grimmsnarl has a couple turns to play slow, develop the board state, and there is a realistic chance that the opponent does actually use something like Iono, because the Gardevoir is an Iono deck a lot of the time. So we don't see that though. We see Arven, unfortunately, for Grimmsnarl. Someone asked in the chat, how do you feel about the idea of running Team Rocket's Bomb in Grimmsnarl? I probably would recommend against it just because you struggle oftentimes to find pieces to begin with. So you want to build your list as consistent as possible because you don't have necessarily a draw engine. So yes, you could potentially utilize cards like Arven to find things like Team Rocket's Bomb, but it is hard to justify doing that when you oftentimes need an Arven for something else. All right, here we go. Arven getting themselves the Earthen Vessel. What a start here by Gardevoir. Getting the potential turn 1 TM evolution. You do see the Ultra Ball as well. Going to be discarding multiple seconds to discard. Getting Ralts, potentially maybe even a second one could be on the way here. Maybe not though. Looks like we're just going to see a TM evolution for just one. So not perfect by Gardevoir, but pretty good. Definitely solid for sure. All right, top deck was a Buddy Puffin, so not too bad. And now we're going to see that corner here. So this is huge. Although Gassy doesn't have a great start here overall, smartly recognizing that, hey, I can just corner here and buy myself that critical time because a lot of these Gardevoir decks are cutting cards like Professor Turo, and they typically don't play things like Switch as well. So we're going to see Ian here potentially just get stuck. Now, this is going to create a unique situation where Ian might potentially want to look to attacking with that Pheasantipity here with that Cruel Arrow, because it's pretty clear Gassy doesn't have a good hand. He would have evolved into potentially a Morgrim, played a supporter or something else if he had a playable hand. So Ian should recognize this. Surprisingly, discarding energy here. If I was in this situation, Ian, I would have tried to attach one of those energies for turn onto the Pheasantipity. So Ian potentially is going to get punished here by choosing not to do that. This is actually a huge mistake, not to attach one of those energies onto Pheasantipity, potentially giving Gassy the time that he needs to get a board state fully established, which when they're typically able to do that, it becomes pretty difficult. Now, we do see the Night Stretcher here coming out. We're going to see exactly what they end up grabbing. Could grab the Dark Energy here to put onto that Monkey Dory. However, doing 20 damage a turn is just not fast enough. And there we go. We see a waste of a Night Stretcher there. We could have simply just attached an energy earlier. So we just burned a Night Stretcher for no reason. So important to understand the situation here. It's a little bit different than normal. But we do see the energy switch, though. Drew into the energy switch. Oh, my goodness. And we're going to see that Cruel Arrow taking out that Impidimp, finding everything they need. With Guardy is kind of nuts. Yeah, this is like ridiculous. All right, this is quite the start here. Now, if Gassy is able to find Rare Candy plus Grimmsnarl, gonna be able to potentially get out of this situation. Doing this little bit of damage with Corner does actually potentially add up. It allows Grimmsnarl to be able to take knockouts in this situation on something like Pheasantipity. All right, there is the bench of the Monkey Dory. We're going to see that Adrenabrain moving over. The big question is where do you want to put it? Honestly, I would leave this Maractus in the active. This Maractus is working against Gassy in the situation, as in this spot, it takes 200 to treat, not a huge deal, but in this spot, you want them to keep cornering, because if like this Maractus keeps cornering, Gassy's not attacking with their Barney's Grimstone. Oh, there's a top deck of the candy. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Okay. That changes a lot. Okay. So now Gassy's okay. Oh my goodness. What a top deck. Does he have enough energy in deck? He does. Okay. The question is how many energy do you take here? You technically have a dead hand. So like, why not just take all of them? Yeah. Oh my gosh. We could leave one though. It's up to, yeah, it's up to them, but I don't know. Wow. What a crazy top deck. That was the card that Gassy needed. And now Gassy is actually in a decent spot here. Going to be able to go down to, oh, actually, it does not KO, but being able to get a lot of damage here. And then potentially go Boss's Orders next turn on Gardevoir. Knock out the Gardevoir. Wait, should that have not? Wait, I have a question. Why did that not do more damage? Oh, because of Adrenabrain. Obviously, Adrenabrain. Yeah, yeah. I was like, wait, wasn't there already 40 on there? But no, because of the Adrenabrain that healed off. But anyways, now if Gassy's able to like go Boss's Orders next turn or Counter Catch or KO Gardevoir, potentially could open up a 4-price scenario. But these Monkey Doors are getting very annoying for him right now to deal with. There is Professor's Research coming out. Research and Secret Box being discarded here. Who needs Screamtail when you have Cruel Arrow? All right. Adrenaline Brain coming out here, going to be able to heal that Pheasantipity, potentially get it out of range of a boss's order. Shadow Bullet KO situation where Gassy tries to go after the bench and take a 4-prize turn. Being able to heal 60 damage off this is huge. Putting it back onto that Grim Snarl here. We might also see a retreat into the Monkey Dory and potentially see a Mind Bend to force a Confusion Flip. However, honestly, if I'm this player, I probably would still just Cruel Arrow. I think Cruel Arrow and KOing that Impidimp is really bad for Gassy to deal with because we know Gassy's hand is dead in this situation. So I would have Cruel Arrowed there because who cares if they knock out that Pheasantipity? You just promote Gardevoir. There should be enough monkey damage already on the board, and you take the knockout on the Grim Snarl. So I think that was maybe a little bit of like, it's a fine play, but there might have been a better play in that Cruel Arrow. Here we go. There's the retreat. Going into the Impidimp here. We're going to see that Filch. Yep, definitely correct play here. Going to just draw a card, try and find something. Gassy most notably does not play, I believe, the Pheasantipity. So not going to be able to nest ball and draw cards to potentially get out of this situation here. All right, let's see what ends up happening. We see the Arven coming out. And, I mean, I guess Gassy can attack here with Grimmsnarl next turn, but he's down so much here. This Gardevoir player is putting pressure on, going to be able to Mind Bend, potentially just knock out this Impidimp, or he could just go back into that Pheasantipity. But in this spot, probably just getting another Monkey Dory down. It feels really good. You get 3 Monkey Dory, 3 Dark Energy on board, and also take a KO here. Feels like that's going to extend the game even farther in the favor of Gardevoir. So we see the Earthen Vessel here getting 2 energies. See the retreat into the Pheasantipity. Oh my gosh. Protecting the Monkey Dory, though, most importantly. Protecting that is huge. You can use double Monkey Dory to KO Snorunt here, and then you can just knock out the Impidimp in this spot as well, going down to 2 prizes. So, yes, here we go again. Back into the Cruel Arrow play. This is crazy. There have been some really weird games this stream. This is definitely up there. I have not seen a Gardevoir do this in quite some time. All right, here's a nest ball. Oh, Gassy does play Pheasantipity. My apologies. There is a Fez in the deck. Normally, lists don't play Fez, but I'm a big fan of Fez. I actually think you should play Fez in the deck. So here we go. Fez drawing 3. 1, 2, 3. No, oh no, though, which just means that, I guess, what do you do? I guess you have to counter catcher KO the Gardevoir. That seems okay. Like, that's the only, like, oh, maybe Gassy has a chance to get back in this game here. If you can KO the Gardevoir, go down to 4 prize cards, maybe set a Monkey Dory up next turn. It's possible, but I don't know. This is still really, really sketchy. So, all right, there's Shadow Bullet taking the KO. Gassy finding the line here. Putting himself in a at least playable situation. This is now like playable here. But one of the problems with Grimmsnarl is that it doesn't have a draw engine, which means it's sometimes hard to consistently pull off big 2 prize play turns, turn after turn after turn. It can sometimes be a little bit tricky. For the Guardy player taking the KO, I meant, oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, Fast Snipe Grim might have been better. Because now what do you do as like the Guardy player, this is tricky now. This has turned into a really close game. So if I'm the Guardy player here, if I'm Ian, are you just in this spot promoting the Pheasantipity here? Oh, stream froze. Oh no, I think the stream froze. Yeah. I mean, I'm good here. I think Gassy's stream froze. Oh wait, no, it's back. No, we're good. Should be. What's happening? You guys hear me? Yeah, yeah. That's so strange. All right, we're back. All right, great. Yeah, so we're just hitting here. So Gassy has it's still hard for him. It's still like very hard to. I mean, what do you do here? Wait, can you take 4 prizes this turn? No, right? We're gonna get Monkey here. You don't have enough HP to heal and pass too. That also doesn't work. Is there an energy switch in this list? I don't think there is, which means Double Monkey is not active here to heal this Marnie's Grimmsnarl a little bit more. So I think this might just be a little bit too late. You have the ability to retreat maybe into an Impidimp here. You can attach the rescue board active, maybe Counter Catcher up the Ralts here, possibly. Like, because there is no Gardevoir in play. So like there are some possibilities. I mean, there's 3 energy and the discard, but they probably play multiple Stretcher. It probably just has to be the Ralts. I don't think there's another great play here. I guess you could bring up Monkey. Yeah, it's probably just the Ralts. And then we're going to see research here. But I think this just means that an energy is game, right? An energy is just Cruel Arrow for the knockout. We do see the Stretcher, though. Going to be able to get that Dark Energy onto Monkey Dory and heal, but you kind of have to heal, but it doesn't do enough. That's just the problem. Yeah, this is all Gassy can do. Playing to really the only out, which is hope that they miss. And there's no need to retreat too, yeah. Because you lose to energy anyways. Wow, we just witnessed Cruel Arrow potentially take practically every prize. Did it take all 6 prize cards, chat? Did we just watch Pheasantipity take all 6? Oh my gosh. Wow. What a wild game. It seemed like Gassy did everything he could to get back into a somewhat playable situation, taking out that Gardevoir, but just not able to get the final pieces there to complete the game. So rough draws there from Gassy, going down to 5-2, but can still make, I think, a symmetrical cut potentially. 7-2 is that bubble number. If 1-7-2 gets in, they all get in. So hopefully that resistance is good enough to give both of them still a very reasonable chance of making it in. But yeah, tough bricking there. I definitely think you did everything you could. There was not very many great plays that you had available. All right, let's see if there's anyone else. Let's go hop over to trains once more. Actually, looks like On Guard is actually here. Actually, no, let's do On Guards. All right, let's go watch On Guard, another content creator. And On Guard is playing a Blaziken. Blaziken Zoroark here. Terrorbox 7-0. Woo! Crazy. All right, here we are. Looks like On Guard here playing up against Grimmsnarl. This is the battle of the Monkey Dories. Yo, if that's you, PokeBinksta, if you want to stream in the Discord channel, I'll get you in a game for sure. Congratulations on being 7-0. All right, here we go. Hopping into this game. Looks like we see Grimmsnarl hit for 180. And this, as I said, is the battle of Monkey Dories here. Blaziken dealing 200 damage, but this is a matchup where damage just gets flung back and forth. Seems like a very tricky matchup. Oh, wait, yes. Yeah, you definitely should ID the next 2 rounds. As long as 7-1-1, yeah, I would ID the next 2. Unless you hit like a 6-0-1 and they play, you know, obviously they might like want to play. So anyways, hopping into it here, it looks like we have Blaziken can't attack here but can retreat and then load up. Yeah, so one will get the down pair. All right, well, if you get the down pair, and obviously the 6-1 would probably want to play, if you're able to hop in one of the stream channels and we'll get you in. All right, here's Blaziken, Seething Spirit, an ability that some people don't know exactly what it does, but it allows you to attach an energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. All right, have a good one. Gassy, good seeing you. Boss's Orders and Smolder Salt. Taking a KO on Monkey. Smart play here, trying to get rid of these Monkey Dories so that you go up in the Monkey Dory war. It's the big thing. These matchups, by the way, that both players have Monkey, you're typically trying to get rid of them. All right, we see the Adrenaline Brain coming out. Where is that damage going, though? That's one of the big questions here, using that. Putting 30 damage onto the Blaziken seems fine. You're going to be able to use that Shadow Bolt to knock out one of the Blazikens. You could have also put it on the Zorua to then snipe the Zorua KO. That's like also fine. I actually probably just would have done that because you 2-shot the Blaziken anyways. I think this is like kind of a mistake. Why not just KO the Zorua here? There's like no downside of doing it. It means you only have to go through one more Blaziken and Monkey Dory. So I don't know why they did that. Artisan. Mistake, but actually no, that's fine because you can trade away the Buddy Puffin. Okay, yeah, then I think On Guard misplayed there. Should have just played the Buddy Puffin first. If you're not gonna trade, then On Guard probably should have done that. It's like not a huge deal. It's like definitely a minor mistake, but if you draw back into that card and you don't want it at the end of the game, could be a little annoying. But anyways, 2 Monkey Dory coming out here. Yeah, this made no sense from the Grimmsnarl play. You definitely just should have KO'd Zorua because you also took damage off the board. The 61 make it in into ASIM? I don't think so. You can play for practice. We're probably going to set up a point system thing for an invitational. So I would play. I'm going to try and do that after the tournament. We have Energy Attachment on the Torchic. And Smolder Salt for the KO. Or not KO. For 200. Yeah. Still looking probably okay for the Grimmsnarl. It's like, if they get another energy on Monkey Dory, then it's looking pretty good because they can move 60 over. But yeah, it's just, this is coming back to bite them here, I think. Not KOing that Zorua, but I mean, they can KO it this turn actually, but then they have to commit Monkey it to that, so it's kind of weird. All right, there's the prize. And action back on to we see the stretcher. Oh, wait, is this? How much does this do? Oh, wait, this is game. Oh, my gosh, they have this. I forgot. I always forget about this card. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. They can just win the game. Wow, they can use the snipe play. Oh, my goodness. On guard, able to take it out of nowhere here. It wasn't looking too great, but Inferno Kick Fury. Oh, my gosh. I completely forgot about that. I forgot about this before. I remember I was playing against this deck and they pulled, like, whoever I was playing against pulled this out of nowhere. And I was like, whoa, okay. All right. What deck am I playing today? I'm not playing, I'm casting. Oh my goodness. Out of nowhere. From left field. On guard. Able to take the W, keep themselves alive in this tournament, effectively eliminating their opponent. All right. Wow, what a game. What a game there. Let's see. Potentially, yes. Yeah, it can hurt consistency, definitely. Very annoying. What a game. What a win. All right, we got a minute and 52 seconds left until the next round. I'm going to go quickly fill up my water, and I will be right back with round number 8 of the Smart Series. We'll be right back. All right. We are back here with round number 8 coming up here of the Smart Series. We have multiple 7-0s competing. Excited to hop into this next one. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoy it. All right, just setting up the game here. All right, let's go. What's Antonio playing? Let's see. Let's watch Antonio. I appreciate it. Hey, good job. Guys doing well. All right. Hopping into round number 8 here. We have 2 players. One of them is 5-1-1. Goldango Dragapult is the one that is still alive in this here. So we'll see how both players are able to do. Looks like it is Gardevoir against Dango. Looks like the Dango player almost has a good hand. That's all good, Pokebingsta. We'll get you in top cut, okay? We'll get you in top cut. All right, here's Buddy Buddy Puffin being used. Gonna be getting a... There. Oh, of course. Yeah, happy to provide help. Yeah, 100%, Scoot. It was super nice to meet you. All right. Hopping into this one. So I got a couple gimme goals. The problem here is no TM evolution. If we were able to get TM evolution, would have been in a pretty solid spot. However, no energy. So we're going to have to get a couple gimme goals down. We got 3, which is good. You have that and potentially hope that Gardevoir Ionos. We didn't see a whole lot from this. So see the pass here. Right. Action is now back onto Gardevoir here. As a Gardevoir player, you definitely need to get into a Gardevoir as quickly as possible via Rare Candy Gardevoir or TM Evolution this turn. We also saw here the Genesect and Bravery Charm. Pretty heads up play here to put this down to block something like Secret Box, which is so often what Gardevoir needs to be able to get fully set up. But no, we just see the TM Evolution here. So this is a sign that Gardevoir's hand might not be great. And there is the top deck of the energy. Now, it's not the best energy you want because it is a metal energy, which you normally want on Goldango, but it will do, as we're going to be able to get double Goldango in this situation. Now, I probably would have benched the other gimme goal at this spot. Like, it's pretty unlikely that the opponent is going to be able to Scream Tail it on that next turn. just because we saw TM evolution into Gardevoir and that's it. So unless the Gardevoir player is able to top deck into like a supporter of some sort, oh, there is an Ultra Ball, then probably not going to see Screamtail this turn. But anyways, there's the Ultra Ball. Mew EX coming down, and we're going to see that restart for 3 cards. 1, 2, and 3. That's exactly what they end up getting here. Let's see what this Arven gets. Nest Ball and a Bravery Charm. I see that Nest Ball here. Probably going to be getting... Is there an access to Scream? No, there's another Ross. I don't think there's enough energy in the discard, right? Only... Yeah, Bravery Charm, Nest Ball. Not a whole lot. There's the Super Rod coming out. So I guess what are we doing here? That's the question. We're just going to take the KO. It probably seems fine. Yeah, you only got 1 energy in there. So using a Mind Bend to take a KO feels horrible. It's the play you kind of have to make here. But the problem that we're going to run into is how Gardevoir wins this matchup is getting 3 Munkidori on the board. Because if you're able to get 3 Munkidori on the board, your Clefairies, with 2 at least, and then 3, you can get up to Gardevoir KOs. You can start to one-shot with that count of Munkidori on the board. You need 2 for Clefairy KO, and you need 3 for Gardevoir KO. So, if you're losing your Munkidoris, you only can attach 1 Dark Energy per turn. So you start to run into this issue. So if I'm the Goldengo player, I'm personally fine, obviously, KOing the Gardevoir here, but you don't really need to KO the Gardevoir on the bench. Oh, no, that's not good. Okay, well, we might have to bench the Pheasantipity here, and this creates kind of an interesting situation. This is why I definitely would have benched Gimmighoul. If I had control here, I would have benched Gimmighoul last turn. There is the Nest Ball. That's all being used here. Going to search out that Pheasantipity. Just looking for really just an E-Search Pro. I mean, even like a Vessel and an Energy is not too bad, too. You have some options. There's the Iono. Ugh. Not great. Hunter Ray, thanks for the follow. Chat Cow, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to stream, you guys. Now this is kind of weird because you know the Gardevoir player doesn't have a great hand. This hand is not great. So if I'm the Goldengo player, what do you really do here? Do you just Iono and say, all right, screw it, I need to find KO here no matter what? Or do you just pass and play conservatively? That is the question here that we have to ask ourselves. Hey, what's up, Michael? Tell Christian I said hi. All right, this is definitely... I mean, we could TM Evo again. Oh, we're going for it. Oh, boy. Oh, we're just TM Evolutioning. Okay. I was like, whoa, we're going to go for the Iono into the E-Search Pro. That would be tough. Now, this is a really good play, though, because we know the Gardevoir player is not drawing great, and there's no Psychic Energy in the discard pile. So, unless Charizard here, 364, gets a Earthen Vessel and Research, or just some way to get 2 energy in the discard pile, this thing's not moving this turn. So, there's an Iono. But still no guarantee this thing's moving. You're going to need to find a couple energies here. And if this thing does not move, this just opens the door so much for Goldengo. There is the Ultra Ball, getting rid of the Psychic Energy now. That just means that they need 1 more energy. This is a sign there is a rare candy in the hand, so we're going to be able to thin out this hand and use Restart here. Question is what is that last card? Is it an energy? That is the $1 million question. Looks like it was not, and we see Restart draw up to 3 here. There is a Nest Ball coming out. It's going to be getting themselves potentially Screamtail. Could be one thing you get here, or another Munkidori. It's fine. There's Psychic Embrace. Seems fine. And we'll see the Mind Bend, I guess. But this still feels terrible. I mean, no, like, I don't know. This still doesn't feel very good. Was there any way he could have attacked with... Was it ever better just to attack with the other Monkey Dory? Wait, no, there's only one energy in the discard. Never mind. He had to do... Wait, no, there would have been two, right? Wait, could he have attacked with the other monkey? Well, that would have just been better. Because, like, now you'd lose the dark energy, right? And there's an energy in the discard, which means he attached for turn. Right? Alright, anyways. Back here on Golden Ghost side. I mean, this is awkward. You're confused. It's very, very sketchy. What do you actually want to do here? I mean, didn't draw very much of anything off these. And we see a Pokegear miss. Oh, no. No Cypher Maniac found. No Arven found. Might be put in a situation where we're going to have to coin flip. But this coin flip feels so bad having to flip. Because if you miss here and then Charizard takes the prize lead, it's going to be hard for Golden Goat to actually win this game, because that gives a full other turn for Golden Goat to be able to, or for Gardevoir to get another energy on Monkey. Yeah, this is tough here. And here we go. Here's Make It Rain. This is a huge flip in the game. I think if they flip Tails, Gardevoir's favored, and they flip Tails. Oh no. This 30 damage here, and now this Monkey survives. So now two Monkey Dory are going to get on the board, pushing Gardevoir closer to being able to one-shot Golden Ghost turn after turn. On top of it too, there is a Pheasantipity on the board. So many liabilities have been created, and we're not even taking a prize card here. But the big question is does Gardevoir have the ability here to actually punish this play and get a knockout? The big problem here has been no energies in discard. We only have one Psychic, I believe, currently in the discard pile here. So this is looking really rough for Dango. And there's the Earthen Vessel. Is the other... Oh, no energy discard there. Okay. That'd have been huge. All right, what do you do here as Golden Go? Beat Crustal Thorns as pull? Yo, good job. That matchup's tough, right? Because of the Crustal? I mean, do you have Dusknoir? Because that makes it better, but... All right. Just a Mind Bend, so... Golden Go has a chance now. If there was a KO there, I think it would have been lights out. I think the game is over if a KO happens there. No, I'm Slowpoke. Oh, yeah, that seems like a tough matchup, right? Tough. Here's the Earthen Vessel coming out here, getting a couple energies, 2 metal energies into the hand here. They also have Mist. Oh, yeah. That's brutal. I can't believe you won that. Congratulations. That's sick. Here is the Earthen Vessel being used. We're going to see another Dango coin bonus. Needs to find a way to get this Dango out of the active spot so he doesn't have to coin flip, because you can't keep coin flipping. That's like the problem, is you keep coin flipping, eventually you're going to give Gardevoir way too much time here, and Gardevoir will be able to win this game. So, I mean, like, if they flip Tails, then Gardevoir can just Mind Bend KO, and it creates a terrible situation where a Monkey takes a knockout, and then the prize race is even easier at that point. So, we do see Arven here going to be able to potentially get themselves that switch card if they do have one in this list. So, let's take a look here, see if... Yeah, no switch? Where's our air balloon at? It's hiding. There's Ultra Ball being used, getting rid of Dragapult and Dracloak here. I misplayed though. All right, we do have the Dark Energy though. Now the big question is, do you just YOLO the? They play 2 Thorns. Oh yeah, they're not supposed to. Yeah, no, that helps. Now you're in an interesting spot. Do you just? Oh, you can't Bossasaurus. I would say it's like if you had the access to Bossasaurus, we did obviously play Arvin, but it's like if you had access, did you just YOLO try and KO the Gardevoir? I don't know, but we're putting 30 there. Okay. And here's Make It Rain. This is a huge flip. Oh no. No. 0 for 2. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, what do you do? Oh, this is a disaster because now they can just monkey KO. Oh no. What a unfortunate turn of events. How much on active Dango? 170. They healed 30 and they re-damaged themselves with 30. Salvo Force prefers a immovable object kind of game. Yes, literally. Exactly, Alex. Wow. What a horrible flip. But the thing about it is both players aren't doing very much. Are we about to see a mind bend? Or no, not mind bend, and Make It Rain? Oh my gosh. Are they actually going to do this? They're going to genome hacking Make It Rain KO? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Is this actually going to happen? Wait, they need just 2 energy. Do they even have 2 energy in hand? This is insane. This is just crazy. What is happening? They're going for it. 30 onto the bench. We need 2 energies. 2 energies they need. But like, what happens if... Is there seriously 2 in hand? Oh my god. Yo, this is insane. They actually had the KO. Now, this is kind of iffy though, because like, if the Golden Go player like KOs a Gardevoir and just leaves those 3 energy trapped, we might run into a problem a little bit later because these 3 energy on Mew EX are just forever stuck here. But this is crazy. That's got to be up there as one of the craziest plays of the evening. But anyways, here comes the draw power here from Dango. And what do you do in this situation? Like, you just KO the Mew EX. You can't really KO Mew EX. It just does not work, because if you KO Mew EX, you give access to all of those energies again, and it just pretty much means the game's over. So we're going to see boss's orders here. Smartly going to be targeting one of the bench Pokemon. You can't KO Mew. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 energies here. So you're going to be able to knock out Gardevoir. You also have the option here to knock out a Monkey Dory. But at this point, taking a monkey and taking 1 prize card is not enough. You need to take multi-prize card turns over and over again. Because if you take a 1 prizer here, they go down to 5 and they have an extra 3 turns at least. So how much in the opponent's monkey? I don't know. I mean, there's 40 on the bench and 20 there. There's 30 on the bench. Yeah. There it is. 30 damage going down there. And we're going to see the coin bonus. Yeah, don't forget to do that. Doesn't hurt. You're probably not going to duck out in the situation. And Make It Rain will be able to take the big 1-hit KO here, dealing 350 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all you need, because with Monkey Dory, you need 1 less energy. Down goes the Gardevoir. Now, action here, back on Charizard here. What do you do? Okay, so now Mew can copy Fez double Adrenabrain to the Genesect and kill it. Yeah, true. Cruel Arrow. That'd be kind of gnarly. But honestly, at this point, I don't think the Mew EX play was correct, because look at all these energies. They're just trapped here. Like, if I was them last turn, I just would have monkey KO. This like Mew EX play was like, you kind of overcooked, right? This was like an overcooked scenario where you went too deep into the kitchen. All right, we say Psychic Embrace. 20 onto Gardevoir. Retreat. Into what, though? Just going to Monkey? Yep, we're going to go back into the coin flip strategy here. 1 energy onto the ape here, and we're going to see another Mind Bend. Just this slow, grindy game. Yep, Mind Bend angle seems all right. Yeah, Mind Bend wins a lot of games. Exactly, yeah. Yep, damage going on there. And we'll see Mind Bend for 60 damage. The Bolt Up, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. All right, draws for a turn. Sending that Buddy Puff in. I don't know if you needed to do that if you like want to superior. That's, yeah, you don't need to do that there because you want that to superior away. Oh. Potentially just like a pointless Buddy Puffin in that situation. But it's always important to know what your prizes are because sometimes, you know, you don't know, right? But all right, I think the Dango player might have a chance. Here's the Turo healing up that Golden Go. Gonna go back into that. We'll see coin bonus, drawing 2 more. This is a crazy game. 3 energy retrieval now in the hand. And yeah, this is where the Buddy Puffin would be great to get rid of because you can get rid of a Dango, but what other card do you get rid of here? It should have just been the Buddy Puffin, but now we're getting punished in this spot for not having access. Yeah, we're going to have to lose a Cypher Maniac's code breaking, which does not feel great, especially when Gardevoir oftentimes tries to use Iono late to win the game. So all right. Action back to the Gardevoir player as it is 3-3 now. Time is ticking though. Timer's running out in this round. There's only 6 minutes left, so both players need to move at a reasonable pace here to actually get this game done. They've pretty much been playing at the same pace here. Very similar times, but we do see the research, which is huge, trying to get energy in the discard pile. There is the other energy onto that Monkey Dory here, but the problem is this Mew still has 3 energies, which I said a few turns ago might come back to bite them, and it might come back to hurt them here because this thing cannot lose these energies. If the Golden Go player just smartly says, I know these energies aren't going to come off there because Gardevoir's typically not playing Turo anymore, these things are just forever stuck here, and this is causing so many issues for Gardevoir. See the retreat. What are we going to go into? The thing about Mind Bend is that it's just not doing a whole lot here. And yes, we are finally going into this Gardevoir, but it just doesn't feel great. If we had those energies, we could have maybe gone into Screamtail this turn and knocked out Pheasantipity, gone down to 1 prize card, then put ourselves in a great spot. So this is very sketchy. On top of this too, going down to 1 prize card means no access to Counter Catcher to finish the game too. So, oh. And that becomes an issue. Oh, all right. There's a little bit of damage moving over here. Adrenaline Brain healing up that Gardevoir, but unfortunately for them, not healing it enough. This thing only needs 6 energy to get KO'd, not 7. So very easy KO here from Golden Go coming. And I think that Golden Go is going to be favored to take this game unless the Gardevoir player has a boss's orders, which some of them are playing. So we'll see here. All right, here we go. Where do you put this little bit of damage? There's the Superior. Probably going to be able to get rid of comfortably here Artisan, and probably that Gimme Goal, I guess. That's probably fine. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. You could have benched it. I guess, is there any downside to benching it? Like, you probably never need jamming here. Yeah, here's Superior. Probably going to get rid of jamming and Arvin. You don't really need either of those. Yep, there it is. Superior being used. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I believe they might have one left, yeah. Here's Cypher. Putting game on top, pretty much saying, all right, I'm winning the game next turn. You have to win this turn. So we're going to need to see Rare Candy Gardevoir and triple Monkey Dory to clean up this game. Or potentially Screamtail with 4 energies and 2 Monkey Dories to put 60 on the bench, Pheasantipity, and then Screamtail. Roaring Scream for 160 to take the knockout. So there are multiple ways here for Gardevoir to win. It just simply comes down to, are they able to find it? They have 8 cards left, so if they have the resources, a research should get them there. Most notably, can't use things like Secret Box as well. I think it's already in the discard pile, but we see the Clefairy. Oh, this could maybe get them there too. 40, 60, 80, 120, 40, 60, 180. No, it's the same as Gardevoir. Okay, so that doesn't get them there either. Seen Artisan be used. Failing it. There's research. Is it Rare Candy Gardevoir? It comes down to this. All the cards have been drawn. Do we find Candy Gardevoir plus Monkey Dory energy here? Here we go. There's Curly. No, they don't have it. Oh my goodness. They missed. I would ID at 7-1. If I'm 7-1, yeah. I think, like, I would just check, but probably. Wow, and Golden Ghost survives, making it to 6-1-1 and into the winning in round. What a crazy game. It looked like Golden Ghost was so far behind, but we saw at the beginning of the game, the Gardevoir player used that Mew EX, just was a little bit too, I think, cheesy there, because for the entire game, that Mew EX, although helped one turn, worked against him as the Goldango player smartly said, I'm just not going to knock that thing out and let it sit the entire game. So great play there from Goldango to recognize that. And although falling far behind, was able to use that Mew EX every turn against the Gardevoir player. I had to clip that genome hacking though. Oh my goodness. It looked cool. All right. What a game. Holy cow. I appreciate it. Yo, thank you, Jocko. All right, let's take a look at some of the standings right now. Wait, oops. All right, here we go. So we have Novel Raptor. Their judge call right now. Oh, that's not. We have Novel Raptor against Dabbingsta 701 701. They will be both playing in top cut here. Congratulations to both of them. We have Cleffa Broken 8-0 taking out number 1 Trasherlanche fan, falls to 6-1-1. We have Kim at 701 taking down Huffer. We have Arul 7-1 against Arthur. We have Kasa Suzuka. This is a very successful Japanese player in online tournaments. This person has won plenty of online events. Very solid player. I've seen their name before. Taking down Ian MC. Ian, after being 6-1, loses to Charizard here. We have Rick 7-1, Luke Griffin 7-1, Jack B 7-1, Investment Banker 6-2. Unfortunately, Raging Bolt started very well, fell off at the very end, unfortunately. And the next rounds are up here. We have, these will probably ID, and then the 7-1s will, oh, this becomes interesting because you can play to dodge Asa maybe, but I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I agree, Sleeps. Yeah, seems pretty decent. Let's see what people are going to do. This is going to take a second, but I'm curious to see what people actually choose to do in this spot. Yeah, trains IDing. It's IDing to ASIM because there's no way. Well, is it locked? I mean, what happens if everyone plays? Okay, so there's one that's guaranteed like locked for cut. It's the 8-0. So 8-0. It would take like an unfortunate scenario. Let's see what people are doing. Yeah, they don't know yet. What's happening? Dabbing. They want to play. So people are playing. Interesting. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, 7-1 ID. That seems fine. Let's see. What's Novel Raptor's record? Oh, Novel Raptor 701. Oh, so they're playing. I like this move from them. Just the alpha. I'm going 801 here. I love this. All right. Let's hop over into our last round before top cut. All right. 1 second. Let me just fix everything. Round 9. One second. All right, cool. Let's hop into it. I think they're just restarting. Yeah, they're just restarting their game. So we'll take a short minute until that gets settled. 20-12. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. How do we ID? Just call judge. Call judge, ask for the ID, and Owen will ID you. All right, give me 1 second. Let me get a charger. I need to charge my phone. Yeah, so for anyone who's interested in IDing, just call a judge. My judge will handle that, and they will automatically ID you. They're dealing with multiple judge calls typically on this last round, so... You copy my make it rain? I'd have 2 nickels. That's funny. Their game's taking a second to load in. Hope everything's okay. All right, we'll check back in them in a little bit. Let's go watch the Dango player who's in the winning in. Oh, we have the Dango mirror for the winning in here. Oh, boy. Okay. All right, let's watch this one. All right, so we did just watch Antonio. Last game, take the W with Golden Go. They're now 6-1-1, so what's showing is a little bit inaccurate. But it is a Dango mirror. Both players fighting for a top cut spot here. Looks like the baby Dango came out too, which is a huge play. If you're able to take the first prize card with baby Dango, you are putting yourself in a very favorable situation. So we do see Dango coming out here, and this just doesn't feel great. I mean, you have to do this, right? You have to take the KO in this spot if you're the Goldango player, but you're falling down to 5 prizes, and they can go from 5 to 3. You then go 5 to 3. They go 3 to 1, and they just win the prize straight at that point. So an unfortunate must do here with the Goldango EX, but doesn't feel great, obviously, to do it in this situation. All right, we do see the boss's orders here coming out onto the gimme goal. Very heads up play here, understanding who cares about that baby Goldango. It's not very good anymore. So let's focus on taking the gimme goal down, getting down to 5 prizes, and pretty much just saying, hey, if you can get down another gimme goal, if you can get Goldango, and you can get that Energy Search Pro, then sure, you're probably favored to beat me. But if you miss, then I get down to 4 prizes, and I will prize race you more effectively. So that's pretty much what just like this game kind of comes down to, is this next turn is such a huge swinger in this matchup. Dan, to answer your question, I just saw this. If you ID right now, 711 should make ASIM, yeah. Do you think straight Dango more or Pengo, do you think? I haven't tried enough of straight Dango to have a great answer for you. So I like Pengo a lot. It's pretty good. What's up, Pokemon? How you doing, bro? You playing any League Cups coming up? All right, they did miss. So now it's just feeling so good for Pengo. We see 1-2 here, plus Dracloak coming out with that Recon Directive. Looking pretty good. You probably wanted to start off. Yeah, I guess it was probably better to start with Recon. Because if you find Cypher, then you can Cypher into 2 things. Yeah, so definitely a little, I think, mistake there. It's probably better just to start with Recon, but it's like kind of... Oh, they missed! It's not a huge deal, but could come back to bite them. All right, there's Goldengo KO, taking 2 prizes, going down to 4 prize cards. And now we're at that point where we're on even prize cards, which is huge. We're going for the Ho playmat, super dope. How about you? Anything planned? Depends. I'll check, see if there's anything close by. I know Fresno has some cups coming up, so I think there's one on July 3rd. I might go to that. If I have time. I don't know. I have to check. So speaking of playing from MTG competitively, any suggestions to spearhead my way into Pokemon comp? A lot of good content. A lot of good content on YouTube, Twitch, Discord servers, Metafy coaching, tons of different things, right? So feel free to look into those. Anyways, back here, looks like there is a rigid band, making it just a little bit harder to knock out that Goldengo here. And we're going to see Make It Rain. And now this is a little bit sketchy. So Antonio needs to, in this situation, recon or draw for turn into either Energy Search Pro or Goldengo. If he finds either of those, he'll be able to E-Search Pro and then use Ultra Ball as well and get those speeds. So there's plenty of cards to draw into. Definitely reasonable outs here. Night Stretcher is also an out as well into Dango, but this is a little bit scary here now, Solane. Oh, there's the top deck. Wow, okay. So that's really good here. Now, you definitely want to start with Drakloak, because if you Drakloak into Cypher, you just use Cypher, and then you coin bonus into the 2 cards, but they did it this way here. And we'll see if they get punished. Oh, there's Fez. That's pretty good. Yeah, wow, okay. So still able to get out of it here. To be able to use that Fez, draw 3 extra cards here, and they just need to take this KO, and they'll be 1 knockout away from locking themselves up into at least asymmetrical top cut for the very first Smart Series. There we go. Here's Arven. Going to be used. Going to be able to get that E-Search Pro that they were looking for. Take that TM evolution. You can attach that TM as well. The big question is there enough energy? I think there is. Even with the rigid band, this still is plenty to take the KO. Advisor greater for a resource from what I found? Yeah. If you don't just want like one-on-one coaching from people, there's also like Metafy groups and things like that. And some of them cost like $3, $5, things like that. There's a lot of affordable ways to get information in Pokemon. So ZAMM, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Stream. And Sky Pillar as well. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Anyways, they're superior now. Got to hit a little bit more here, right? Due to that rigid band. Yep. Let's count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this enough? Yeah, that's enough. It's 270. It's just enough. Okay. I was about to say, I was like, if that was 10 damage short, that would have been really bad. But it is plenty, even through rigid band. And now this game is just looking pretty much over. Because Goldengo is not able to strike it rich for a KO, because Goldengo only does extra damage when it gets evolved on that turn. So there's really no way for this baby Goldengo to actually take a knockout, meaning that Antonio should be able to take this W. That's one of the problems sometimes with Baby Dango, is when you commit to evolving one of your gimme goals into Baby Dango, you occasionally compromise your consistency of your deck because you don't have access to that gimme goal becoming a Goldengo EX. And we're seeing that right now here in this situation, where a gimme goal turned into a card that, yes, would give them a prize lead, but wouldn't necessarily help them hold on to the prize lead if the infrastructure of their board state wasn't fully set up, which it wasn't. I appreciate it. Thank you, Char. There's an S-Ball getting themselves a golden go. Or a gimme goal. And now at this point, all we need is a way to retreat and a boss's orders here. Which we already have the boss's orders. Alright, there's Arvin. I probably would just recon here. You definitely just recon. Start with the recon. You see more cards in the spot. If you recon into Superior, you just win the game. Alright, Night Stretcher is good. Does that get them there, though? They need 6 energy. No, they're still short. Honestly, it's probably best just to retreat. There's no downside here just to retreat because what are they going to do? Hit your Goldengo for 30? It doesn't actually matter here. So if you find Retrieval, you just always win. And if you miss, you just Arvin for like the Retrieval and just hold for a turn. So, or you just KO the active too. Like that's also fine. All right, and there's the Superior. Looks like Antonio going to be able to go up to 7-1-1 and lock up a top cut, at least asymmetrical for them. Boss's orders. Down goes Pheasantipity. Come back there. Wasn't looking great at the beginning, but Antonio, once again, back-to-back games, we've watched them kind of fall behind a little bit at the beginning of the game, but able to find a way to come back. Golden Go Mirror, one of the more interesting matchups, that's for sure. But yeah. Would love to watch some of their games in Top Cut, potentially. All right, this is the 7-0-1 versus 8-0 game. Looks like they were able to get their TCG live going. And yeah, we're going to see exactly how this one is happening here. Yo, Pokemon, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. Hope Gabe sees my comments and reads them. I can see them, Gazer. I appreciate you, Mari. Thank you, man. Thanks, Mauricio. All right, so this is going to be the 7-0-1 Charizard against the 8-0 Dragapult here. It's currently tied 4-4, and it doesn't look like there's great stuff happening for the Zard. It doesn't look amazing here. You see the Super Rod coming out. We're going to need to also see a KO on this Dragapult, which I don't think is happening. There's no Max Belt, and there's also no Monkey Dory with energy. So there are hypothetical ways to take knockouts here. It just does not exist in this situation. So looking pretty rough. All right. So the Charmander. The Jap being used. All right, there's the quick search, getting out that Monkey Dory, but I might just be a little too late in this situation. The foam square out of place is killing me. Oh, yes. I need to fix them. Yo, hey, good job. 7-2 solid. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. 7-2 is pretty good. It's a shame 7-2 wasn't enough for ASIM this time, I think. There were so many players that it made it 7-1-1 instead of 7-2 because we increased it to try and make it easier to make top cut. We increased the rounds. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Yep, and there's not a whole, I mean, You can go here, put 30 onto, I mean, the active, but you just lose if they just go Dusclops Phantom Dive, right? I don't think there's a whole lot here because he missed Max Belt. That was the one thing we were trying to find. Yeah, it's just Phantom Dive, KO, KO. Not going to be able to do anything. However, both of these players are locked for top cut. The Charizard player will be 7-1-1, and Dragapult goes up to a perfect 9-0 record. Dragapult, Dusknoir able to dominate so far, guarantee locking themselves up into a top cut berth. But the big question is will they have to play in asymmetrical? I think they're probably still going to have to play, but if anyone is going to be dodging ASIM, it's going to be them. A 2-day tourney stream due to demand? I have no idea. It's sometimes difficult on the weekdays for people to find like time to do it 2 different days. Does that make sense? It's hard to do that. Like, it's very difficult. Weekends, maybe weekends, but usually weekends are cups, like in challenges, and I don't want to like infringe on those as well with people. I feel like certain weekdays are easier for people. So it's hard. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Hope to see you there. All right, we got 9 minutes left until the next round, which will be top cut. You're heading into the final. Few rounds here. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, so the people we're looking at, we're probably going to get Goldengo for ASIM potentially. We also have access to trains as well. Playing Charizard. Got some people. Got some options. Might try and pull a couple people in to potentially also stream. Let's see. Oh, it's okay. 1 second. $17-player ASIM. Holy cannoli. What a brutal ASIM. Are these events on a set schedule, like bi-weekly or something? We might do bi-weekly. That's the plan. As I know right now. I'm like planning things out at the moment. But expect information soon. But anyways, 7 minutes left until we get to asymmetrical top cut. I need to quickly go use the bathroom, fill my water again. I talk a lot, so I need to drink a lot of water. But I will be back shortly. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the subs. I appreciate it both on YouTube and Twitch. Hope you guys are all having a great evening, enjoying watching the tournament. I appreciate all the support on this. Definitely will be happening again. Almost 600 players. One of the biggest Pokemon TCG live online tournaments we've ever had. So it's pretty cool to see that. I will be back soon. All right. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. All right. We are back. So, let's take a look at top cut here. Okay, so we have, let's update the, how do I do this? Advanced options, update stand-ins. Okay, so right now we have 17 people in asymmetrical. We have Cleffa Broken. We have Kim Jong-un, which is Nathan Osterkatz at 801. Very well-known senior player, very accomplished. Luke Giffen with Grim Snarl. So 3 Grim Snarls. Bruno with Raging Bolts. Charizard. We have Corona, Noble Raptor, Trains 346, all making it with Charizard. We have Dabbingsta at 711. I get it, but dang. Yeah, I mean, there's over 500 players in this tournament, and since it's only a one-day, excuse me, since it's only a one-day tournament, it's really hard to actually, you know, make it for everyone. But yeah, we have Antonio with Goldango, Arrow with Joltik, Jack with Gardevoir, Intelligence Trading Card Game with Charizard, Kazazuzuka with Charizard, Gabriel with Gardevoir, Vitor Henrique with Zorak. Zorak made it into cut. We have Tom here with Terrapagos Noctowl as the final deck. He's dedicated, yeah. Minute to the grind. An online event that is the size of an old regional. Yeah. Well, as I said, this was mostly a test event. So we're going to try and figure out more ways to make more people be able to make cut. What's happening to me for the record? Yes, I would love to get to the point. I have some things that I'm thinking about. So like over in Asia, they oftentimes do top 32 cut. It's something we could possibly do. It'd be that way. It's impossible to do it like so. Currently, there's only one ASIM match because everyone else. So there's a six. It's 16 versus 17 right now. So, there's only one match. And BO1 feels good. because I have two options. The other option is to run it like the late night series. However, I don't want people on the East Coast to have to stay up till 3:34 in the morning to finish the tournament, because going 8 or 9 rounds and then having phase 2 on top of it into top cut is absurd. So I was trying to figure a structure that would work like relatively quickly, which would be 9 cut to ASIM. It was originally 7 and then almost 600 players registered. So I can't reasonably run a 7-round tournament with ASIM, because that would mean you'd literally have to go like 7-0 to make top cut. 34th? Not bad. I mean, this many people, not bad. Trapper Deck is wild. What was the Pulse matchups? Can't view. All right, let's take a look. So we are currently waiting on one ASIM match. So since there's only one match right now, so basically here, I'll show you guys how it works. So since we did asymmetrical, everyone pretty much who made, yo, Onguard, thanks for the raid of 21. I appreciate it. Welcome everyone. First off, shout out to Onguard. If anyone of you guys aren't following them, make sure to go shoot them over a follow. 17-32 raid. Congratulations on going 7-2 with Blaziken. That was a joy to watch your game. It was very, very fun and enjoyable. So shout out you, and hopefully you bring something cool next time as well. But anyways, hopping into it here, this is what is happening. So let me just go there. Okay, so Cleffa Broken, Kim Jong, Luke, Giu, Bruno, Corona, Novoraptor, Trains, Dabingsta, Errol, Antonio, Jack, Intelligence, TCG, Kazuzuka, Gabriel, all make it into guaranteed ASIM. However, how asymmetrical works is if there are 17 people, these two players have to fight for 16. So what is going to happen is Victor and Tom are playing. I asked one of them to stream. I don't know if they'll respond because they already started the game. But whoever wins this becomes the 16th seed who plays against the 10-0, which is Cleffa Broken. And then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll have 8 matches, and we'll actually have stream games to go over. So we'll have a little bit more time. Now, taking a look at the 2 decks that are in the top 17 playoff here, we have Terrapagos, Dragapult, Charizard, Dusknor, Pidgeot, which is by far the craziest deck to make top cut. I haven't even looked at any of the other decks. I can already tell this is going to be the craziest one. So yeah, this is up there for sure. Wait, what happened? Did something happen to the stream? Stream's dead on Twitch, but it's good on YouTube. This happened yesterday where Twitch died, but YouTube was fine. It should start up any second now. This literally happened yesterday. Or the day before. But YouTube's never had this issue. Yeah, YouTube's fine. Twitch being Twitch, it's only a Twitch issue. The funny, like, sometimes this happens where, like, Azul's also Twitch just dies out of nowhere. I've seen it happen to people before. It's a dual streaming thing. Let me see. What is happening here? We're back. Yeah, I guess we're good, right? Should be. I don't think it's a computer issue. I have almost gigabit internet, and I have like almost gigabit internet on top of it being plugged into the router. And also, I have a pretty good PC, so it's most likely just overloaded. Kind of surprised. I had rated at a bad time, apparently. No. You broke the stream, dude. No, it was not. This happened a couple days ago when we were dual streaming, and we went about we were like 3 or 4 hours in the stream just cut off. But on YouTube, it never did. It never cuts off on YouTube. Skill issue? 100%. Anyways, let's get back to the decks that were there. Okay, as I said, there's one match happening right now, and it's Terapagos versus Zorak. Once this match is done, we will have multiple stream games to watch for the top 16 playoff. So, anyways, hopping back into it here, we saw one of the craziest decks of the tournament make it in at 7-1-1. We have Terapagos, Noctowl, Dragapult, Charizard, Dusknor, Pidgeot. Force Issues Criminal. I have no idea how this deck sets up. Yeah, they're 17th in ASIM, but how it works is the 17th plays the 16th for the last seed, and then we have 8 matches, because that'd be 8 times 2, 16, yeah. So this deck is in cut right now, fighting for 16th seed currently. Yeah, that's I guess how it works. So it's 2 rounds of ASIM. Effectively, yes. But there's only 1 match going. So as soon as this ends, then we'll go into ASIM to top 8. Yeah, this is crazy. We might have to make a video on this. This is definitely the most wild one. What if we just draw the nuts every game so we don't need consistency? Yeah, that's exactly true. I mean, who needs draw supporters? We only need 2 draw supporters, right? Who cares? Yeah, you know, we got a 1-1 Pidgeot line. We're never going to prize that. 1-1-1. We got a 1-1 Charizard line. Who cares? You know, we'll always find it, right? 1-1-1 Dragapult line. And then Vitor Henrique here, just playing Zoroark. Looks somewhat similar to the list that top 8 at NAIC here with multiple rigid band. Might just be the exact 60 that top 8'd. I don't know if they played at Blood Moon. I think they did. Are you shooting in 120 FPS? Yes. When's the next one? Probably not. Maybe next week or the week. It will definitely be the week after, I think. I'm still figuring that out. I need to like set up some stuff for it so it runs even smoother. And I need to set up stuff on the stream. There's like stuff I need to get done with it, but anyways, yeah, waiting on this one. I asked them to stream. I think it's just they just started playing, so hopefully once the first game is done, we'll be able to, they'll read it and they'll be able to hop in the stream. But anyways, taking a look at the lists here, yeah, we see the Dragapult, 3 Grimmsnarl, 5 Charizard made it. So Charizard was the most successful, I would say arguably most successful deck, but the lone Dragapult Dusknoir is 9-0, which is pretty crazy. Bolt Dusknoir just beating through everything in the format. Pretty impressive to see. The 10-0 Pulse matchups. Ah, yes. So they took down Gardevoir. They took down Flareon Noctowl. They beat double Dragapult Mirror. They then beat Charizard. They then went through double Raging Bolt. And then they beat Grim and they beat Charizard. So beating Gardevoir, pretty impressive. Beating double Bolt, also pretty impressive as well. Beating double Charizard too. Yeah, pretty much played against a lot of normal things. Nothing really too particular. This is the list that they're playing here. It looks to be a Turbo Research Iono build. No Arven, most notably. We have the 442 Dragapult line, 221 Dusknoir, 2 Budu, 1 Shaman, 1 Halucha, 1 Munkidori, 1 Latias, 1 Fez, 1 Blood Moon. Honestly, with this list, I probably wouldn't even play jamming. Why not just play like 2 Area Zero? Got the Neo Upper 2. I definitely think Neo Upper is the strongest one for Pult at the moment, so no surprise seeing Dragapult do well. It makes it close, makes it 50-50. We're about 50-50 into Gardevoir. Yeah. Looks like they're still playing game 1 here. Over a quarter of your games, your prize a piece of your Pidgeot line. Yeah, it's true. Statistically, but if you get lucky, you never prize it. Yeah, it'll be on a weekday because weekends are tough for people because one, people are just doing things or they are playing cups and challenges. So I think weekday nights when most of the East Coast is home is probably the easiest for the most amount of people, but I don't know. I'm probably going to run a poll on Twitter on what days people would prefer. I might do that today or tomorrow. But trying to find the optimal day is sometimes tough. Crash City? What? Should be curious to see how the stage 2 deck works. Oh, it died again? Why is it on? It's just a Twitch issue. That's strange. Our bad as EU person? Gotcha. It's not a Streamlabs issue. Streamlabs says everything's working perfect. That's the strange thing, is normally it tells you, like, oh, you have a connection issue. If anyone's good with technology, shoot me a message over Discord. See if we can figure it out for a future. It's obscure to me. Red Porter towards Pulp for this weekend. Just play whatever you're more comfortable with. They're both really good. Think of the scenes and stuff. Yeah, if you want, shoot me a message. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch is misbehaving. Let me see if I can mess with it here. All right, Twitch should be back up. We got about 25 minutes until top 16 cuts, which we'll be streaming. We're just waiting for that. So we'll have that up for top cut. We have a few different people who are streaming, thankfully. We have Antonio, we have Trains, fish emoji as well. Tropico's list on stream. They did not respond. I don't know if either of them speak English. There's a Japanese player versus a Brazilian player. I asked one of them to stream. I didn't hear back from them, nor have they even marked 2-1 game 1 or not. So we're still waiting. So we do have stream matches for top 16 and so forth. It's just since there's a top 17 cut, 16th and 17th seed play, which means there's a reasonable chance that we could not find a game, let's just say. But for top 16, because there's 8 matches, we have multiple people who are able to stream. Jellyfish is pretty good. I think it's strong. Notes of Logan. Or Logang. If Luke needs to stream on Discord, send me a message and I'll help him get set up. First off, I appreciate you. Secondly, if he makes top 8, as we get less and less players, there's less and less people who are capable of streaming. So 16, we're good. But if he makes it in the top 8, shoot me a message on Discord. Is this the biggest online tournament ever? No. Well, it is post-COVID, I think. It might be the biggest ever post-COVID. During COVID, there was a Chill TCG series tournament that hit 750. But this was also when there was no official tournament. So this might be the biggest post-COVID. I'll check though. I'm not actually sure. I'm pretty sure this is bigger than every late night series. This tournament will be every week. We're gonna probably start bi-weekly. Maybe we'll do next Monday. I need to figure out what I'm doing next Monday, but I'm gonna start clearing my schedule. It definitely will be the next week, next Monday, hopefully. I will keep everyone updated on that on social media, just on Twitter. Oh, dude, we made the right play by not actually. It's fine. You're technically not supposed to Dawn for 2 things because they can boss and trap something, but they almost got me here. Stupid Klefki. Oh, I should have benched. Well, holding Muse like fine for Scream Tail purposes. I can't tail now. They're not gonna Iono me. Or probably won't. Have you looked at the next format much? Wonder if anything has caught your eye if Guardy's still picked. Guardy's still great. Air Balloon has caught my eye. Hilda has caught my eye as well. Why not me there? I just said I should have probably benched it, but they could, I guess, snipe with like Guardy Screamtail, but it probably doesn't matter because there's 0 energy. Yeah, I probably should have put me down. Oh, wait, yeah, true, because they probably could just... I mean, I guess it gets an energy in the discard. Yeah, it's probably fine to do that. I guess you're right, yeah. Wait, why did they retreat and now they can't... Wait, what? Yeah, that is true. We could have done that, yeah. I guess if I forced them, if there's no energy in discard to attach like Dark, maybe that was like fine. I guess because they could have gotten an energy. They could have got the Dark on Monkey Dory if they had free retreat. I guess like that's one thing that kind of got helped. No, I missed Crispin. Unlucky. That's fine. I'm in a really good spot. Point key, easy 2 prizes. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, now we're so far ahead because we can one-shot Gardevoir. If we ever go down... Yeah, this is not great for them. Okay. Now I can just pretty much checkmate them, I think. I think I just prime KO here. Then bench Fez. And there's like nothing they can do. Technically, it's this. Actually, no, it's well. Actually, no, it's either Monkey or this. I guess getting Drifloon's like fine. Taking this out. I guess wait, no, because they could go Charm. Do I care? They're probably not getting that. They need Charm, Gardevoir, Gardevoir. But I just went with Pikachu at that point too. But technically, this would always get. Actually, this is fine. Yeah, I don't care if they Drifloon. Because I win the game with Gust anyways at that point. Okay. Because now that I always have something to amp. Just go like here. What are the top cut decks? We'll go over them in a second. Flu's good. The problem with Floon is that they could go Bravery Charm Monkey and then evolve into Gardevoir, and it creates a situation where I have no amp targets, and then they can blow up my Pikachu with Monkey Dory. It's very hard for them to do it, but it's like a hypothetically like possible play they can make. This just always means I can amp the next turn. Okay, well, GG's. All right, let's take a look once again at top 16 cut decks. It looks like Tom did win game 1. So Terapagos is 1 win away from making top cuts. For anyone who just got here, there was a top 17 versus 16 match, which means there was only 2 players playing and they weren't able to stream. So once that game is done, we go to a top 16 ASIM, and then we'll have multiple stream games to watch. That's a line I never heard of. That's pretty good foresight. I try my best. Or just amp the monkey genius. Wonder if they can bravery charm it. It like completely checkmates the game if I do it like that. I can never lose if I will like most likely never lose if I do it like that. So but anyways, yeah. They're playing, for anyone who doesn't know, we do have a Terapagos, Charizard, Dragapult, Dusknoir deck at 7-1-1 here. I have a lot of cards from post-rotation. Gardevoir is a good investment. Charizard's a good investment too, Dragapult. But all those decks are like reasonable. Like they're not crazy expensive. Yo, Blue Orb, thanks for the follows. Tito's, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, this is the coolest deck I have seen in a very long time. They're 7-1. They're cooking something. Would have been better to touch Charm to Mew instead of hands. They're supposed to put it on hands so that they can't, like, go monkey. But potentially, I think it was fine. Joltik with Dango. Wait, did that deck make cut? Did Joltik Dango make cut? Did Jol Dango actually get there? Yeah, he had no idea. Just decided to say, screw it, we're playing everything. Where else does the Joltik plus hands work aside from Dango Mirror? I have no idea. Jol Dango is not my expertise, unfortunately. It's not my expertise. Did it actually make cut? There's no way. Did the Jol Dango actually make cut? No. You know how crazy that would have been if that person actually made cut? How did they finish? Does anyone know how the Jol Dango did? What was the match that we watched where it won? It won against Cal, right? Oh, yes. Let's go see it. Because Cal dropped at 3-2. Oh, it went 5-3. No! Hey, it's a cool deck. No to Badu. This person was not losing to Badu decks. Never lucky, yeah. They started hot though, weren't they? 5-1. Yeah, they started 5-1. They won their next game too. They were cooking, but unfortunately didn't get there. Yeah, 17 minutes left until we guaranteed get multiple games going. We will be hopping into. We got a few different options here. Got gonna quickly go over those for everyone. We have Antonio playing Goldengo. We have fish emoji, which is, I believe, blue, playing Grimmsnarl, I think. We have Grimmsnarl, we have Goldengo, we have Charizard, Pidgeot as well. That's another one of them that we have. We got plenty of different games. We also have, if we need, also we got multiple Charizard Pidgeots that will be ready potentially if we need them. But yeah, just comes down to this last game here. What was the metagame? Seen a lot of Zard? Yeah, so the metagame here, as I said, over 500 players competed. We have 77 Gardevoir. The most played deck ended up being Gardy. 72 Raging Bolt Ogerpon. They both finished with very similar win rates. 182 losses, 173 wins, 170, 181. Practically the same, except there were way more ties, obviously, with Gardevoir. We have Grimmsnarl Frostlass was the third most played deck at 10%. 178, 155. A little bit better of a win rate. Less players played it. Dragapult Dusknoir had kind of an iffy run, however, was carried by the 10-0 Dragapult currently right now. Purepult, 95 and 100, so pretty much the exact same. Both of these decks showed in their tournaments pretty reasonably similar. We have Charizard Pidgeot, 102 and 88, pretty solid win rate. Dragapult Charizard, 72 and 78, a little bit weaker. And then Flareon kind of had a rough one. Iron Thorns Crustle had a really rough run. Joltik Box did well, as we do see, I believe, one in top cut. Golden Go did well. Golden Go Dragapult 50-50. The tie drops it by 0.7%. Oh, Armarouge unfortunately did not cook. And Zoroark, nope. Toedscruel had a rough run. Started off well. There was a Toedscruel, I think that started 3-0 or 4-0. So they were cooking a little bit. Ethan's Typhlosion had a miserable run, unfortunately, but we'll be getting Brave Bengals soon, so we'll be getting better. Cynthia's Garchomp went 20 and 16. Unfortunately, none of them made it into top cut. Ceruledge, 5 of them, 21 and 13. They went, one of them went 7-2, so they started well, but faded a little bit. On Guard was playing Blaziken. How many Blaziken were there? Oh yeah, On Guard was only Blaziken. Rocket's Mewtwo did rough. Terrabox, it's in top cut, right? Yes, Davingsta is in top cut. I know they were in the stream a little bit earlier. Would love to get your game as well if you're still here. United Wings went 3 and 6. Our hero, the 2 United Wings players. I'm Intelligence trading card game, not Luke Griffin. Oh, wait, that's you. Okay, yes. Well, then if you can stream, that'd be perfect whenever you're ready. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, you're Charizard. Okay. Gamega, 7 and 4. None of them I go. And then for Terrabox, there is one that made it in. The big shock, I think, was Terrabox and obviously Terrapagos, both making it into top cut. Quad Thorns had a really rough run, winning only 1 game. Slacking 2 and 6, not great. The one Roaring Moon to Dunsparce went 0 and 6, unfortunately. And then the one Blaziken Zoroark. Blaziken Zoroark ended up having the highest win rate out of every deck in the room because only one person played it, and at a 77% win rate. So the highest win rate goes to Blaziken this event. So pretty cool. Where are the festival leads? They're waiting for Brave Bengal to come out. Once Brave Bengal comes out, the deck will be sick. Yeah, still playing. 13 minutes left in this game, so almost done. Hopefully we get a result. We do see the craziest deck in the room. Terrapagos is up 1 game to nothing. The Turtle, Dragapult, Charizard, Pidgeot, Dusknoir, Monkey Dory deck. The Zard lists are all similar to Gabriel's, yes. We see Corona here. Yeah, pretty much Gabriel's list. We see there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, there's 5 that made it. Oh my gosh. Novel Raptor. Yeah, pretty much. There's a Briar, most notably, in there. Trains was very similar. Intelligence trading card game was very similar. Um, is Bridge dead? It's okay. 1-1 that guy's my hero. Yeah, hopefully we get. What we're gonna do is since I don't think he's streaming, we have about 4 or 5 matches to watch, and we're hoping that if that guy wins, they get matched into them and we can watch the other side. That's the goal at the moment, is to watch Tom's games. Yo, what's up, Bora? Yeah, no Arch Aladon. That was one of the big decks that did not show up. 0 Arch. But yeah, all these lists are like pretty. I think all the top lists, like all the Grimmsnarl lists, were pretty similar. The Terror Box deck was the probably one of the other big surprises. It's just Terror Box. Nothing really special in here. Got the 2 energy switch, the Brock Scouting. Some people don't play Brox. I think Brox is great. Twitch keeps dying. Not again. YouTube. Hey, get them to migrate over. Yo, Small Farm Ariel, thanks just for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me fix it. Hopefully. All right. Should be back shortly. Is my fault? I literally just made to go ad free and it's dead. Sorry about that. The Smart 2 is just too big for Twitch. Yeah, too many players. I'll fix it for next week. It shouldn't happen next week. I need to like look at my bandwidth and like some settings. I might be running on too high settings for Twitch, which sounds funny, but it actually just might be the truth. I might be running too high settings, and it might just be crashing it because I'm multi-streaming. I'm streaming on multiple platforms, so. All right, we're live. We are back. We're still playing. 8 minutes left until Top Cut starts. Eight more minutes till the final matches begin. Excited to see who ends up winning. I think that, like, looking at this, it seems like it's Dragapult's event to lose. I wonder how that Dragapult's gonna do versus Terrapagos. If Turtle makes cut, that's gonna be one of the interesting ones. I feel like Dragapult probably has a pretty good matchup into that. Just so much spreading and just pressure. Seems pretty tough for them to deal with. But we'll see. Appreciate the sub though. Small farm animal. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, if any of you guys are having issues on Twitch, I am live on also YouTube as well. So, and YouTube stream has had no issues. So we'll figure out Twitch though after. It seems pretty tech to death for everything. Yeah, I'm curious how it's gonna do versus just a pretty normal cult list. Yeah, 6 minutes left in the game. We are waiting for that right now. As I said, Tom does have a 1-0 lead currently, and the time is ticking. These have been some very long games they've been playing. No, has so many tools for it. Oh, the turtle won! The turtle's in cuts! All right. Here we go. We are ready for top cut. If they draw, what happens? Sudden death. No, it's technically top cut, so both players would play game 3 and first one to take a prize wins. Oh, we got him. Wait, here's the Discord. Wait, I think he's I think Tom is gonna stream for us. Yes, we're gonna get the turtle deck on stream. I think. He asked for the Discord. I tossed Rip. I think. We're trying to get them. I'm trying to get the turtle for you guys. Trying to make it happen. Come on, we gotta see that join. He said he is, so, or he said like sure. So we'll see if he actually does hop in. He speaks I think he's Japanese, so I don't know how if he fully understood, but I also remember Animal Planet show about the Turtle Man. I don't remember that. Yes, I'm a big fan of FCBC sleeves. Oh, is that them? They joined. Yes. Chat, I have great news. We are going to get to watch Terapagos, Dusknor, Charizard, Pidgeot, Noctowl. We got him. Let's do it. All right, hopping into it here. Hopping into top 16 cut. We got the deck we were waiting for. Here we go. So locked in. I'm ready. All right, there we go. I'm stoked. All right, top cut is starting. We have Pakrominga versus the Turtle Master himself, Tom Hagen here. All right. No Terrachari nor Pultiat. That's the deck. That is the deck. All right, starting off here, we have a Hoothoot plus an energy. Not the most amazing start, but it'll do. Not the end of the world. So... Can everyone see stream okay? Just making sure. Everything's coming up. YouTube chat, let me know. Everything's good? All right, perfect. That's what matters. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll try and figure out Twitch later. This has not really happened very much, but anyways, we got Pac Roman here is the only undefeated in the tournament. So we see Badu Ichipalin being used onto the Noctowl. And what is Noctowl? Oh, there's the one of Charizard. So the good thing is that he is able to KO this Badu. There's Crispin, right? So, wait, actually, no. Can he even KO it? He's going to have to, like, yeah. Wait, what do you do here? Because you can't. I think he said Iono. You don't have another Pokemon. More than likely a bitrate issue. Yeah, I need to lower the bitrate. I have my bitrate way too high. And YouTube's able to handle it, but I guess Twitch is not. All right, there is the energy and the other Pokemon. We are going to see Terapagos be able to use that unified beatdown here to take the KO. 60 damage coming in onto that Badu. Down goes Badu. All right, here's Terapagos, yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see what this Dragapult player is able to do here. It seems pretty tough. What is Dragapult even doing in this spot? This seems like a really, really iffy situation. All right, there's Dracoloak hitting the board here. Gonna be able to use that recon directive. Ultra Ball getting rid of... Yeah, yeah, those are gone. What do you do here? Do you just, like, pass? Oh, this is kind of sketchy, though, because Terapagos can just gust the Dracoloak if they get one more Pokemon, which they have in hand already. Yeah, there's research. We're going to see another KO this next turn from the Terapagos, and it's going to be on that Dracoloak with energy, forcing them in this situation to find a Neo Upper energy. So pressure's really going to get put on here. I do think that if they are going to be able to find that Neo Upper energy, they're putting themselves in a pretty decent situation, but you got to find it. So see if they're actually able to do that. All right, there's Serendipity benched. And yeah, we're going to see Boss's orders. Down goes that Dracoloak. You also had the option here to KO the Dusknoir, but this seems... Or the Dusclops, assuming Neo Upper would happen, but this is also completely fine. All right, there's Ultra Ball. Getting rid of Nest Ball and Buddy Puffin. There comes Dragapult. So yeah, they got the Neo Upper. This is looking scary now, because if they're able to get Hawlucha plus Dusknoir, they can wipe this Hoothoot off the board and the Terapagos here, which they should be able to find. I mean, they're drawing so many cards here, and yeah, this is looking really scary here for them. Yeah, all we're just looking for is that Hawlucha. Do they have the Ultra Ball? Because they can't use something like Nest Ball for it. So there is one in the discard, though. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, there it is. There's the Night Stretcher. So we're going to see a KO. Oh, what happens now? This is so bad. Because Hoothoot goes down, Terapagos goes down, and you're just left with nothing. Oh, and there's the counter catcher, too. We're going to see a huge KO here, a Serendipity, and also... the Hoodoo go down without using the Noctowl, or without using the Dusknoir. So we're taking out the Noctowl piece. We're also saving Dusknoir as well, and we're taking half of our prize cards. Yes, the stream is like semi messed up on YouTube, but on Twitch, or it's messed up on Twitch. On YouTube, it's fine. So if I'm the Terapagos player, what are we doing here? Like, are you... Is it just going to be a mind bend angle? Yeah, what do we do here? Do we just like, hey, this feels so bad though. This doesn't do anything. Don't we just lose now pretty much? Oh wait, no. Yeah, this is like, I don't know. The confuse is like fine. But it's not good. Not great. I mean, as a Dragon Ball player, you don't even need, like, it's fine to flip for it here, but like, there's so little you need to do. Yep, and there's a concession. Yep, there we go. All right. That was brutal. So, unfortunately, the Trapagos deck did not look like probably the Trapagos deck has for the other rounds. That was brutal. Oh my goodness. All right, so hopping into the top, or game 2 now of top 16 cut. Hopefully they're able to rebound, because Dragapult looked pretty dominant there. And that's like one of the things is like sometimes these rogue decks are really good at some matchups, but some other matchups doesn't feel great. So we'll see how he's able to respond in this next one. I'm curious to see. Yeah, he won versus 2 other bolts. Yeah. Stream fight? Nah. He just didn't draw well. That was the thing. Is that like it was just not drawing. Was not cooking. All right. I mean, I can't lie. This is pretty good looking board state for game 2, right? I mean, this was way better than the last one. So we'll see. We'll see what Dragapult's able to do here from this side. We see Professor's Research coming out, discarding. Oh no, there's the Neo Upper Energy. Oh, that feels so bad. Oh no. What do you do now? Because, like, you've already burnt an energy. Oh, this is so bad. The one saving grace, I mean, actually, never mind. If the Trapagos is just able to fan Rotom KO here, this is so bad for them. Is this just a Crispin Stadium fan Rotom turn? I think that's what it is here. Because you can Crispin, get an energy to attach for turn, and then, yeah, and they recognize it here. Here comes the Grand Tree here. The crazy stadium of choice. Oh, boy. Grand Tree into the Dusclops, setting up Dusknoir for the next turn. Doesn't even... This is crazy. What is happening? Wow. I mean, what do you do now as Dragapult? Like, you just have no line. I mean, your Ursaluna's gone. You have... There's so many problems here. This is just crazy. Honestly, I don't even know if you needed to Dusknoir. I probably wouldn't have even Dusknoired there. This seems a little bit aggressive, but... You know. Seems fine. That was probably one of the crazier turns I've seen in some time. I mean, the Grand Tree makes sense, though, right? I mean, look at that. Grand Tree going in, taking the big KO. There's no Neo Upper, which means that not much of a board. Yeah, I definitely think that Dusknoir was a mistake here. And the reason why is that since Neo Upper is gone, you always have the option to pick off the Dracoloak or Dreepy that gets the energy. Now, you don't have that. So, yes, you took one more prize, but you don't actually create a dominating board state. Sticking Dusknoir and just letting it sit on the board means that you have a potential dominating board state because you can always chase that one with energies and they get put into a really bad situation. So, we're going to see that Buddy Buddy Puffin here as well. Just kind of resetting the board. Pretty much what you have to do. Reset the board, get some stuff back down. And the top deck of Turtles is going to have to be pretty good or else we're just going to see a hit for 60 or a Boss Duskull hit. It's kind of like weird. It doesn't feel great. I mean, you don't actually have the ability to knock out that Dracula. Oh, actually, no, you do because there's 30 on it, right? Oh, no, there's only 10. Okay. There's only 10 on it. So, yeah, that Dracloak is safe. Wow, okay. This is a little sketchy here. I mean, what do you do as a Trapagos player? Do you just retreat and fan Rotom? Yeah, I think it's probably fan Rotom and save your... Yeah, but this isn't KO, though. But, I mean, you can always kill it, like, later on. It's, like, fine. Oh, wait, no, you're just going to boss. Yeah, just boss KO Duskull. Okay. That's like fine. Do they attach? KO there. All right. So Trapagos down to 3 prize cards remaining. Then we'll see what Dragapult's able to do. What happened, Trains? Results against Terrabox? No, dude. What happened? You want to attach past it? You want to attach the turtle past turn 1? I on turn 2. I get 2 manners on my starting hand. Oh, rip. And then they just drew the nuts, I bet. Wow. Yeah, this was a huge mistake by the Terapagos player here, which is giving Dragapult a chance to win now. So that's crazy, Trains. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, this game seems very winnable now for Dragapult. So Dragapult might be putting themselves in a little bit of a better situation. All right, here we go. Phantom Dive KO. And now what do you do here? You kind of have to Clefairy, but you don't have the pieces for that. Oh, no. There's the one of Dreepy in the deck. Oh, we're benching the Dreepy. What the heck? What are we cooking? I have no idea. I don't even like, it's like, I don't even know how to like commentate over this game because there's so much crazy stuff happening that like, it's so hard to like navigate this through this crazy concoction. All right, we're Noctiling here. What are we grabbing though? Like energy switch to mind bend, but then wouldn't you just have attached the energy to begin? No? Okay. Well, we're gonna see. Ooh, super odd. Chat, what's the line here? Surely over 100 people watching can put together the line, right? See, Area 0 coming into play. Giant tree no longer needed. Sending that to the bin. Nest ball. One thing about Giant tree is like they could actually have used it, right? Yeah, like they can use it sometimes. Like, chat, what's going on? This is some gnarly gameplay. All right, there's an S-ball. The line is, chat. Not the right energy to mind bend. Oh, you're right. Not the right energy to mind bend. Yes. Then why would you attach it anyways? Like, what's the point of attaching there? Like, they just took away their chance to mind bend. I don't know. It's like, I think we all mutually don't know what's happening. Oh, all right, here we go. What does this even do? What was this play? Don't we just like lose now? Scott, is this game? No, it's not game, but he's aiming for yes, the Candy Pult angle. Yeah, I have no words. It's just watching. It's just watching this person cook. That's, I feel like, all we can do right now. Is like I got no opinion on this at the moment. Just watching the chef build whatever. All right, I mean, like what happens if like the Dragapult player just hits Terapagos this turn, or hits Fez, and then just does it again? Oh, we're killing Hoot. Oh, well, this works with Halucha, right? If we just Halucha KO, we just win next turn. The Chari is gone now. Yeah. Well, no, you probably wouldn't in this situation. I mean, the best play probably is to go Halucha, bench, and then KO Charmander plus Hoot, and then you just Blood Moon can KO any. Yeah, it's. I don't know. Is there a Briar in the deck? I don't think there is. I don't think they fit that. That's like one of the cards they didn't fit in the list. We need a video on this? Maybe. They spread damage everywhere, and then they can just take 3 prizes next turn. All right, so the Terapagos has to, in this situation, hit Clefairy. What doesn't even work? I don't think there's anything here. What do you do? I mean, you got Dracoloak, but oh my gosh, you got 2 aggro. Yeah, I think you got 2 aggro with the Dusknoir. I 100% agree. I think that early Dusknoir was like game losing. We're not game losing at the time, but it looked good at first. But you gotta say that, especially because the Dragapult player lost their Neo upper energy early on, and that was a huge loss. So you knew that you didn't have to get aggressive, and he got really aggressive and got punished for it, as this Dragapult is just taking all of the prize cards currently. So yeah, here comes Charizard. But there's no other fire. Is there a line here of what they might have? Yeah, not enough energy. Wow, there's not, chat. Unbelievable. There's not enough energy in this deck that plays a Dragapult line, a Charizard line, a Noctowl line, a Dusknoir line, a Pidgeot line as well. Unbelievable. There's not enough energy. Yeah, he can KO with this. This is true, but he loses to Blood Moon or Sol. Oh wait, no, he doesn't lose to Blood Moon or Solana, because they're both at 3. Oh, this works here, maybe. Yeah. But what's your follow-up? Like, what happens when this Terapagos dies? Well, okay, one, you just lose to Energy Dragapult. That's like one thing. But if they just have Luna KO the threat, I don't know what the next line becomes here. Two turns ago, he had only had Fire, Second Smash, or Zard. Loses the Pull Pidgey. Yeah, here's Ultra Ball. He might have it. He's playing quickly. Is the Dragapult in the deck? There is another Dracoloak. Oh, does he not have it? Oh, there's research looking for that Night Stretcher here. Here we go. Night Stretcher, there it is. And we can see the Phantom Dive on the active and the bench. Dragapult able to take down our hero. Terapagos box thingy. I have no idea what just happened, but Dragapult is advancing into the top 8 of the Smart Series. What a crazy set where we saw the coolest deck by far in Top Cut play. Some interesting plays from them for sure, and that is going to do it for that one. All right, let's see what other games we have. All right, we have another one here. All right, chat. Hopping into another round. We have top cuts. This is another top 16 match we have between Grimmsnarl and Charizard. So looking at it here, it looks like the Charizard player is up a prize card, has an okay board state. I'm going to be losing this Charmander though, unfortunately, but things are looking okay here. So there's an invisible Cleffa as well currently on their board. Save, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, saving Dusko for the Loke changes the game completely. Yes, I agree. 100%. I think that they probably would have been able to win the game if they were able to do that. Yes, but all right, here we go here. We're not going to see a Pidgeot come out, unfortunately, for this Charizard player, which makes things a little bit icky here. We see the Charmeleon come out. We're going to be able to hit into this Grimmsnarl. You can't play the Cleffa. Oh, we can't play the Cleffa. Oh, it's just entirely glitched. I mean, you probably don't want to put it down. But like earlier in the game, you probably wanted to have it on board. Yeah, that's tough. See Arven come out. A rare candy max belt. Rare candy into the Charizard. Using that Infernal Rain, not going to get any energy. Just getting this out to protect it from getting taken out. Now we're just going to see a hit for 210. Now, this is going to pretty much come down to if Charizard is able to consistently piece together hit after hit without access to Pidgeot, and also find things like the Dark Energy as well. There is a Picnic Basket. Yes, it can be very important. However, without access to Pidgeot, it becomes a lot harder to find that. So definitely a very competitive game here. I'm going to assume it seems like the Grimmsnarl player has a little bit of an edge here. If he's able to streamline multiple Grimmsnarls, it definitely seems very sketchy at the moment, but we'll see. Definitely things can change. Definitely seems winnable from both sides. But here we go. Here's Ultra Ball. Get rid of the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the TM Evolution. It's a pretty easy Devo angle for Grimsby. That is also very true. Yes, this is looking like a potential Devo angle. If they can do that. 100%. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Here we go. Shadow Bullets. Can't put any damage on the bench, though, because of the Terra type effect. So, gonna put it down onto the Monkey Dory. He's completely fine. Here comes the I guess Charmander, Iono. Could have attached that max belt. It's going to be very hard to find it later on. You know, that's like one of the big problems. And oh, there is the Dark Energy. That's exactly what they were looking for here. Very important to find this. If the bench No, actually, yeah. I guess healing off the bench is fine, right? Yeah. Where do you put this? Definitely. Yeah, it's probably fine putting on. It's probably fine putting on there. Yeah, because you heal the bench, and if that's a Charmeleon under it, which I believe it is, it can't be TM Devo'd. And since there's no Frostlass in board, there's no damage for the Grimmsnarl player to actually create here. Option of benching the Fez is kind of an interesting situation. Probably is okay to put down because if it gets trapped, it's like probably okay. You probably can get it out of the active. It is a little bit risky, but we'll see. Hey, what's up, Terra Frankie? All right, and here we go. Burning Darkness taking that KO. 1 and 2 prize cards into the hand. Here we got Super Rod and the third Charizard here. So not a great hand here. You know, if I'm the Grimmsnarl player, you have a couple options here. You could use the TM Devolution to knock out the active, but I believe there's a Charmeleon under the benched one, which would mean that it can't get KO'd. I believe the active was rare candied. So, yeah. Oh, there's a bench Charmander, actually. Okay, gotcha. So this is actually kind of scary. Yeah, TM Devo's tough. Rare candied that Zard? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, so this is way scarier than initially I'm saying it is. It just comes down to, yeah, TM Devo. If TM Devo happens here with the hand that Charizard has, it's not looking amazing for sure. I got the prize. Yeah, the other Charmeleon's big. Definitely want that on board, and Super Rods are good too. The one benefit here is that if TM Devo does happen, it does still count as a knockout, so Pheasantipity would activate, which is huge. So would still be okay here. Energy's loaded onto Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and yeah, we're gonna see the KO. The 30 damage probably just gets thrown onto either Pheasantipity or Monkey Dory. You could also honestly just put it onto, honestly all those things are like fine to put it onto. You are on an odd prize trade, so you want to find the easiest, like if you're not TM Devoing, one prizer at some point. How you beat Grimmsnarl as a Dragapult Charizard player? You want to Budu early game and use your Monkey Dory against them. Yeah. All right. Let's see what Charizard's able to do here. There's no TM, which is important. So you're going to be able to hit here, but there's no max belt access too. So yeah, max belt would have been enough to KO. You got to find it though. The big question is it on the bottom of the deck? I think the deck was shuffled. Oh, no out to max belt. Not able to KO here. You're so close to being able to KO, but just not there. We were looking for Arven or just raw drawing max belt, and we missed. So now things are looking rough because we were able to take this KO here. I definitely would like the situation, but I mean, we can potentially, I don't know. It was tough here for sure. Here comes Super Rod. Yeah, no, Arven was close. Just needed that, and we would have had the KO, and there would have been really no easy way for them to knock out this Charizard unless it was with something like TMD Evolution. That would have been the only play. But then at that point, they're still at one prize card, and just Rare Candy ends the game at that point. So now this is really iffy. There comes Burning Darkness, hitting for 270, taking the Grimmsnarl all the way down to 20 HP. But you don't have 2 Monkey also in this deck, so if they heal 30 off of it, then you have to commit another attack into it, which doesn't feel good. Yeah, I think it's just pretty much a TM Devo play would be brutal here to deal with. Because you lose your Charmant, or you lose your Charizard. Charizard goes back in the hand, but like you lose the threat of the Charizard. The Charmeleon on the bench actually doesn't go away, right? Because of because TM Devo's protects, or because of the ability, right? The ability protects from TM Devo. So, yeah. Put Artisan down to bump. Yeah, the spike method is becoming quite annoying here. They definitely could have done that. But thankfully, the Charmeleon on the bench can't be Devoed, right? I'm pretty sure that's how the ability works. It's like, it's a built-in mist energy. So if there's any benefit, it's that. Is that maybe, yeah, maybe the Charizard player is okay, actually. Because solely of that. Yeah. That's how the ability works, right? I'm pretty sure. They did here. So what happens if they just... So it was like checkmate? Checkmate for who? The Charizard? It feels pretty good for the Charizard. If there's... Because I guess if they can't TM Devo here, it seems bad. Or Impidimps? Yeah. This might be enough here. The Charizard player might have figured this out. Yeah, there's a Adrenaline Brain, but where is this damage going? Onto the Monkey Dory? Should we be KOing the Charmeleon here? I don't know where Adrenaline Brain to the Monkey. Yeah, I mean, you probably want to kill the Charmeleon at some point. It's just not happening. I mean, if you put the 30 there, it just gets healed off anyways, but it's just making it easier. It's like... They can't the Million with Grim? Well, yeah, I know. The thought is that you're just using Monkey Dory to pressure the Grim. Or using Monkey Dory to pressure the Charmeleon. That was, like, I think the idea. Research coming out. Yeah, there's a nice stretcher. But what is this for? Is it for like Frostlass? If there even is a, I assume there's a Frostlass in the Discard. There's only 10 cards left. But, or it could also be for Morgrim too. Morgrim's probably pretty reasonable. And that's probably one of the ones you want to look to get. So, yeah. Yep, there's Morgrim coming out. Yeah. Top deck Turo would be pretty cool. All right, here we go. Here's the hit. We're going to see that Monkey Dory go down. Can't melee with the Grim. It's damage, not damage. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's very, very true. Yeah, they can't hit it. Yeah. They should have been doing that then. I agree. 100%. I don't know why they weren't doing that. But... All right, now as Charizard, you should just be able to evolve and, like... Retreat, hit, and force them to have Gust. But then you go down to 1 and you lose the counter catcher. Ugh. Is there any Briar in the deck? No Briar. We're gonna Fez here. See if we can find ourselves a hand disruption card. There is the Iono. Okay, that's huge here. We're gonna be able to retreat. Probably gonna be able to thin these cards out, retreat the Charizard super odd energies back in, and just like thin everything. That's probably what's gonna happen, but we'll see. Yep, there's that. There's the dark energy. And honestly, in this situation, I probably would have just retreated the Charizard first and then super added an extra energy. That's probably what was fine, because you want to find another energy to put onto Charizard, unless, like, because if there's a 0 energy Charizard on bench and they just gust it, you can't move it. So that probably was better here to do that. But it's not a huge deal. It just could come back to bite them. We see a lot of thinning here, getting rid of these extra cards you don't need. Because if you get Iono'd again, or if any other type of hand disruption happens, and you need to, like, Fez into game, you don't want those cards in the deck. So... See Artisan here, getting out that Monkey Dory. Yeah, Artisan Iono seems pretty good. Here we go. Coming down to the wire. Is the Grimmsnar player able to find the last pieces to be able to bring up that Charizard and take the knockout? Needs a counter catcher and also needs a Grimmsnar. Yeah. we go. Do they have it? Comes down to this. They need a pretty crazy hand here, especially due to the fact that there is no Pheasantipity on the board. Comes down to this. This will be the final turn of the game here, most likely. Here comes Super Rod coming out. There is Max Boat in hand too. Yeah, this is pretty much it here. They are down a boss and a counter catcher. So normally these lists play 2 boss, 1 to 2 boss, and 2 to 3 counter catchers. So let's see if they have the pieces. There's Artisan Scene. What's in the deck? There's another Monkey Dory. But is that enough here? There's Research. Oh, they can go for game here. All right, comes down to this. Do they find Grimmsnarl plus counter catcher? There is the evolution into Grimmsnarl. Are we going to see that last counter catcher here to be able to bring up Charizard and take the knockout? Here goes. Do they find it? Yes, I believe so. Let me pull it up. Yeah, this is game 3. And there it is. Not enough to KO. Max Boat gonna take the W, and Charizard is another deck that will be seen in Top Cut. So the 2 games we watched, we saw Dragapult make it against the Terapagos deck, and Charizard take down Grimmsnarl in an incredibly close matchup there. Wow, that was really, really close. The Lizard has made it. Lizard made it into top 8. 3 more rounds to go for Zard. Zard was the most represented deck in Top Cut at 5, and there will be some playing in top 8. I think it's so bad. Just got lucky. Do you think the retreat and then super odd play was probably better first, where you retreated, got the 2 fire in the discard to give yourself another one? Leave up YouTube VOD. Yes, the YouTube VOD will be up after this. It just takes time to download. It might take like 30 minutes to an hour, because it's gonna be like an 8-hour VOD, 8 to probably even 9-hour VOD. So I think if he killed Melian instead of Monkey there, he would have won. Yeah, I agree. I think that he needed to pressure the Melian, because it would have also forced him to try and heal the Melian, which means he can't. I don't know. There was just some weird things that happened, because him pressuring Monkey Dory meant that the Charizard player was able to monkey off the active a little bit more comfortably, I think. All right. Looks like Goldengo did lose. Let's take a look at. All right. I'm going to be right back quickly. I'm going to go fill up my water. And I will speak with you guys again in about 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Ready to go for top 4? Top 8. We're going to be watching once again here. Lugia Bot is playing Charizard up against Ultra NKO. Nathan Ostercat's one of the best seniors in pretty much the world. Always seen a whole lot of success. So we'll see how this goes. This is going to be Grimmsnarl once again versus Charizard. Nathan is accustomed to being on stream, has been streamed quite a few times in the finals of international championships, has seen tons of success in the junior and the senior division, and is continuing to dominate. I believe won 3 or 4 regionals this year. So we'll see how Ultra NKO is able to do. We see that turn 1 energy attachment, rooting for Terrabox. Yeah, Terrabox is still alive. Yeah. We'll potentially get Terrabox in for top 4. They said they would stream earlier today. So if Terrabox does win this next one, we will get them in for top 4. I saw Grim, maybe Tatsu. All right, here we go. Attract customers coming up. All right, here we go. We see Charmander and Pidgey onto the board. Artisan as well being used. Putting down that Monkey Dory onto the board. Pretty good start here for both of these players. You know, we see Nathan being able to get that Morgrim up. Frostlass as well. Really, really good start here for them. So, looking good. Looking good for both of these players. All right, here we go. TM Evolution bringing up that Pidgeot and getting double Pidgeotto on the board. Oftentimes, what you want to do in this matchup, as they can target down Pidgeotto very quickly, take that out and stop your deck from functioning. We do see 2 Pidgeotto on the board, which is really good. This is pretty much the perfect board state that Charizard could have asked for. You have multiple Pidgeot options, which means they can't get rid of all of them. You have Charmeleon on the board as well. That Charmeleon will become Charizard, and then you can turn that Charmander into the Charmeleon that can't get TM Evolutioned. That's pretty much the goal here from Charizard. So we see the Adrenaline Brain here moving damage over. Big question is what are we gonna move damage over? 2/2 Bird? Yes, these Charizard Pidgeot decks are normally playing 2/2 Bird because you're so focused around TM Evolution, you will lose games by prizing one of the pieces. So that is a big reason as to why we're seeing that thicker count of this card. All right, we see Adrenaline Brain 20 over onto the Charmander here. The TM Evolution, and the TM Evolution will be used once again. So we're playing slowly here, using our TMs to develop our board state. All right, here we are. Let's see what they're doing. Ultra Balling, getting rid of the Buddy Puffin and Super Rod. We're going to see a Charizard here come out. Definitely a good start here for both players. And the big question is, who's favored at this point? When both players get set up, I feel like Charizard might be favored because it's more able to one-shot We'll see, though. It should be massive in this matchup. Yes, 100%. But if Charizard is able to get up the TM Devo protected Charmeleon, it becomes kind of sketchy because they can't Devo the Charmeleon. So, or they can't Devo the Charmeleon with 90 HP because it has the ability that stops all effects of attacks done to it when it's on the bench. Right? Yeah. All right, here's Infernal Rain being used. One onto there. Wait, I have a... Oh, they're going to mine... But ooh. That seems okay. I mean, I guess Devo's not really a problem here anyways. Did he prize all fire energies? No. There's 2 on the Charizard. All right, we're going to see boss's orders. Bring up Monkey Dories smartly. Take down Monkey Dories. Make that Frostlass work against you. For anyone that is interested in how to deal with the Grimmsnarl deck, you want to turn their Frostlasses against them. For example, if you're playing a deck like Gardevoir, you want to try and take out those Monkey Dories, let those Frostlasses deal tons of damage onto their Grimmsnarls, which enable much more reasonable KOs for you to take. Same thing also applies in this matchup. If you are able to take down their Monkey Dories, they're not going to be able to heal all of the damage, and it becomes really, really awkward for them. So I honestly think Charizard putting themselves in a decent situation. The one concerning factor here is that Monkey Dory is in harm's way, and we're gonna really need to get that Monkey Dory back down on the board. So only 1 left on deck. Oh, gotcha. Well, they only play 5, so this guy Rod and price 3 fire. Yeah, that is tough. Definitely not ideal. I would tend to agree. We see the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory and the research here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Spikemuth coming out. Spikemuth Gym being used. Getting that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Retreat. Going into the more Grim here, we're going to see that evolution into the Grimmsnarl, and we're going to be able to see a big Shadow Bullet KO. And yeah, the big thing is that it's going to be tough to get this Monkey Dory back down on the board. You're going to need a Dark Energy or a Luminous, which we're going to be down that Luminous Energy and that Dark Energy here. And although Pidgeot is great, Pidgeot is not always a miracle worker. It does not always allow you to find all the pieces that you need to be able to pull off a multi-card combo turns, which in this situation we're not really that close to doing that. So it looks like Nathan here going to be able to take this knockout, potentially put a little bit of damage onto one of those Pokemon. You could reasonably KO Cleffa here. I don't hate doing that because you're already two-shotting Charizard. You're possibly could set up the Pidgeot to get KO'd at some point. You have options here. Definitely have plenty of options. Yep, there's the 10 damage going on, or 30 damage going on there, and we might just see Shadow Bullet for 60. Yep, there it is. All 60 piling onto that, meaning that that Charmander will fall on the next turn here. So a lot of pressure now being put onto Charizard to be able to find the pieces it needs. I leave the Cleffa an easy one price. Correct, yeah. That's fine. You can definitely just leave Cleffa because you can always kill it at any point, unless Turo happens. But now this is looking tricky. I mean, oh, there's Super Rod, but it's not gonna really get all the pieces you need. I mean, you can Super Rod back in the Monkey Dory, but you can't get Monkey Dory and also energy, right? Oh, here we go. This might be a Picnic Basket turn. You might just want to Arven here for Picnic Basket, but you can always get Maxwell too. I guess we might Iono as well, yeah. This seems really scary here for Charizard. Not looking great. I guess, yeah, we can try an Iono into the nuts. Not going to super rod back the monkey. That's very interesting, choosing not to put that back. All right, there's Artisan. There is the Max Belt too. We see another Charmander on top of it. Going to be able to use that Artisan to bump that Spike Myth, but it just kind of feels like Grimmsnarl is starting to squeeze Charizard here. It's just like there's so much. It just feels trapped almost. Where like if you hit, you then lose Charmander. It's the Artisan is kind of an interesting card. I don't really know if you even want to put it down here. You don't need to put Max Belt down. All this kind of feels sketchy. It all kind of feels bad. You could also potentially lose Pidgeot next turn. That's something else too, is if you hit, what could potentially happen is Nathan here, who's playing Grimmsnarl, could just use Counter Catcher. Actually, no, they can't use Counter Catcher. They could use Boss's Orders, bring up Pidgeot, use Monkey Dory, 2 of them, and then that would put up it to 90 and then hit for 180. 180 plus 90 is 270 plus Frostlass would be enough in between turns to take out Pidgeot, and you could wipe Pidgeot and also the Charmander off the board here, which would definitely be very, very scary to deal with, because you could wipe the main consistency engine, and on top of it, you could take out 3 prize cards here. So if Nathan's able to do that, I think Nathan puts himself in a very, very good situation to win this game. We see the second Dark Energy. That is one piece to this puzzle of getting 3 prize cards this turn. They're able to do here. What are they gonna do with this damage? It's, if they have the gust effect, they do this, but if they don't, it's kind of weird. You have a few options on what to do, and we're gonna see the 30 damage put onto the Pidgeotto. This is fine. You can KO the Pidgeotto. The reason why killing Pidgeotto is fine is that, yes, you go on to odd prize cards, but that's always okay, because you can always KO Cleffa to get back onto even prize cards. So Nathan actually sets himself up to win the game next turn. He can go Monkey Monkey, KO Pidgeotto, and then just snipe the Cleffa and take all 4. So Charizard here has to evolve the Pidgeotto into Pidgeot or find a way to heal it, which I'm not sure they're going to be able to do here. There is a Pidgeot. Okay, there is a Pidgeot in deck, so they can definitely get there. It's just, it feels like there's not a whole lot we can do, though. Yeah, I guess we can do that, go down to 3 prizes, but then we have to work through potentially 2 more Grimmsnarls, which just seems so rough. It is healing the 30 damage with the picnic basket. Oh, this is actually a pretty good play. Yeah. So now he can survive, right? I mean, technically 3 monkey. Yeah, no, 3 monkey wouldn't work either because there's not enough damage on the board. Yeah, we're going to see that Brock scouting. We might see Pidgeot or Charizard come here. Yep, looks like Zard is there. And we're going to see that Burning Darkness take the KO, go down to 3 prizes. However, it still seems like Nathan is in a solid spot here because this Charizard is going to fall. And then Charizard's going to have to find a way to get Rare Candy Charizard, which is... Do you have access to Pidgeot? But you might not have access to Pidgeot, I guess, after this turn. So we'll see. This will be interesting. Definitely be interesting here. All right, there's the draw. And if, you know, I'm Nathan, it's probably just get rid of Pidgeot. Like, if you can blow up the Pidgeot here, it seems reasonable. You know that there's a Charizard in hand, which means Pidgeot will just get Rare Candy and evolve. So you know that's coming. So is just KOing the Pidgeot the best play? It seems reasonable here if you can do that, because you have access to Counter Catcher now. So shouldn't be too difficult to pull off, especially with an 8-card hand. All right, there's the Iono. Where's Pidgeot? Spike Myth coming down. I mean, this was a pretty good hand. I mean, because you can go, wow, this was actually the perfect hand. Because you can now go Super Rod back to Fires, because we know they prized multiple, like I said, begin winning Diva. Nice turn, yeah. We know they prized multiple energies, which means that Super Rod gets the 2 Fires back. We can Rare Candy into Charizard. The thing that we're going to need here is the Max Belt to KO. Oh, no, here comes Devo. Yeah, this is not good. Because now you push a 1 prizer in the active for this. It's just kind of annoying. Yep. Here comes the Devo. Big surprise. Down goes Pidgeotto. Up goes the Cleffa. I mean, now you just gotta. I mean, you have Rare Candy Charizard, so drew quite well. The thing is what after that? I mean, maybe this is enough. There's a draw of the Turo. That's really good because you can Turo your Cleffa, potentially. The big question is the last candy in deck, was it already used? Because I believe this list only plays 2. Because if you could go Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, might be cooking. Yep, there's Rare Candy Pidgeot. Okay. That's one of the pieces. Yeah, there is the Rare Candy too. You also have access to Arven to get the Max Boat. Yep, they realized that as they were playing. You can get Max Boat on board here, which is like fine. Is this enough to win? That's the question. I mean, you can evolve. Oh, wait, they just they just conceded. Oh, maybe they couldn't have gotten that. Because then they couldn't Turo. But it still wasn't game over, though, right? That was weird. Interesting. All right, hopping into game 2. Yeah, you cannot Turo on Arven. That's very true. But I don't think that was game then. Well, unless Nathan had a Gust effect in hand, then it was game. But we don't know that. What else I had done looking back at the board? Yeah. All right, here we go. Best ball being used. The deck here. This hand is not that bad if you find TM Evo. It becomes great if you top like Arven, because then you have Buddy Puffin and Arven here. But we'll see. Artisan. All right. There's the Charmeleon. Party Puffin being used. Charmander and Pidgey. That's return. Yeah, Iono into TM Evo here. That's pretty much what it is. Probably worth definitely to Artisan because you have to maximize your chances of finding it here. Because if you miss it, it's pretty bad. But all right, here we go. Here's the Iono. Big Iono here. Do we find the TM evolution? Looking for that. Oh, and there it is. Okay, wow. All right, so we have the TM evolution going to be able to go into Charmeleon and also Pidgeotto. You have the Pidgeot in hand as well. So this matchup's kind of sketchy for Charizard. This is about the best you could have asked for here. Getting the TM Evo off the Iono is great. Did that... Wait, what? Wait, did they prize both Pidgeotto? Yes, right? Did they? Wait, were both of them prized? Or did he misclick? Uh-oh. I mean, you have... Then select... Oh my gosh, he misclicked! No! Oh no! I mean, okay. Thankfully, he has access to Arvin, Rare Candy, Pidgeot, and the Charizard. It's not the end of the world, but it's not clearly selected. Yeah. No, he misclicked. What happened? That's so unfortunate. Well, I mean, you have Rare Candy Pidgeot here at the very least, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, that's right there. It's a misclick, yeah. It's quite unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Not great, dude. But I mean, at least attacking with Chi-Yu looks cool. So we're down to 5 here. I mean, the annoying thing also is that we do have to use the luminous energy here. This is brutal. Oh my gosh. It kind of just comes down to if Grimmsnarl is able to put the pieces together, which it should be able to in this spot. Yep. There comes Grimmsnarl. We have access also to Artisan 2 to get themselves another Impidimp. So Nathan looking to put themselves in a pretty good situation here. Yep, 2 energy onto Grimmsnarl. I'm curious as to why they didn't Artisan first and attach an energy. I guess possibly because this probably means they have a supporter and they probably just want to draw into an energy. Yeah, it definitely makes sense to for them to do that. Yeah, there's nice stretcher. Energy attach. We'll see what ends up happening. Doesn't seem great here for them. Yep, there's boss's orders, bringing up that Charmeleon. Not going to be able to get the KO on the other Charmander at this point, though. Adrenaline only going to be able to get 20 damage over. At that point, you might just want to put it onto the Pidgeot, because you're going to be two-shotting the active regardless. That is one thing they could potentially do. You could also put it onto the bench and then put all 5 on bench and try and set up TM Devo next turn, because you know they have to rare candy. So that's also something that you could do. So either Pidgeot or Charmander, in my opinion, with this Adrenabrain is completely fine. It just kind of depends what route Nathan feels like is best to approach in this situation. Yep, 20 on there. I mean, you could also split it, but I probably would just put all 5 onto the Charmander. If you put all 5 into Charmander, then it goes Rare Candy Charizard. You then go Monkey Dory 20 over TM Devo, and at that point, it becomes really difficult for Charizard to actually win in those situations. So Nathan should be in a good spot here. Just going to be able to Shadow Bullet, put 30 damage onto Charmander. And I think things will be looking very, very good for him. Yep, 30 damage recognizes that that's the best play possible here, instead of putting that 5 on Pidgeot. And now, what do you do here as Charizard? What is the best play here? See the 10 damage ticking onto the Grimmsnarl and also Monkey Dory. We see the Dark Energy draw. That is pretty good here, because now you don't have to worry about using Quick Search for that. That is big. You can focus on trying to set up a Rare Candy Charizard here. You have access to Pheasantipity as well. That's another important thing in this situation, just because you don't have it just yet. You need a few more pieces. You're going to need another Charmander. Some stuff has to come down this turn, and we do see the pieces to actually get there, as long as we find one of a lot of different outs here. There's a lot of cards we can draw to find this. So we'll see the Bench of the Monkey. We'll see the Attach. We'll see the Pheasantipity. The Pheasantipity for 3. Oh, wait. Yeah. We can use... I guess we're going to Quick Search first. That's interesting. Instead of going for... Isn't it better to... Wasn't it better there to Fez first? Wait, what? Oh, we're just gonna KO Frostlass here. So we're not going for Fez, and we're chewing this. Okay. But is this better than killing Monkey? I don't know if I like this play. I don't think we should have KO'd that. I think we just should have KO'd Monkey. Because you can still heal damage off, and you can't deal with this Grimmsnarl properly. Wait, why did they do that? Yeah, KOing Monkey's always better there. Because if you KO Monkey, then... It's like, now we can get double energy on that. I mean, going Charizard as well. I mean, this just gives... I feel like this just gives Nathan so much time. See, more Grim Evolve. Here comes the more Grim. Iono 2, which is fine. For Charizard. Adds bugging. No, it should be fine. Just reload the page. This is Nathan? Yes, Grimmsnarl is Nathan. All right, there's Arvin. Here comes Rare Candy. Max Belt here. Is this enough to get there? At 3, yes, this is enough to get here. Okay, this is a huge swing play here. We're going to see Rare Candy Charizard, Max Belt as well. Maybe this play actually ends up working out too. 1, 2, 3 energies hit. I mean, I guess they're going to just... That's fine. Yeah, it seems okay. Here comes Max Belt coming out as well. Suddenly, this game has flipped a little bit. Like, this feels a little bit more manageable now. For Charizard, we're going to see the quick search here. What do you want? Do you want like a probably not Turo. Could take Picnic Basket. It's kind of one of those weird situations where like you kind of have everything you need. It's just about closing out this game. We have the option to get Picnic Basket or Buddy Buddy Puffin here. It's probably just the Puffin because Picnic Basket for 20 doesn't really do anything, and there's no extra damage on their side of the board. If there was extra damage on their side of the board, definitely wanted to do that. But yeah, here we go. Here's Charizard KO, and what does Nathan do here? Because we're seeing this Grimmsnarl get just one shot. You have to go with TM Devo and just hope that's enough. But that doesn't really do very much because there's another Charizard on the board. Yeah, this suddenly changed. This max bout here's like actually putting themselves in a winnable position. And that's just one of the things with Charizard. You know, one of the things that makes Charizard such a powerful deck is that there's a lot of situations where you just throw a Charizard in the active and they can't deal with it. That's one of the reasons why Charizard steals so many games, is kind of similar to Raging Bolt. Sometimes you just pull off a strategy that the opponent can't handle. You know, sometimes Raging Bolt just gets that turn 1 knockout and it just doesn't matter. You know, sometimes Charizard just shoves a 330 HP Pokemon in the active and it just doesn't matter. They just can't do anything with it. So, yeah, the tides have turned here a little bit. We'll see exactly. Yep, here's this Devo play that I was talking about. Gonna use the Devo with the Monkey Dory potentially. There's Devo, not affecting the Charmeleon, and boom, back into the hand. And now what do you do as Charizard? It's got to be just attack, right? Unless you don't have access to the energies here. We're gonna see that Brock scouting, check the deck, see what's inside. There is a Pidgeotto. We're grabbing it. How many energy are left in the deck, though? Because if there are not enough energies in the deck, then this is going to buy Nathan a critical turn to be able to reset this board state. But if there are those 2 fire left, we're going to see here, there are the 2 fire. Yes, I thought I remembered there was that. So we are going to see that. We're also going to see a retreat and go down to 1. And now as Nathan, what do you do here? You know, you pretty much lose to a boss's orders. If you take out the Pidgeotto, that's probably a play you could potentially make, but things are looking sketchy here, that's for sure. So we're going to see the Charizard take the knockout, 540 damage, go down to 1 prize card. And yeah, we're seeing just how close this matchup is. This matchup is really close, and there is a boss's order. So kind of just comes down to now, does Nathan have that hand disruption, and is Charizard able to find the final pieces to be able to take the game? Yep, slamming that Iono, one of the first things to do. Play the Iono here. Seems pretty smart. Iono being used, and oh, there's the Brock scouting. That's pretty good here because you can get access to Pidgeot, but if you use the Brock scouting, you can't use the boss's orders. So yep, 180 and 30 here. But I mean, what if we just go Brock scouting for Pidgeot for like Charmeleon? Oh, there's no Charmeleon in the deck here. There's no rare candy too. Oh no, is this gonna mean that? What does this mean here? Can you go Pidgeot for Picnic Basket? Picnic Basket for 30, heal another 30 down to 120. 120 plus 180 is 3. It still gets knocked out by Monkey Dory. Oh no. He's so close to getting like there, but it's just that Devo putting that other one is just making this so awkward. There's the Pidgeot. And I think it comes back down to that Frostlass not really being on the board, because Frostlass would potentially matter in these spots, putting more and more damage on their side of the board. I mean, you can't Picnic Basket. That doesn't do enough, and you don't have the ability to ever go into Charizard next turn because you can't get rare candy. Because yeah, it's just not in the deck. We're putting back the Charm Man, but that doesn't do very much, right? Because if there's a Charmander, you already can't go into Charizard next turn. So wouldn't you rather have Charmeleon? Move them basket then pass, surely. Yeah, that was probably the play, Thomas. I agree. I think pass was the best option here. Because this doesn't work, because now Nathan just goes monkey, monkey, KO. And then how do you finish the game? You have no way to finish the game. Yeah, this game's just over. Wow, so Nathan's going to be able to move on to top 4 here, taking down Charizard. Yeah, I think passing was the correct play, Thomas. I agree. I think we could have just passed. Because then they can't KO, and then you could boss's orders the next turn. Wow, I think they should have won the game, right? What happens if you just pass there? Don't you just win? Get Charmander kill? Oh, wait, did he, Henry? Was it enough? Oh, it was enough? Oh, shit. I thought it wasn't enough with Double Monkey. Because you hit for 300, and then they heal 60 down to 240. Wait, was that enough? Wait, 240. Wait. So they hit for 300, and you go heal, 60, 240, 270. Oh, wait, max spell killed. I forgot there was a max spell on it. Oh my God, Henry, you're right. Also, hi, man. Hope you're doing well. Wait, you're right. No, dude, he had game. I literally completely forgot about the max spell. That is crazy. I forgot that existed. Oh, no, man. Yo, shout out Henry for telling me that. All right, let's go into one of the other top 8 games. This is why Henry Chow. Yeah, this is exactly why Henry Chow's the GOAT here. It's like such an obvious play, too. Yeah, that's funny. All right, hopping into the other top 8 game, we have Terrabox versus Joltik. No one else saw that but him. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Not like this. All right, so hopping into it here, it looks like Terrabox is closing the game out here. I wonder what game this is. Should just have game for Crispin, right? You just get Crispin and you win. Also, what's up, Connor? Hope you're doing well, man. So it looks like top 4 is this game. This is game 2. Oh, there's no Crispin left. Wait, no, we took 3 prizes that turn. Zara died to 180, so 60 on Charmander from Monkey and 30 from Grimmsnarl won the game. Oh, wait, so he did have game. Never mind. Never mind, Henry. Needs another fire, right? Wait, so scooping was fine then, because didn't he just have game with Monkey Monkey Punch? Yeah, it's just Monkey Monkey Punch game, right? Is there fire? Well, I mean, he had Super Rod plus Pidgeot, right? He Super Rod back to fire. Turo pick up the belt? No, Turo discards belt. Yeah, Turo discards belt. All right, so this is currently game 3 between Joltik Box and Terrabox. 2 different box decks, very different decks, obviously. Both use Pikachu, but in different ways. So let's see what ends up happening here. They got the Ursaluna down, which seems very, very difficult to deal with. I mean, if Joltik Box is just able to go attach, retreat, boss's orders, KO Ursaluna, was benching Ursaluna even correct there at that point? 3 from basket and pass. Yeah. Well, that was the other play too, right? Wasn't it just like pass? Because you get Pidgeot down, right? You just get Pidgeot, pass, and then just go Pidgeot for boss. Yeah, I think he probably still loses if he passes. I don't think he loses if he passes. How does he lose? He doesn't put any damage on Grimmsnarl's board. So you just go evolve into Pidgeot, pass, Grimmsnarl hits, and then Oh, wait, no, but it was KO in the active anyways, right? Yeah, it was probably rough. Was passing better? Technically? Yeah. He definitely should have passed because you go picnic basket heal. You heal from 180 to 150. No, that's still perfect. It's still enough. Yeah, it's true. He still gets to... If you had done basket monkey... Yes, it's true. He could have won the game. Because he goes monkey dory for 30, put 30 onto their side of the board, and then he picnic baskets heals from 150. Yes, he should have still won because he heals the monkey damage off their side of the board. What are you talking about? Grim is not killing Zard. It has 180 on it, right? Okay, so the Charizard has 180. All right? And you monkey dory heal 30. And then you picnic basket heal another 30, which removes the 30 damage off their side of the board that they can't put back on. So they can't use that damage that you flung back over, meaning that they can't KO. You monkey first. Yeah, you monkey first, and then you picnic basket. Because picnic basket removes off their side of the board too. So they can't use that monkey damage back. You pass. They can't win the game the next turn, and you just Pidgeot for boss. They don't have another Crispin. Yes. The Charizard player just had game. If they did that correctly. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, because the problem is if you go 180 and you heal to 150 and you give them 30, they just give you the 30 back, puts it back to 180, and then you hit 180 against enough, right? But if you heal if you heal the monkey dory damage that you sent over back onto their side, they can't KO, and then you go Pidgeot for boss for game the next turn. You just go Pidgeot for boss. You had Pidgeot. He was at one prize card. He just needed boss for game. Yeah. There was one prize card. The picnic basket thing is really cool though, to heal damage and take away their option to fling it back at you. Yeah. So that was the play. Yeah, this was the Clefairy play I was talking about. I don't know why they benched Ursaluna, because now they just get punished here. Oh, they just have it. Never mind. It's fine. They drew into what they needed, regardless. All right, so Terrorbox moving on to top 4. This will be the person we'll be watching in top 4. So top 4 is looking like it's going to be Grimmsnarl. We have Nathan Osterkatz with Grimmsnarl. Thought it was 2. Yeah, no. That's why I was saying it was game. If he passes next turn, he bosses up Monkey, moves 30, and hits for 80 to kill Monkey Dory. What? He was Picnic Basket healing all the damage off his board. That was relevant. All right, so yeah, top 4 is Nathan Osterkatz, Dabbingsta, Corona, and the last one is between Casa Zizuka and Cleffa Broken. I don't know who that is. So, yeah. Four players left out of over 500 competed. TCG live at 5 PS. 5 FPS. Yes, TCG live at 5 FPS. Yeah, we're still arguing. We were arguing the play. Yeah, I know. Passing wins them the game. But it's like it's kind of easy to forget about the fact that he heals their side of the board. The Zard player might be Gabriel. Is it Gabriel? I don't think it is. No, it's Vitor Lugan. Thanks, Bingsta. I appreciate you streaming. If we can watch your game in top 4, that'd be sick. But let me go over here. Use different alts for every tournament. No. It's actually not him. I can tell it's not him. I can see who the person is, and I know who the person is. I know who the person playing is. His name's Vitor Lugan. He's an actual Brazilian player. Like, he's like an actual real person. But anyways, so yeah, top 4. We have currently Cleffa and Zuka still playing. Looks like they have a couple minutes left. Or, wait, yeah, no, it's untimed, yeah. Don't forget to stretch where blood clots are a thing. Yes, blood clots are a thing. That is true. I appreciate it. I mean, if he was saying he was, I don't know, if he was trying that hard in an online event, I don't know what to say. Yeah, this is an all I mean, what do we have? We have someone from the Czech Republic, someone from Korea, but this is just Nathan, who's playing under his alias as the supreme leader of North Korea. This is actually a person from Brazil, and this person I have no idea if they're from Great Britain. So we'll see what ends up happening. Let's see. Who are we going to get on for top 4? I know that Dabbing actually probably cannot stream due to the fact that their computer is like overloaded. Nathan is on a phone, so I don't think he can record. Let me see. All right, all the rounds are done. All right, top 4. Let's see. Let's see. Who's Nathan? Nathan Osterkatz. One of the better seniors. We'll see if they check in. I'm asking Casa to see if he can stream. This is like one of the things. Sometimes it gets like, sometimes we get to the very end of tournaments and it becomes sometimes hard to find people. So we'll see. Unfortunately, there's no like spectate mode in TCG Live. That's like one of the few things that I wish they had, which we don't have, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's see. All right. It seems like we don't have anyone to stream over. It looks like none of them can actually screen share, which sometimes happens. Like, it's like not every computer is capable of screen sharing, so it's not a huge deal. Anyways, if any of you guys want to follow what happens in the final four, tell. Oh, do you have 2 sessions of them? Maybe. If anyone wants to figure out what happens in the top 4, click this link. You can watch the limitless pairings and see what happens. Unfortunately, that is all the rounds that we'll be able to cast over. First off, I appreciate all you guys bearing with some of the growing pains and everything like that. The stream and stuff will be pretty updated, I think, for the next one. But ODF can suggest improvements. Yes, he can. Yeah. Shout out to the over 500 players making this the biggest online Pokemon TCG tournament in, I think, years. I'm pretty sure this is the biggest one in years. So it's super cool that you guys came out and saw that I was running an event and supported it. That's really cool. I appreciate it. Best of luck to all the players in top 4. As I said, no one's able to stream, so we're gonna have to end it off there. The VOD should be up over the next hour or two. It's an over 7-hour VOD. Shout out to ESAM as well, Smash Pro legend, for casting the first 4 to 5 rounds with me. I appreciate it. They just started playing the Pokemon TCG a few months ago, and they're kind of getting more into competitive. So shout out to them as well. Shout out to all the subs, the follows, the donations as well on YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate that as always. I've been running these events just out of my pocket, and that's kind of what I plan to do unless I can get some more sponsors and stuff for that. I just kind of wanted to give back something cool for the community to actually play games and have a little bit more things that felt, I guess, sufficient on the line, as opposed to just, codes and stuff like that. That's some of like the other big things, like the late night series and stuff run. Like, obviously no shade to them. They run great tournaments, but I wanted to kind of provide a little bit more substance because I'm able to do that. So I just kind of wanted to give back something cool. No stream final. There is no one else to stream, unfortunately. None of the last 4 people are capable of screen sharing, unfortunately. So if you want to keep up, as I said, it's completely out of my control. If you want that stuff to happen, tell tell TPCI to add a watch mode where we can actually watch those games. Through like friend requests and stuff like that. Like being able to spectate games would be really cool, but there's no one that can stream their match. There's no one out of the last 4 that can stream their match, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's quite a sad moment, but we'll probably be back next week or the week after that. I need to figure some things out with it. I do have a potential sponsor or 2 that are going to hop on, hopefully to increase this prize pool. I still want to give some of my stuff to you guys, but hopefully we can get an even bigger prize pool for next time. I appreciate everyone dealing with it. Shout out to Owen as well, Owen, for helping judge the event. That was really cool of him to come and help out. He did all the judge calls and stuff, made my life easy. But thanks for all the support as always. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back soon, more stream. I'll figure out the Twitch side too. I know Twitch is a little bit glitchy, but thanks everyone. This is Smart TCG. I'll speak with you guys again soon. Peace out.